The wind rattled the old window panes in my cramped bedroom, an agitated echo of the internal storm brewing within me. I sat there on my creaking bed frame, shoulders hunched, eyes fixed on a curling photograph. Faded figures, my parents, my siblings, and me, smiled from a distant afternoon at an amusement park, frozen in an image that mocked the present. Back then, I believed every word of praise they offered, every promise that we would stand together no matter what life threw our way. I held on to that optimism for so long, never anticipating the venom that would spill from their mouths one day, labeling me worthless. Yet here I was, grappling with the echo of their condemnation, my name carved into an ugly memory of humiliation and bruised pride. They had threatened me, pushing me to the brink of despair, as if my existence were a burden to them rather than a part of their identity. Night after night, I replayed that moment of betrayal in my mind like a never-ending tape. My father's stern glare, the force in his words as he insisted I was good for nothing, the sneer curling my mother's lips when she voiced her agreement. My siblings, silent accomplices, offered no shield, no supportive hand on my shoulder, no contradictory statement to break the chain of hateful accusations. The same people who once tousled my hair affectionately, who once praised my sketches and said I had a wonderful creative spark, now spat threats to ensure I never questioned their view again. "Stay out of our sight," my father had warned, "or you'll regret it." A threat from the man who taught me how to ride a bike and who once carried me on his shoulders, letting me see the world from a vantage I had cherished. The old photograph in my trembling hand was proof that we hadn't always been this fractured. But illusions fade, and that snapshot represented a past that felt like a foreign land now. Long gone, irretrievable, replaced by a harsh present. I rose from the bed, placing the photograph in a drawer I kept locked. Every object in that bedroom told some version of the same story. How I fought to prove my worth, how I yearned for their acceptance. The sketches piled in the corner were vestiges of a dream I once nurtured. Characters, landscapes, abstract concepts, all drawn in charcoal or watercolor. My father found them pointless, my mother called them childish scribbles, and my siblings treated them with disinterest unless there was a passing compliment from a teacher that they could twist into a joke later. Over the years, the laughter and scorn chipped away at my passion, reducing me to a husk that questioned every stroke of the pencil. Still, I couldn't abandon art completely. It was my only sanctuary, the only place where I felt safe enough to breathe. Yet safety was an illusion, when the very people who surrounded me wielded their hate like a whip. When darkness claimed the sky outside, I paced the room, faint floorboards creaking beneath each step. A single bulb overhead cast elongated shadows on the peeling wallpaper. My mind wandered back to that fateful evening. Yet again. Each time, I searched for a tiny detail I might have missed, a fleeting glimmer of remorse in their eyes, something that would suggest regret in the hateful words they hurled. But I found nothing. Instead, I remembered the abrupt shift in the atmosphere, the tension thickening the air, the flickering overhead light, and the silent vow I made afterward. I wouldn't remain the timid scapegoat, and I certainly wouldn't keep swallowing their insults. Perhaps I couldn't vanish the bruises they'd etched into my soul, but I could channel those wounds into something bigger, something powerful that would unleash my true strength. It was not merely about vengeance, it was about reclaiming the self they had tried to obliterate, the identity they insisted had no place in the world. I stepped over to my makeshift desk near the window. It was barely more than an old wooden table with a rickety chair, but I cherished it as if it were a prized possession. There, a sketchbook lay open to an unfinished drawing, a lone figure standing on a cliff's edge, facing a raging storm. The metaphor was hardly subtle. The storm represented the relentless derision I endured, while the lone figure was a symbolic version of me, refusing to retreat even as lightning split the sky and thunder roared. I had started that piece the morning after receiving my father's ultimatum, though inspiration had been fleeting. My hand would shake each time I recalled his expression, cold, merciless, utterly detached. That expression had once been filled with paternal warmth. Perhaps that contradiction formed the most significant betrayal of all, the realization that love could morph into contempt without warning. Nevertheless, I picked up a graphite pencil and tried to continue. A swirl of lines emerged, capturing the chaotic wind current that whipped around the solitary figure's hair and clothing. I pressed the pencil harder as I recalled my mother's voice, laced with disdain, telling me no one would miss me if I walked out that door for good. I heightened the lines of the crashing waves in the background, channeling the bitterness of my siblings' laughter when they saw me trembling, a mixture of anger and heartbreak. Each mark on the paper was a vow that their cruelty would not define me. My heart pounded, my breaths shallow, adrenaline pulsing through my veins. I found in that moment a sense of clarity. They had lit a fuse inside me the instant they spat that first insult, and I planned to harness its fire to transform myself. That determination, however, required strategy. Facing them directly in an emotional confrontation seemed futile. They would dismiss me, belittle me, or double down on their threats. I realized that to truly show them my worth, I had to forge a path outside the narrow confines of their suffocating house. My revenge would not come through cheap words or empty gestures. It would manifest in concrete achievements, emotional triumph, and an undeniable transformation that would haunt them. Yet a small voice inside me also yearned for acknowledgement, for a day when they might see my accomplishments and regret belittling me. That longing for acceptance, ironically, was as much a part of me as my anger, and it frustrated me that I still cared about their opinions. But every story has its catalyst, and that mixture of longing and betrayal would be the driving force behind my next actions. I closed the sketchbook, stepping away from the desk. I paced the narrow room again, conjuring scenarios where my family realized my capabilities. Perhaps I'd become a renowned artist, exhibiting work across the globe. Maybe I'd turn my resilience into a published memoir, shining a light on the darkness they left me in. Yet each of these fantasies, however inspiring, felt incomplete. My desire to thrive mingled with an urge to watch them squirm under the weight of their own words, those vile, dismissive syllables that echoed in my head. Vengeance can be a double-edged sword, but I couldn't stifle its sharp lure. That night I found sleep only after exhaustion claimed me. My dreams were chaotic. I saw myself standing in a gallery, surrounded by towering canvases, each of which illustrated a memory of being taunted, threatened, or insulted. My family's faces appeared across the paintings like ghosts, twisted expressions, mouths formed into silent, vicious remarks. Spectators whispered awe at my artistry, praising the raw intensity in the images, yet a phantom pang in my chest made me wonder if any of this admiration was worth the anguish that brought it to life. Morning came far too quickly. I dragged myself out of bed and prepared for yet another day, carefully slipping on headphones to block out any interactions. I had no desire to share the kitchen with people who saw no value in my existence. Even the simplest routine, like grabbing a piece of toast, required bracing myself for potential hostility. My mother was there when I entered, rummaging through a cupboard with an air of annoyance. We locked eyes, and she let out a near-silent scoff. That single gesture reawakened the sting of her previous accusations. I could see in her stare that she believed she'd spoken truth when calling me a burden, and I felt my pulse quicken. Fury soared within my veins, but I clamped my lips shut. No confrontation, not yet. My revenge demanded meticulous planning, and I wouldn't sabotage that by stooping to impromptu arguments at sunrise. I grabbed my toast and left without saying a word. My father was nowhere in sight, which was a small mercy. I trudged down the hallway, stepping outside onto our weather-beaten porch. The morning sun offered a deceptive warmth. I felt chill in my bones. I headed down the street, resolved to spend the day away from that toxic environment, to breathe in open space, and to start shaping the life I wanted. Perhaps I'd visit the local library and look for resources on turning my drawings into something more substantial. Maybe I could learn about digital art or find a community of creators who supported one another. Anything seemed possible, compared to rotting under this household's oppressive shadow. If I could gather momentum, enough to earn recognition beyond these walls, that would be the perfect strike at their arrogance. My family believed me incompetent, so I'd surpass their wildest expectations. That notion gave me an electric jolt of motivation, a sense of purpose. As I made my way along the sidewalk, the scene around me provided a sense of solace. Children laughed as they lined up for a school bus. A grandmother walked her small dog around a patch of grass. A jogger zipped past with music blaring in their earbuds. These ordinary, wholesome moments felt like a reminder that the entire world wasn't against me, that pockets of normalcy existed where contempt didn't hang in the air. I clenched my fists, inhaling deeply. I refused to let bitterness consume every aspect of my life. Yes, my thirst for payback ran deep, but I wanted to hold on to some measure of empathy so I wouldn't mirror their cruelty. Part of me feared that dwelling on vengeance would warp me into the same kind of person who had no qualms using hateful words against someone they claimed to love. Balancing that line would be one of the greatest challenges in the days ahead. The library was an imposing structure of ancient stone and tall windows located near a small park. I found my way inside, where the aroma of old paper and quiet determination pervaded the vast halls. The hush seemed therapeutic after the friction at home. I navigated through shelves of history texts, romance novels, encyclopedias, until I reached the art section. With careful steps, I scanned the spines, pulling out books about modern illustration techniques, digital design, and perhaps most importantly, personal branding for artists. It didn't matter that I was an unknown with no formal training. I had raw skill, a powerful motive, and the unwavering aim to prove them all wrong. I settled into a corner desk, piling the tomes around me. Light streamed through large windows, illuminating the pages as I pored over advice, case studies, and instructions. Each paragraph became a stepping stone to freedom. If I could hone my craft and transform it into a livelihood, it would speak volumes to those who questioned my abilities. The more I read, the more my indignation found direction. I scribbled notes in a small notebook I carried, recording tips about building a portfolio, reaching prospective clients, and telling a compelling story with visuals. My family's voice in my head whispered that this was a waste of time, but I shut that thought down with renewed vigor. The same voice that hissed worthless and pathetic would eventually be drowned by the applause of people who recognized the artistry they dismissed. Hours passed unnoticed. My eyes ached from scanning so many pages, yet I pressed on. Each bit of knowledge formed the foundation of a personal plan. I would develop my style, create a cohesive collection, and share it strategically on social media platforms. Maybe I'd launch a small shop for prints or approach local coffee houses to display my work. Incremental steps, yes, but each one a rung on the ladder leading away from subjugation. By the time hunger pangs forced me to realize how long I'd stayed in the library, I had filled pages of notes, my mind swirling with possibilities. I imagined my father's stunned face the day my art hung on a gallery wall, or my mother's inability to speak when she saw the financial independence I carved out for myself. And my siblings. Perhaps they would realize that all their jibes about me being a deluded dreamer were nothing but petty attempts to mask their own insecurities. My stomach grumbled, so I gathered my notes and returned the books to their shelves. A fleeting second of doubt pricked my chest. The entire plan was huge, and the steps required endurance, funding, and time, but my family would see me floundering if I messed up at any point. Yet the determination in my gut blazed stronger than that doubt. I left the library, blinking in the midday sun. The park outside was alive with the chatter of people enjoying the warm weather. I sank onto a bench beneath an oak tree, rummaging in my backpack for a snack. I chewed mechanically, thoughts racing, forging new ideas. Perhaps I could pick up small commissions to get started, portraits, logos, or even pet sketches for people who wanted an artistic representation of their beloved animals. It might not be glamorous, but it would be a start, and it would build confidence in my craft. As I contemplated next steps, a memory bobbed to the surface, a heated argument from last week. My father accused me of being spineless, alleging that I was afraid to chase anything real in life. My mother claimed no one would ever pay for my doodles, as she called them. That moment had seared itself into my consciousness, creating a swirl of shame and defiance. Now, in the bright midday light, I recognized the truth. The only way to dispel those words would be to crush them under the weight of my success. They wanted me silent and broken, but they had inadvertently lit the fuel I needed to transform. I would channel every ounce of anger, every shred of pain, and mold it into a living testament of my potential. By late afternoon, I'd found my way back home. The door squeaked in protest when I pushed it open, and the living room sat in a tense hush. Shadows from the setting sun cast an orange glow across the worn-out furniture. My siblings were talking in the kitchen. Their voices dropped when they heard me enter, as though they had been discussing me. The tension reminded me of stepping onto a stage in front of hostile onlookers. I kept my head held high. Even if I felt dread curling in my stomach, I wouldn't show them my vulnerability anymore. I made a beeline for my room, ignoring the soft snickers from behind. My eldest brother's voice carried, though. "Looks like the ghost decided to drift back in," a remark designed to provoke. I caught the sneer in his tone, the superiority dripping from each syllable. Once upon a time, we'd been close. He'd even taken me out for ice cream when I got top marks in a junior art contest. Now he sounded like a stranger, brimming with contempt. My fists clenched, but I refused to reply. One day soon he would see how wrong they all were. Inside my room, I locked the door. The sense of isolation was both comforting and stifling. My gaze flicked to the desk, where the unfinished drawing waited. I flipped open the sketchbook and set to work, employing some of the techniques I'd absorbed earlier. I switched pencils, varying the darkness of the lead, introducing contrast, all while channeling the swirling brew of hurt and ambition raging in my mind. The scene on paper took on a life of its own. It wasn't merely a depiction of me confronting a storm, but a mirror of my emotional surge. Lines, shapes, and shading converged to portray raw emotion. Thunderclouds boiled overhead, waves crashed, wind howled around the solitary figure. With each artistic choice, I made a statement. I wasn't worthless, no matter what they said. Time slipped away in the solitude of creation. Dusk bled into night. The corridor outside my room fell silent, and still I kept sketching. My hand cramped, so I flexed it and resumed until the piece finally felt complete. By the time I set my pencil aside, I realized my eyes were burning from the effort and my stomach roared from neglect. Yet the satisfaction coursing through me was undeniable. This drawing captured the essence of defiance, the surge of power that comes when one stands alone against a tempest. I believed that if strangers saw it, they might feel the raw turmoil and be moved. I put down the sketchbook, mentally rehearsing how to evolve these personal efforts into something more tangible. Maybe tomorrow I'd scan this illustration at a print shop and begin building a digital portfolio. My family might mock me for it, but that was irrelevant now. The only approval I needed was my own, and eventually, the broader world's. If my family took notice along the way, if they felt regret seep into their hearts when they realized how callously they had underestimated me, that would be the sweetest outcome. A piece of me still longed for reconciliation, for them to see my worth, but I wouldn't let that longing hinder my forward motion. Acceptance was an afterthought now, a secondary goal behind forging my independence. I eventually left my room to scavenge some leftovers from the fridge, quietly microwaving a plate so I wouldn't draw attention. The night air in the kitchen felt hostile, as though it recognized the bitterness simmering in each occupant of this dwelling. I ate with mechanical focus, finishing quickly before retreating back to my sanctuary. The rest of the family had likely gone to bed or stayed locked behind their own doors. We existed like strangers under one roof, each harboring resentment or contempt, waiting for the next spark to ignite a confrontation. But that tension worked in my favor. Fewer forced interactions meant fewer attempts to tear me down. Besides, every hateful word they withheld now would be energy saved for me to pour into my mission. When I finally shut off my desk lamp and crawled under the blankets, I felt a cautious surge of optimism. I had a direction, a plan, and a fierce determination to prove them all wrong. Vengeance and self-worth intertwined in my thoughts, forging a guiding star. Although exhaustion draped me like a heavy cloak, my mind wouldn't rest easily. I kept picturing the future, images of me holding a published art book, or standing before an audience enthralled by the stories my illustrations told. Those visions fueled me, and soon I drifted into a restless sleep, where I dreamt of swirling colors dancing across an unending canvas. Morning arrived, bringing a dull ache in my limbs from the tension of the past day. Rising, I pulled on a jacket and grabbed my belongings. I would head out early, avoiding the potential pitfalls of a breakfast encounter with my parents. My plan for the day involved a stop at a small local printing shop to see about converting my latest drawing into a digital file. Stepping outside, I tried to steady my racing pulse. A solitary crow perched on the fence, staring at me with inscrutable eyes, almost as though it sensed my uncertainty. I walked down the street and forced each step to be confident, focusing on the plan in my notebook. I was done letting fear or doubt hobble me. The printing shop's bell jingled when I pushed open the door. The interior had a strange yet comforting scent of ink and warm paper. Machines hummed away, and 2 employees were busily loading large format prints. I approached the counter, placing my sketchbook carefully on the wooden surface. A young woman with vibrant orange hair greeted me, her gaze scanning my face, then the book. She offered a polite smile. "Looking to make copies?" she asked. I nodded, adrenaline momentarily stealing my words. I handed over the piece I'd completed the night before, explaining that I needed a high-resolution scan. She whistled softly as she took in the stormy composition. "This is intense," she remarked, turning the page under the fluorescent light to see the shading. "You've got a real knack for capturing emotion." My chest loosened a bit. That small affirmation from a stranger was enough to reaffirm that my art wasn't meaningless. "Thank you," I replied in a measured tone. "I appreciate it. I'm hoping to build a digital portfolio." She gave me the scanning price and indicated she could also help with color corrections or editing if I wanted. I simply requested a faithful digital copy. We chatted about potential local art events and small exhibits where I might showcase my work. She scribbled some addresses on a sticky note. My heart pounded with anticipation. Each conversation a step away from my family's stifling negativity. Here was someone who took my creation at face value and recognized its potential. While she operated the scanner, I looked around the shop at various posters and large-scale prints. There were vibrant landscapes, grinning wedding couples, corporate branding materials. Each print was a testament that people did, in fact, pay for creative visions, that artistry had real-world value. My family's jeers about my inability to make a living from pointless doodles felt more ridiculous with each passing second. I wasn't naive. I knew building a name in the art world would be grueling, but I had never been more prepared to grind my way up from the bottom. With the scanned file saved to a thumb drive, I thanked the employee and stepped out into a bright day that felt ripe with possibilities. A slender breeze rustled my hair, and I allowed myself a small smile. This was the first tangible move in asserting my independence, the inaugural act of forging my own destiny. I was still teetering at the start of an uphill battle, but the weight of hopelessness had lifted ever so slightly. I carried on to a local cafe that offered free Wi-Fi, found a corner table and opened my aging laptop. The device was slow, battered, and occasionally crashed, but it would serve the purpose. I transferred the scanned image, naming it Storm of Defiance, and studied its digital rendition. The details popped against the bright screen, capturing the intensity of each pencil mark. My mind buzzed with next steps, uploading it to a fledgling social media account dedicated exclusively to my artwork, drafting a short description, choosing relevant tags, and perhaps even reaching out to a few online communities for emerging artists. Each action felt like a quiet rebellion against every time someone called me worthless. I spent hours finessing the post. Maybe I was overthinking the caption, but it mattered that my first public piece conveyed sincerity. Eventually, I typed something simple yet personal. We all face storms in life. Sometimes standing alone against them is the only way to discover our true strength. I hit post, heart hammering. There was a strong chance it would slip into the digital void, unnoticed, but I took a deep breath, reminding myself that this was only the beginning. Seconds trickled by, turning into minutes, then an hour. I refreshed the page periodically, nerves prickling. My coffee grew cold, but I kept glancing at the screen, eager and anxious. Eventually, a small notification appeared. A stranger liked my post. Another left a brief but uplifting comment. I can feel the emotion in this. Keep creating. That was enough to ignite a spark in my chest. I found myself blinking back tears of mingled relief and joy. These people had no idea who I was, and yet they recognized the effort. They appreciated the concept. They saw me in a way my own family wouldn't. Emboldened, I decided to upload a few older sketches as well, scanning them with my phone for now. Lower quality, but good enough to build a gallery. One depicted a single wilted flower among healthy blooms. Another depicted a distant figure trudging through a desert at twilight. Each one carried echoes of my personal battles. The response trickled in slowly, but the modest surge of positive feedback lifted a weight from my spirit. Every comment or like served as a quiet affirmation. I wasn't worthless. My creation spoke to someone, somewhere. Eventually, hunger pangs reminded me I'd neglected my appetite again. I shut down my laptop, gathered my belongings, and left the cafe. The sun was dipping beneath the skyline, painting the horizon in hues of orange and purple. A pang of dread tugged at me. I had to return home. If I arrived too late, suspicion would swirl and my father might brandish more threats. But a whisper of hope tempered that dread. Each passing day, I would spend more time in places that valued my existence until, eventually, I wouldn't need to return to that house at all. That was the ultimate vision dancing in my mind. When I got home, the living room lamp was the only light on, and it cast a sickly yellow glow across the shabby couch. My mother sat there, arms folded, eyes narrowed on me the moment I crossed the threshold. "Out wasting your time again?" she demanded, voice dripping with accusation, my jaw clenched. I could taste the bitterness at the back of my tongue. This wasn't the time to explain that I'd been scanning my artwork for a digital portfolio or discovering baby steps toward an independent life. She wouldn't listen, or worse, she'd mock me for it. Instead, I said nothing, heading straight for my room. Her muttered insults followed me like a poisonous cloud. Still, I refused to engage. A confrontation would give her the chance to reaffirm those hateful words, and I needed to conserve my emotional energy for my mission. Behind the closed door of my sanctuary, I exhaled a shaky breath. My hands trembled slightly from the tension. I flipped open my laptop to see if any new notifications had come in. A handful of additional likes and comments greeted me, each one a small reassurance that there was a world outside these walls that found worth in my creativity. My mother's disdainful remarks tried to poke holes in that confidence, but the knowledge that strangers appreciated my expression helped me endure. Night once again settled in. I smoothed out the blanket on my bed, my mind analyzing every detail, plotting how I could expand this momentum. Perhaps tomorrow I'd produce another piece, or finalize a commission price list for small requests. Maybe I'd attend a local event for artists, though I had to be cautious with expenses. Eventually, I intended to gather enough money to rent a tiny studio apartment, an environment free of scornful glares. The possibility glimmered ahead like a distant beacon. Sleep found me in the early hours, thoughts swirling with equal parts frustration and optimism. Memories of my father's threat ricocheted in the back of my skull. "Stay out of our sight, or you'll regret it." Little did he know how determined I was to step out of his reach forever. Being threatened by one's own blood is a unique brand of pain, but it also awakens an unrivaled need for self-protection and self-assertion. Maybe in some twisted way, their cruelty had catalyzed my growth. However, that did not absolve them. They would someday witness the outcome, and I intended it to be a spectacle of triumph and vindication. At dawn, the next day, I woke groggy but resolute. My routine repeated in hushed steps, avoiding the common areas, snagging a bite to eat, heading out into the world where I wasn't just a butt of jokes. Yet as I left the front door, a voice made me pause. My father standing in the hallway behind me, his arms crossed over his broad chest. "Going somewhere again, worthless?" he sneered. A fresh wave of anger threatened to break my composure, but I swallowed hard, refusing to let him see my rage. I forced my legs to keep moving, ignoring his baiting tone. One day soon, when the time was right, he would choke on that word. Outside, the morning air felt cleansing, as though every step away from the house was a step toward possibility. I was itching to create a new piece that captured the conflicting tides in my soul, the longing, the fury, the resilience. Perhaps a battered phoenix rising from smoldering ashes, or a lone wolf howling at the moon, scars etched on its hide. I'd decide once I reached the library or a quiet park bench. The mental images danced in my head, fueling a sense of purpose that overshadowed his final words. In that moment I understood. Each day, each drawing, each new contact I made formed the architecture of my revenge. The world might not hand me anything on a silver platter, but with enough grit I could carve my own space, ironically propelled forward by the very people who insisted I lacked any potential. And I relished the thought that one day they would realize the magnitude of their mistake. That day might be far off, but I was certain it would come. My father's threat would backfire spectacularly, and I would no longer see those pitying or hateful stares. Instead, I'd stand on my own merit, unbreakable, a testament to self-discovery shaped under the hammer of their malice. Yet as I walked, a flicker of doubt again crept around the edges of my mind. Family ties, no matter how toxic, are never easy to sever without leaving scars. Could I truly carry this plan to fruition without bitterness poisoning my soul? It was a question that haunted me, a reminder that revenge, however justified, could transform even the most innocent spirit into something ferocious. I tried to quell that worry, reminding myself that my ultimate goal wasn't merely to spite them. It was to resurrect the self-worth they had tried to demolish. If vengeance was the flame that lit the torch, then self-realization was the path it illuminated. The day stretched on as I settled once again in the library, flipping through more resources, refining my fledgling portfolio, and brainstorming how to generate interest. I sketched ideas for a series that would visually narrate the journey from oppression to liberation, from despair to empowerment. In these drawings, I saw fragments of my own story, the heartbreak, the resilience, the final triumph. Each pencil stroke felt like a step on the staircase to a new life. In that quiet corner, I envisioned an entire collection that might someday hang in a gallery or be published in an art anthology, accompanied by a short text describing the emotional odyssey behind each piece. That evening, heading home felt slightly less dreadful. I had momentum now, a sense of direction. My father and mother's words still stung, but I refused to let them halt my progress. My siblings might continue their ridicule, but they were background noise to the greater narrative I was authoring. I recognized that forging my independence wouldn't be immediate. Money, lodging, stability, these would take considerable time to secure. But each day I spent improving my craft, connecting with supportive communities, or learning new techniques was a day closer to the freedom that burned brightly in my imagination. When I slipped inside the house, it was silent and dim. Maybe everyone was already asleep. I welcomed the lack of confrontation. Once more I latched my bedroom door, turned on the small lamp, and pored over the fresh sketches in my bag. Spreading them across my bed, I scrutinized each line, each shadow. In them I observed intangible traces of my deepest yearnings. The detail of each wave, each gust of wind, each heartbreak-laden symbol was a testament to what they called worthless. If only they could see how each stroke bore the imprint of human complexity. But they chose ignorance, and so they would learn the truth the hard way. A hush enveloped the hallway outside my door. For a moment I considered the path I was on. Emotions ran wild within me. Anger, sadness, determination, hope. My revenge was a multi-layered pursuit, a quiet vow to myself that I would succeed no matter what cynicism they hurled at me. Slipping into bed, I let my eyes drift shut, holding tight to the knowledge that, although my scars might never fully vanish, they could serve as emblems of endurance. The next weeks, months, possibly even years, would test me in ways I couldn't yet imagine. But I had chosen this road, fueled by the fresh resilience that sparked the moment they told me I was nothing. If I could channel that bitterness into relentless creativity, I would evolve. And evolution was the greatest revenge of all. That night, my dreams were vivid. I soared above storm clouds, wings of ink and graphite propelling me forward. Far below, I saw shadowy silhouettes, my parents, siblings, each one tiny and insignificant from that lofty vantage. Lightning illuminated the swirling darkness, and I thundered onward, heart alight with an almost electrifying sense of possibility. When I awakened the following morning, I still felt the tremor of that dream, and for once I allowed myself a confident grin. They had called me worthless, but I was about to show them just how wrong they were. This was only the beginning. By the next sunrise, a hush blanketed the house. Pale light seeped through the threadbare curtains in my bedroom, revealing a swirl of dust motes that danced in the stale morning air. I pushed back the blankets and gingerly planted my feet on the floor, trying to remain quiet so no one in the hallway would stir. The memory of my father's sneering remark, "worthless," still gnawed at my thoughts, but I refused to let it paralyze me. I had an entire day ahead to push forward with my goals, to sharpen my plan for freedom, and to show those who belittled me that I was more than their vicious words. I rifled through a small wardrobe, selecting a comfortable outfit that wouldn't draw unwanted attention. Any excuse could ignite my family's ridicule, so I favored plain shirts and jeans. After dressing, I tucked my laptop and sketchbook into my worn backpack. As I stepped into the corridor, my ears caught a distant murmur from the living room. I froze, heart pounding, but it was only my brother rummaging through drawers. Rather than risk a confrontation, I tiptoed quickly past. The front door squeaked, but nobody called after me. I exhaled a relieved breath as I stepped onto the porch, the rising sun painting the sky with bands of apricot and gold. Like the previous day, I intended to start my morning at the library, gleaning more insights into the art world and perhaps finalizing a second illustration for public posting. My nighttime dreams had been fraught with swirling sketches and echoes of scorn, but they had ignited a new surge of creativity that I yearned to translate onto paper. As I took the familiar route, my steps felt lighter than before. I found motivation in the knowledge that I was taking action. No longer was I merely enduring the insults at home. I was steadily forging a path that led away from them. The library was tranquil when I arrived, its old wooden doors cool beneath my palms. Inside, the usual subdued hush welcomed me, and I navigated to the same corner desk I had occupied previously. On the way, I paused by a wall of community flyers. Every piece of colored paper advertised something: yoga classes, language lessons, musical performances, volunteer opportunities. My gaze paused on a half-torn sign announcing a local art and craft bazaar happening in 2 weeks. According to the details, it was open to both novices and established creators. A tiny flame of possibility lit inside me as I pictured reserving a table to display my drawings. Perhaps it was premature. I had only shared one polished piece online. But the thought of showcasing my work in person provoked a blend of excitement and dread. Would I be laughed at? Would my family show up just to mock me in front of strangers? Or would fresh eyes, unbiased by old grudges, see depth in my artistry? I tore off one of the small pull tabs containing a web address for booth registration. This bazaar might be the perfect chance to accelerate my journey, or at the very least, to learn how people reacted in real time to my style. Tucking the slip of paper into my pocket, I claimed my spot at the desk, booting up my trusty old laptop. As it groaned to life, I retrieved my sketchbook and flipped to a fresh page. Last night, my mind conjured an image, a flower in a pot, overshadowed by larger blooms, yet radiating a fierce glow that refused to be diminished. That simple motif spoke volumes about my own feelings, the constant overshadowing by my family's hostility and the unyielding push of my determination to stand out regardless. I started by sketching faint pencil lines, the graceful curve of a fragile stem, a cluster of petals gently draping, and in the backdrop, imposing silhouettes of other, more imposing flowers. In the composition, I planned to express tension, but also a glimpse of hope emanating from the smaller bloom. Lines emerged under my hand, each stroke an act of defiance against the demeaning label, worthless. Leaning in, I lost track of time, consumed by the need to render each detail with honesty and care. Shade after shade, I layered texture onto the page, crafting an image that evoked both vulnerability and fortitude. When I finally lifted my gaze, 2 hours had slipped by. My back twinged from hunching over the table, and my stomach reminded me I'd skipped breakfast. Nonetheless, I felt a fierce satisfaction as I examined the near-finished piece. The overshadowed flower possessed a vibrant aura that almost leapt off the paper. Good. That was precisely what I wanted. If I decided to exhibit at the art bazaar, a composition like this might resonate with passers-by who understood what it felt like to be belittled by their surroundings. I took a brief break to stretch, then ventured over to the library's computer station to explore the website for that local bazaar. The interface was straightforward. Interested artists could sign up online, pay a modest registration fee, and secure a booth. My heart sank slightly at the cost, though it was not astronomical. Even so, it was more money than I had in my threadbare wallet at the moment. A lump of frustration pressed against my ribcage. Should I push forward and attempt to find a way to raise that sum, or bide my time and risk missing this opportunity? My father's dismissive jeer echoed in my memory, which only solidified my conviction. I couldn't let fear of failure or lack of funds hold me back. If I truly wanted to prove my worth, I had to find a means to participate. I returned to my corner table, sinking into the wooden chair to brainstorm solutions. One possibility was to save up from odd jobs if I could secure them fast enough. Another was to see if the printing shop I'd visited might let me display a small sign advertising portrait or design commissions. Perhaps if I hustled enough, I could scrape together the booth fee in a week or so. My mind churned with potential ways to muster these resources. Meanwhile, that same old voice, tinged with doubt, whispered that I'd never manage to gather the funds in time. In defiance, I jotted down every feasible strategy in a pocket notebook, refusing to give in to negativity. Late in the morning, my stomach demanded attention. I packed up my belongings and headed toward a cheap cafe a few blocks away that offered a budget-friendly sandwich deal. On the sidewalk, the sun's warmth pressed against my shoulders, but I couldn't ignore the chill of apprehension deep inside. Each day spent away from home felt like a tightrope walk. My father could unleash his wrath at any moment. My mother's scorn might intensify, or my siblings could devise new ways to ridicule me. The only solace was the knowledge that, bit by bit, I was building a defense through art. Soon enough, they'd have to confront the reality that I was more than just a scapegoat. The cafe was modest, its walls adorned with chalkboard menus and simple wooden decor. As I edged forward in line, I overheard a conversation between two patrons discussing an upcoming charity event. They were bemoaning the lack of creative volunteers, someone to produce posters or social media graphics to promote the cause. My pulse quickened. This might be a chance not only to help a community group, but also to showcase my skills publicly. If the charity recognized my work, I could mention it in my portfolio and potentially earn referrals that might lead to paid gigs. With that possibility in mind, I gathered my courage and introduced myself to the duo as they concluded their conversation. "Excuse me," I began softly. I couldn't help overhearing. "You're looking for a volunteer artist?" They turned, one of them, a woman with short, curly hair, raising an eyebrow, while the other, a lanky fellow in a faded t-shirt, offered a tentative smile. Yes, we are. It's for our neighborhood community center. We need promotional materials for a food drive. My breath caught momentarily, that old specter of insecurity trying to clamp down on my words. But I forced myself to speak up. I'm an illustrator. I'm trying to build my portfolio, so I'd be happy to help. Maybe I can design a poster, some flyers, even digital graphics if you need them. Their faces brightened in unison. That's perfect, said the woman, rummaging in her purse for a business card. She handed over a slightly wrinkled rectangle with the community center's logo and her name, Naomi, emblazoned in bold letters. Send me an email and I'll forward you the details. There's not much money to spare. Actually, none at all, if I'm honest. But we'd credit you as the artist. That might help you get your name out there. I appreciate it, I replied, ignoring the twinge of disappointment about the lack of pay. Exposure alone wouldn't put coins in my pocket, but it could open doors. And if I did a stellar job, I might find more traction for my future projects. I'll reach out tonight. They both nodded, placing their own orders at the register. I stepped aside to let them finish, my mind already teeming with design ideas. By the time I placed my sandwich order, I felt a spark of optimism. This volunteer gig, though unpaid, might be a stepping stone. One day, even my family would have to acknowledge that recognition doesn't come from cowering in a corner, but from actively pursuing opportunities. I settled at a small table by the window with my meal, letting my mind wander. The whir of milk steamers behind the counter, along with the soft chatter of customers, provided a calming backdrop. I imagined the community center's food drive, tables piled high with canned goods, volunteers sorting and distributing items, a wave of gratitude from those in need. Perhaps in my designs I could capture the warmth of giving, the sense of unity that arises when people come together. Even as bitterness towards my own family simmered in my veins, I acknowledged that human kindness existed beyond our four walls. After devouring the sandwich, I hurried to the printing shop. The same orange-haired employee, Marisol, as her name tag read, was on duty scanning large prints behind the counter. When she noticed me, she waved in recognition. "Back again so soon?" she greeted, stepping aside from her station. "Want another scan?" "Not this time," I said, summoning my courage. I was wondering if I could put up a small sign advertising custom art services, like a flyer on the bulletin board by your entrance, maybe. Marisol tilted her head thoughtfully. "We do let local artists leave their contact info, as long as it's neat and not too intrusive. We love supporting new talent around here. Do you have something prepared?" I fidgeted with my backpack strap. "Not yet, but I can create something tonight. Maybe something that shows what I do, like small examples of my illustrations. I just need a little corner to pin it." She smiled. "Sure. Bring it by tomorrow, and I'll make sure it's visible near the customer pickup area. More people check that spot than the entrance. Just keep the design professional. We like to maintain a clean look." A wave of relief and gratitude washed over me. "Thank you so much." "I really appreciate the support," I replied. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, I departed, a spring in my step. This was tangible progress toward a financial footing that could help me pay for that bizarre booth. Perhaps I could snag enough commissions, pet portraits, custom character designs, or personal logos for small businesses to cover the entry fee. My father's condemnation felt a bit more distant with each piece of good news. Back at the library, I decided to finalize the overshadowed flower illustration. Hours slipped away as I refined shading, added delicate highlights to the edges of each petal, and infused more depth into the background silhouettes so they would loom over the foreground in an almost oppressive way. The final effect hit me with a surge of emotion. A single small bloom, overshadowed, yet glowing with an indomitable radiance that refused to be snuffed out. Yes, that was my essence in artistic form, a reflection of my internal vow that I would rise above their scorn. I scanned this new illustration, naming it Rise Among the Shadows, and loaded it onto my growing online portfolio. After a moment's hesitation, I composed another short caption. When the world looms large with doubt, even a fragile soul can shine with unbreakable light. Once I posted it, a nervous energy coursed through me. My previous upload had received a modest but encouraging response. I wondered if this second piece would resonate equally well, or if I'd be met with radio silence. But no matter the outcome, I knew I had to keep sharing, keep creating, keep moving forward. Night descended quietly outside the library windows. I packed up, nodding in thanks to the librarian, and trudged through dimly lit streets toward home. The structure that my family inhabited towered like an unkind sentinel on the horizon, its windows partially illuminated by flickering lamps. My stomach twisted with dread, but there was no avoiding it. One day I told myself I'd step out for good, when I had the means to support myself without fear of their sabotage. I slipped inside, trying to keep my presence unnoticed, but the living room light was on, and my father stood by the window. He turned when he heard the door, his posture rigid. "Where do you vanish to every day?" he demanded in a clipped tone. "Think you can just come and go as you please without contributing a single thing to this family? We're not a hotel." I swallowed hard, resisting the urge to snap back. My silence only deepened his scowl. "Answer me," he pressed. "Or maybe you enjoy acting like we don't exist." For a fraction of a second, I contemplated telling him about my volunteer work, about the printing shop, about my blossoming online posts. But I saw no point. He'd likely scoff and reiterate how fruitless my pursuits were. So I took a measured breath and replied evenly, "I'm working on some things that matter to me." His nostrils flared, eyes hardening. "Things that matter to you?" He advanced a step, each movement laced with intimidation. "Let me guess. Those useless doodles again. That nonsense is never going to pay the bills. You're living in a dream world if you think drawing pictures is going to put food on your plate." A spike of anger coursed through me, almost eclipsing my fear. I clenched my jaw, refusing to back down. "You'll see," I said softly, my voice trembling with the effort to keep it steady. "I have a plan." He barked a short, humorless laugh. "A plan? Sure, here's a plan. Get a real job. Stop mooching off us. You're lucky we haven't tossed you out by now." His eyes gleamed with the threat embedded in those words. "Remember that." I walked away before the conversation could escalate, biting my tongue so hard it nearly bled. His voice followed me down the hall. "Worthless daydreaming fool." I felt every syllable like a blade to the chest, but I gritted my teeth and locked my bedroom door behind me. Collapsing onto my bed, I inhaled several slow, deliberate breaths to calm the surging tremors in my hands. Each hateful line from him might as well have been gunfire, but I refused to crumble. I stared at my closed laptop, recalling the supportive comments from strangers online. Their words shimmered in my memory, tiny beacons guiding me through the gloom. They believed in my art, even if they were practically strangers. An hour later, after the adrenaline ebbed, I powered on my computer to check the reaction to Rise Among the Shadows. A handful of new notifications greeted me. Each small burst of validation, a like, a comment, struck me as a lifeline. One user wrote, "This piece brings me so much hope." "Thank you," another exclaimed. "You have a gift for conveying struggle and perseverance. Keep creating." I let out a quiet exhale, tears threatening to prick the corners of my eyes. I was not worthless. My creativity spoke to people who understood what it felt like to be knocked down and belittled. Buoyed by that affirmation, I pulled out Naomi's card and typed a polite email, introducing myself as the volunteer artist for the food drive posters. I wrote, "I'm eager to help in any way I can. I have some ideas for a warm, community-driven design that will highlight togetherness." I attached a couple of sketches as samples. Before hitting send, a flash of doubt made my finger hover above the mouse. What if she didn't like them? But that fear could no longer dictate my choices. With determination, I clicked send. Time stretched as I waited, so I decided to draft the flyer I'd promised to post in the printing shop. I opened a blank canvas on my laptop's basic design software, selecting a palette that felt inviting. My aim was clarity and professionalism, a simple heading reading, custom illustrations and artwork, commissions open, accompanied by my contact details. I included small thumbnails of my two completed pieces, the tumultuous storm piece and the overshadowed flower, arranging them neatly so potential clients could glimpse my style. Before long, the design took shape, reflecting both my personal flair and an approachable tone. I saved the file, planning to print it first thing in the morning. Midnight shadows stretched across my bedroom. I realized I still had to do something about my daily sustenance. My stomach was emptier than it had been at the cafe. Tiptoeing to the kitchen in hopes of finding leftovers, I overheard hushed voices. My mother and father were in the adjacent living room, presumably believing I was asleep. Their conversation made my insides clench. "He's old enough to pull his weight," my mother whispered tersely. "All he does is vanish with that sketchbook. The electric bills don't pay themselves." My father's voice rumbled back. "I told him to shape up. If he doesn't start working a real job soon, he'll find himself out on the street." A pause lingered, thick with tension. I'm not gonna let him freeload forever. Freeload. That word rattled around my skull, stoking a surge of indignation. They had never bothered to grasp the hours of labor, the mental toll of creating, the budding opportunities I was cultivating brick by brick. In their eyes, creativity was a lazy pursuit, a fantasy that merited no respect. Struggling to keep my composure, I crept away, abandoning any attempt to scrounge for a meal. My appetite had vanished. Back in my room, I locked the door for the second time that night, the conversation replaying in my head, fueling the quiet vow throbbing in my chest. They would swallow their contempt one day. I had to ensure that came to pass. Sleep proved elusive, and I lay awake, eyes flicking toward the faint glow of my laptop. The next time the sun rose, it would be day 3 of my renewed resolve. But how many more days, weeks, or months could I endure this hostility before I had enough means to liberate myself entirely? My father's threat hung in the air like an axe, but perhaps that axe could sever me from their toxic presence if it fell. If I found myself forced out, I'd have no choice but to rise, unstoppable in my determination. That scenario was terrifying yet exhilarating, each possibility a double-edged sword. Eventually, exhaustion caught up with me, and I drifted into a fitful sleep haunted by swirling lines and half-formed images. In these nighttime visions, my father's furious expression loomed, overshadowed by the luminous glow of an unseen masterpiece. I chased that glimmer through an endless corridor of locked doors, searching for a key that always seemed within reach but remained elusive. When I awoke at dawn, I clung to the lingering fragments of that dream, certain it was symbolic of my ongoing chase for validation and autonomy. I gathered my materials, slipping out of the house as quietly as possible. This time, I paused for a moment on the porch, letting the early air fill my lungs. The sky shone with pinkish hues, a gentle promise of possibilities. I would not hide from life. Even if the cost was steep, I wanted to pursue my art wholeheartedly. I printed my flyer at the local shop right after it opened. Marisol admired the design, praising its neat layout and cohesive color scheme, then pinned it to the notice board near the pickup counter. "Let's see if it stirs any interest," she said, giving me an encouraging grin. "I'll let you know if anyone asks questions." Gratitude welled up. "Thank you. I owe you one," I replied, stuffing my hands into my pockets. Having that flyer on display felt like tangible proof of my ambition. If even one commission emerged from it, I would edge closer to saving up for the bazaar booth fee. Next, I hustled over to a discount store, purchasing basic materials for the volunteer poster: a set of markers, a small pack of colored pencils, and a sturdy foam board. Although I could work digitally, Naomi had mentioned that the community center's visitors often responded to physical art pinned on bulletin boards. The cost made my stomach twinge. I was on an extremely tight budget, but I reasoned that it was an investment in my future. If I delivered a stellar design, maybe word of mouth would spread. At the library once more, I sprawled over a large table to begin drafting the volunteer poster. I envisioned a vibrant centerpiece, hands of different skin tones reaching into a communal basket, symbolizing unity. My lines had a more hopeful edge here, adopting a friendlier style than the raw emotion of my personal pieces. While I worked, I checked my email intermittently, eager for a response from Naomi. A few hours later, a ping alerted me to a fresh message. My pulse leapt as I clicked it open. Subject: food drive poster. Great sketches. Hey there. Thanks so much for sending those samples. We love them. The board has approved your design direction, so please go ahead with the final version. We're hoping to hang everything around town by next week. Let me know if you need any specific logos or info. We truly appreciate your help. Your style has a warmth that fits our mission perfectly. Best, Naomi. I grinned in triumph at my laptop screen, ignoring the old couple at the adjacent desk who shot me curious looks. Someone believed in my craft enough to let me shape their public image. Even though it wasn't a paid job, the validation was a lifeline. I typed a quick reply, confirming details and requesting a high-resolution logo file. Then I returned to my sketches with renewed vigor. Hours melted away as I crafted 2 versions, one for print, with bright, eye-catching colors and bold letters, and another digital layout that included the essential text they'd requested, optimized for online sharing. My normally anxious mind felt strangely calm whenever I was immersed in the creative zone. It was a safe place where judgments from home couldn't penetrate, where the only voices were the lines on the page demanding shape and depth. When I finally set down the markers, I was pleased with the result. The foam board illustration radiated unity and optimism, adorned with stylized depictions of produce and a row of friendly faces. The digital design was similarly aligned, ensuring brand consistency across mediums. Satisfied, I carefully packed the materials and made my way to the community center to deliver the physical artwork in person. The building itself, though a little shabby, had a welcoming vibe. Crisp, chalk-drawn arrows on the sidewalk guided visitors to the front entrance, and the faint aroma of homemade bread drifted through open windows. Inside, I found Naomi in a bustling hallway filled with volunteers setting up tables, presumably for a separate event. She lit up upon seeing me, hurrying over with an air of excitement. "You're here. Perfect timing. Let's take a look," she said, gesturing for me to follow her to a quieter side room. As I revealed the foam board, Naomi's expression blossomed with delight. "Oh, that's beautiful. It's exactly what we hoped for. The director is going to love it. A surge of pride fluttered through me. I'm thrilled you like it, I managed, struggling to contain the grin fighting its way across my face. I can email you the digital file tonight. It'll be in PNG and PDF formats. Naomi gently rested a hand on my forearm, her gaze warm. Thank you. Really, you're doing something great here. I've seen plenty of gloom in our community, so it helps to have visuals that inspire people to contribute. I exhaled, feeling an unfamiliar sense of belonging. My father's condemnation flickered at the edges of my mind, but for a fleeting second it seemed far less relevant. I'm happy to help, I said. Let me know if there's anything else I can do. With a final handshake, Naomi guided me back into the hallway, handing off the foam board to an assistant who would mount it on the main bulletin board. The assistant offered me a thankful nod, reinforcing that my creativity held tangible value, even if my own household couldn't see it. Stepping out of the community centre, I wandered along the sidewalk, inhaling the crisp, late afternoon air. For the first time in a while, I felt purposeful, my chest light. Yet a nagging voice reminded me that I still had miles to go, rent to earn, independence to grasp, an entire revenge-laced redemption arc to actualize. My father's voice rang in memory, telling me I was worthless. I dug into my pocket for the slip of paper advertising the Art Bazaar's website. This was the next big step. If I could cobble together the registration fee, produce some captivating prints, and successfully run a booth, perhaps I could earn real income and prove them all wrong. A block away, I spied a small second-hand store. On a whim, I ducked in, rummaging through shelves of old frames, canvases, and miscellaneous art supplies. To truly impress visitors at the bazaar, a cohesive display would be crucial. Frames would give my sketches a professional polish. I unearthed a trio of gently used frames with only minor scratches, nothing a dab of paint couldn't fix. The price was manageable, so I handed over a few crumpled bills, leaving with a bag of potential. As I hoisted it over my shoulder, I tried to picture my father's reaction to me investing in something intangible like frames. He'd likely scoff. "You're wasting money again." I clenched my jaw at the phantom echo of his derision, mentally reminding myself that sometimes you have to spend a little to create something meaningful. I took a longer route home, cutting through a neighborhood park. The setting sun drenched the grass in a soft, honeyed glow, and kids chased each other around a playground. Their joyous laughter ignited a bittersweet feeling in my chest. My own childhood had been overshadowed by stricter times, but I recalled fleeting moments of warmth, like my father teaching me to toss a baseball, or my mother baking cookies and letting me lick the spoon. Those recollections felt like relics of a parallel reality, jarringly disconnected from the hostility that defined our current relationship. I wondered not for the first time what had changed so drastically, or maybe it was me who had changed. I lingered on a bench, watching an elderly couple feed breadcrumbs to pigeons. My gaze wandered to the horizon. If I succeeded at the art bazaar, would that quell the tension at home, or simply fan the flames? Perhaps my siblings, jealous or threatened, would lash out further. My mother might dismiss it as a fluke, my father might double down on his hostility, but I no longer longed for their approval as desperately. The impetus behind my actions was partly vengeance, partly self-actualization. Even if they refused to see my worth, I craved the personal satisfaction of proving them wrong, of building something that rendered their threats hollow. Eventually, the sky deepened to indigo, forcing me to shoulder my bag of frames and continue onward. Anxiety churned as I neared the house, but I used the memory of Naomi's gratitude to bolster my courage. Sure enough, my mother was in the kitchen, rummaging through cupboards with an irritated expression. She paused when she noticed me, eyes flicking over the bag in my hand. "What's that?" she asked, tone laced with suspicion. "Some frames," I replied, stepping around her to grab a glass of water. "For my art?" She rolled her eyes. "Really? You can't even afford decent clothes and you're buying junk for doodles?" She slammed a cupboard shut, shaking her head. "No wonder your father's fed up." Heat flooded my face. "They're second-hand." "Cheap," I muttered, turning away to keep my composure. "It's an investment." She barked a short laugh. "Investment? That's rich. You need a reality check." With that, she pushed past me, leaving the kitchen in a swirl of tension. I stood there, water untouched, feeling anger coil in my belly. Each of them seemed determined to undermine me at every turn. But they were blind to the seeds of opportunity I was planting. The volunteer gig, the printed flyer, the upcoming bazaar. I took a long sip of water, letting the cool liquid help me swallow the bitterness. One day, I told myself, they wouldn't be able to ignore me. That day would make every slight, every jab, worthwhile. Returning to my room, I carefully set down my haul of frames. My laptop beckoned, so I booted it up and fired off the digital poster designs to Naomi, feeling a sense of accomplishment with each keystroke. Then, out of curiosity, I peeked at my portfolio's latest statistics. Rise Among the Shadows had garnered a few more comments, each one praising the piece's raw emotion. One user asked if I sold prints. My heart thumped excitedly. I typed back that I was in the process of setting up for print sales and asked them to check back soon. Could this be the start of a small income stream? I spent the next couple of hours meticulously cleaning the used frames, sanding away scratches and applying a fresh coat of paint to the chipped edges. The repetitive motions helped soothe the day's tension. I pictured how I'd arrange my sketches at the bazaar, a small sign reading "Original Art by Carr," though I wasn't sure which name or moniker I'd use. My father's surname made me shudder. Perhaps I'd operate under a pseudonym, an identity free from their toxic shadow. The prospect appealed to me, the idea of forging my own name in the art community. By the time I finished painting, the frames glistened under my desk lamp. Satisfied, I set them aside to dry. Leaning back against my bed, I allowed myself a moment of reflection. The day had been productive, securing a volunteer gig, printing my flyer, purchasing frames, but each triumph felt precarious. My father's threat still hovered. If I didn't conform to his idea of usefulness, he'd boot me out. In some ways, maybe that was the push I needed. A small part of me almost dared him to follow through. I drifted to sleep that night with a swirl of possibilities tugging at my consciousness. My father's hateful glare versus the library's peaceful hush. My mother's dismissive snort versus Naomi's grateful handshake. My siblings' derisive laughter versus online supporters who found meaning in my lines. The chasm between these worlds was impossible to ignore. When morning arrived, golden light flitted through the cracks in my curtains. Another day, another chance to advance my dream. For once, no voices harassed me as I left the house. Perhaps they'd all departed early for their own responsibilities. Or maybe they just didn't care enough to confront me today. Either way, I slipped out with relief. My destination? A local coffee house that sometimes hosted open mic nights and displayed local artwork on its walls. I hoped I might convince the owner to let me hang a piece or two. If they found the style captivating, every possible avenue was worth exploring. The coffee house, named roasted harmony, had an inviting atmosphere. Soft jazz music purred from hidden speakers, and chalkboard menus boasted specialty drinks with whimsical names. I approached the barista, a friendly-looking man in his 20s, and timidly asked if they ever showcased work by local artists. He brightened. "Yeah, we do a rotating exhibit every month. Our manager picks about 10 pieces to hang up front. We just closed last month's show, so now we're looking for the next set." He eyed my backpack. "Do you have anything to show?" I pulled out Rise Among the Shadows, the overshadowed flower illustration, carefully protected in a clear sleeve. He studied it, nodding thoughtfully. "This is nice, got a powerful vibe. Talk to our manager, Geeta. She's in the back office. She'll handle the curation." With a quick thanks, I ventured into a hallway that led to a small office space. Behind the open door, a woman with short, dark hair sat sorting through papers. She looked up with a polite smile. "Can I help you?" My pulse fluttered. "Hi. I heard you're looking for local artists to display. I'd love to be considered." I handed her the piece, making sure not to bend it. Her expression softened with genuine interest as she examined the lines and shading. "There's a surreal but uplifting quality," Geeta murmured, running her fingertips along the edge of the protective sleeve. "We definitely need pieces that spark conversation. Our patrons appreciate artwork that resonates on a personal level." She looked up, meeting my gaze. "If you have at least 2 or 3 pieces in a similar style, I can consider them for the upcoming exhibit. We'll put a small placard with your name and contact information." Hope beat wildly in my chest. "I have one more in this style. A stormy piece about facing adversity. I can bring it by tomorrow if that's okay." Her smile widened. "Sure. If it fits the vibe, we'll confirm by next week. There's no fee to display, and if anything sells, you keep the majority of the profit, minus a small commission for the cafe." I almost stammered my excitement as I thanked her, carefully retrieving my illustration. This could be a major breakthrough, an actual public space, not just an online page or a volunteer project. If cafe patrons noticed my work, it might lead to direct sales or new commission inquiries, and each step up that ladder led me further from the suffocating environment I returned to each night. Exiting the coffee house, I nearly bumped into someone entering, my younger sibling. Instantly, my enthusiasm deflated as I recognized the all-too-familiar features. Surprised, they paused, their lip curled in a half-sneer. "Oh, it's you! What are you doing here? Stealing coffee beans?" I resisted the urge to roll my eyes. "I'm here to talk about displaying art," I replied tersely, hugging the piece to my chest. They snorted. Article, figures. Their dismissive glance fell upon my protected drawing. "Still living in fantasy, I see." Shaking their head, they muttered something under their breath as they brushed past me. A flicker of shame crept up my spine, some old reflex from years of sibling taunts, but I clutched my illustration tighter, reminding myself that I had just been offered a spot in a real exhibit. My sibling's opinion meant nothing in comparison. Before returning to the library, I paused in front of a reflective shop window. The person staring back at me looked tired, shadows under the eyes, shoulders slightly hunched, but I spotted resilience too, a spark that refused to be snuffed out. I might not wear fancy clothes or exude the confidence of someone who'd been supported by their family, but I had my art, my drive, and a blossoming network of small opportunities that collectively formed a glimmer of a future. As I pressed onward, I mentally recapped my progress: volunteer posters for the food drive, a new flyer at the printing shop, interest from a local coffee house, 2 online pieces with encouraging feedback. Though my father insisted none of these steps mattered, they were tiny seeds sown in fertile ground. One day, they would bloom into a forest that could shelter me from the storm of his hatred and if he dared to stand in my way, he'd discover I was no longer the timid soul who flinched at every insult. A late afternoon sun caressed the dingy streets as I left the coffee house, clutching my sketchbook under one arm. Though I'd encountered my younger siblings' harsh dismissal, the promise of a potential art exhibit pulsed with an electric thrill in my veins. Geeta, the manager, had asked me to bring at least 2 finished pieces for her to evaluate. If she approved, they would hang in roasted harmony for a full month. The possibility of showcasing my work to actual customers, even selling prints, filled my heart with a bold sense of purpose. Compared to the stifling climate at home, that coffee-scented haven radiated possibility. Yet tension pricked at my mind as I navigated along worn sidewalks, glimpsing pockets of broken glass and scraggly weeds poking through cement cracks. The shabby exterior of my family's dwelling loomed at the edge of the neighborhood, a place that triggered an unsettling blend of dread, anger, and grudging familiarity. I recalled my father's threat. If I didn't contribute, I'd soon find myself cast aside like a piece of garbage. I forced a steadying breath. My father lacked patience or empathy, but I intended to outgrow his hostility through my craft, through the unstoppable momentum I was building. Even so, I wondered how much time remained before that final confrontation. Would I have enough resources, enough paying commissions, or enough supportive contacts to land on my feet if he carried out his threat? As though on cue, the front door screeched in protest when I eased it open. My mother peered from the living room with pursed lips. She said nothing, yet her glare spoke volumes. All day, she probably fumed at the notion of me wandering around with my useless doodles. Trying to avoid a spat, I ducked my head and hurried down the narrow corridor. Halfway to my bedroom, however, my father's voice boomed from the kitchen. "Get in here," he demanded. It wasn't a request. My heartbeat thudded against my ribs. With a gulp, I braced myself and stepped inside. He sat at the worn table, sorting through a handful of bills. His frown deepened as he glanced at me. "Rent is due soon," he declared in a clipped tone. "Either you bring in some money by the end of this month, or we're locking you out, understand?" Heat rose in my cheeks, anger flaring behind my eyes. Locking me out was not a casual warning. It was an ultimatum. My father's face betrayed no pity, no fatherly concern. He looked more like a landlord addressing a delinquent tenant. My mother stood by the sink, arms folded, her expression confirming she endorsed his words. Quietly, I nodded, uncertain what else to do. My mind raced with thoughts of the coffeehouse exhibit, the community center's volunteer poster, the flyer in the printing shop, the possibility of an art bazaar. Could I somehow generate enough income to stave off eviction in time? "I'm working on it," I managed, voice tight. He scoffed, tossing the pile of bills aside. "Sure you are. You think I'm blind to your nonsense? Wandering off each day with that ragged notebook? Grow up. People who matter don't have time for doodles." I'm done repeating myself. My fist clenched, nails biting into my palms. Rage threatened to erupt, but I swallowed it down. A screaming match would achieve nothing, especially not in front of my mother, who doubtless joined her husband's tirade. The only weapon I had was progress, proof that I could stand on my own 2 feet without them. I turned on my heel and strode out before either could unleash more insults. Footsteps pounded behind me, but I slipped into my room and secured the lock. My pulse hammered as I leaned my back against the door, struggling to contain the frustration welling inside. A humiliating sense of helplessness crashed over me. They held the house, controlled the finances, and yet spat hatred whenever they set eyes on me. In that moment, I understood I had no option but to accelerate my personal plan. Either I would stand firm and generate enough income to survive elsewhere, or I'd face homelessness in a matter of weeks. My father had always been capable of cruelty, but never before had he explicitly threatened to put me on the street. That shift in his tone shattered any lingering illusions that we could reconcile in the near future. For several minutes I fought to steady my breathing, ignoring the faint voices emanating from behind the door. My mother's sharp tone occasionally broke through the barrier, but I refused to listen. Instead, I took my laptop from my backpack, placed it on my desk, and booted it up with trembling fingers. My eyes strayed to the corner of the room where two frames rested, the ones I had purchased at the second-hand store. I needed to finalize the second piece for Gita, the one that depicted my earlier stormy theme. Then, if she accepted both, I could present them at Roasted Harmony, perhaps listing each for sale at a modest price. I breathed in, exhaled slowly, and opened my online portfolio page. The Rise Among the Shadows illustration continued to garner a trickle of engagement, nothing massive, but enough to remind me that there were people somewhere who found value in my style. Encouraged, I pulled out my older storm sketch, the one featuring a lone figure on a rocky shore, facing dark waves that roiled under thunderous clouds. It lacked final touches. The lines could be refined, the shading sharpened, and the atmosphere heightened. I rummaged for a sharpened pencil, angled my desk lamp so it highlighted the page, and set to work. Time blurred as I immersed myself in the process. Each stroke carried an undercurrent of my anger, sorrow, and longing for recognition. I darkened the swirling clouds, amplified the crashing water, and etched tension into the posture of the solitary figure. By the time I was done, it radiated a ferocious energy that felt almost alive. I titled it Tempest of Determination, a reflection of my current situation. Yes, I faced a storm at home, but I would endure, and I intended to transform that storm into a catalyst. I carefully scanned the piece, using the same technique I'd learned from my previous uploads, then made minor digital enhancements to ensure the final version appeared crisp. The result displayed on my laptop screen matched my vision. This was something I could present to Gita, and hopefully she'd see its potential. Next, I typed a brief caption for my online portfolio. When life's waves crash hardest, resolve is often forged in the darkest waters. I hesitated before clicking upload, my father's mocking tone replaying in my head. Worthless, daydreaming fool. But defiance propelled me forward, and I hit post. While waiting to see if any new comments or likes trickled in, I pulled out Naomi's email from the community center. She'd asked if I could produce additional promotional images for social media. Eager to build credibility, I'd readily agreed. Although it wasn't a paid commission, the exposure might reach local businesses or donors who appreciated my touch. I replied that I was nearly finished with the digital poster adaptation, attaching a draft for final feedback. My phone buzzed with a single low battery alert, reminding me that I needed to charge it, and also that I needed a stable environment where I could rely on electricity. If my father followed through on his threat, I might lose that basic resource unless I found a new arrangement soon. Night fell outside my window. Exhaustion pulled at me, but I couldn't relent yet. In a surge of desperation, I revisited the Art Bazaar's registration webpage, scanning details about booth sizes, pricing options, and exhibitor guidelines. The standard fee was significant for someone with my near-empty bank account, but there was a note mentioning a community sponsorship that occasionally covered partial costs for first-time artists who demonstrated need or showcased promise. A flicker of hope took root. Without pause, I downloaded the application form, reading it over carefully. They wanted examples of work, plus a short bio describing my background and artistic vision. With fierce determination, I resolved to complete the submission and hope for a partial fee waiver. If accepted, the bazaar would open in about 2 weeks. Just enough time to prepare prints, finalize frames, and cobble together some kind of display. If everything clicked, maybe I could earn enough to survive on my own. The following morning, I woke to my alarm. My father's words echoed again in my memory, fueling me to hustle. Skipping any attempt at breakfast, I left the house. My mother's scornful stare bored into my back as I exited, but I didn't acknowledge her. The library was my first stop. I set up at a corner desk with my laptop, forms and sketches, ignoring the slight stiffness in my neck from a restless night. Determined to be thorough, I poured heart and soul into the bazaar application's personal statement. For years, art has been my refuge and my boldest expression. My work explores perseverance in the face of adversity, channeling personal struggles into universal stories of hope. Though I lack formal training, I've immersed myself in the craft, believing art can bridge hearts even when words fail. If accepted, I aim to share visuals that celebrate resilience and triumph over darkness, inviting viewers to find their own sparks of light in life's storms. I reread those lines multiple times, worried they sounded too sentimental, but truth was truth. My father's cruelty, my mother's dismissive taunts, and my siblings' sneers had spurred me to discover an inner wellspring of creativity. If the bazaar's organizers perceived authenticity in my words, perhaps they'd grant me that partial sponsorship. Finishing the application, I attached digital copies of 3 illustrations: Storm of Defiance, Rise Among the Shadows, and my newest, Tempest of Determination. I also linked to my tiny online portfolio. With a quiver of nerves, I clicked Send. A tightness in my chest released, replaced by a small flutter of possibility. Now, it was a waiting game. The next step was to focus on Geeta's invitation at Roasted Harmony. I wanted to deliver the physical artwork soon so she could see it in person. Also, I hoped to discuss how to price each piece. If I priced them too high, potential buyers might dismiss my booth. If too low, I'd undervalue my hours of effort. For the first time, I faced the practical challenge of monetizing my passion, something my family insisted I'd never accomplish. Before leaving the library, I checked my email. Naomi had responded with enthusiastic approval of my social media poster for the food drive. She planned to share it widely, crediting me as the volunteer illustrator. A glow of achievement coursed through me. Step by step, people outside my house recognized my dedication, even if my own kin labeled me incompetent. I headed to the printing shop next, noticing that my posted flyer advertising commissions remained pinned on the bulletin board. Marisol saw me and waved. "Hey, someone asked for your contact info earlier," she said, smiling. "I think they're starting a local bakery and want a fun logo. Might be a small gig, but it's a start." My heart jolted. "Really? Did they leave their name?" She flipped through a notepad by the register. "Yep, Evelyn Parker. She said she'd email you tonight. Seems nice." Gratitude rushed through me. "Thank you for telling me. That's fantastic news." The entire day felt like a string of affirmations that defied the relentless negativity back home. Every step I took, from volunteering to uploading my pieces online, inched me closer to self-sufficiency. Perhaps I truly would generate enough to survive if my father pulled the rug from under my feet. The timeline was perilously short, but not impossible. I strolled to Roasted Harmony, portfolio tubes in hand, carefully shielding tempest of determination from any potential harm. The sun cast a radiant glow across the coffee house's sign, and a mild breeze carried the aroma of roasted beans. Inside, Geeta was chatting with a barista near the counter, but she broke away upon seeing me. "Glad you could come by," she greeted, nodding toward a table near a softly lit corner. "Let's take a look at that storm piece." I extracted the illustration, meticulously removing the protective sleeve. The swirling sky and thrashing waves seemed to vibrate with tension in the cafe's light. Geeta's eyebrows rose as she took it in. "This is powerful," she murmured, tracing her gaze along the sharp lines of lightning cutting across the ominous clouds. "I love the depth and the emotional intensity." My pulse raced. "Thank you." I poured a lot of myself into it. She then asked to see Rise Among the Shadows. I unwrapped that second piece, revealing the overshadowed flower radiating an almost supernatural glow. Geeta compared the two, nodding approvingly. "They fit together well, both center on resilience, but from different angles. I think they'll complement each other if we hang them side by side." Relief fluttered through me. "I'm glad they work as a pair." She jotted notes on a small clipboard. "We open the new exhibit next Monday. I can put you in 2 frames near the front window. Patrons often linger there, so you'll get good exposure. Now, do you have a particular sale price in mind?" I blinked, heart pounding anew. "I'm not entirely sure. This is my first real exhibit. Do you have any guidance?" Geeta tapped her pen against her chin. "Well, we typically see local artists price single original works anywhere from $50 to a few hundred, depending on complexity, materials, and reputation. Since you're new, I'd suggest something modest yet respectful of your effort. Maybe start around 75 or 100 for each piece, but it's up to you." I swallowed hard. $100 felt both vast and painfully small for the hours I poured into these drawings and for the raw emotion they carried. But I needed money badly, and I also had no name in the market. Reluctantly, I nodded. "Let's set each at 100 then. If either sells, that's huge for me." A small smile graced Geeta's lips. "I have a feeling you'll catch some eyes. Fill out this consignment form and we'll finalize details." She handed me a thin packet of paperwork. "We only take a small percentage if your work sells to support our operating costs." I thanked her profusely, a lump of excitement swelling in my throat. This was real. Someone beyond my circle believed in my creations enough to put them on display and help me earn a tangible sum. That alone felt like a vindication of everything my parents called worthless. After signing the necessary forms, I handed her the pieces so they could be prepared for Monday's exhibit. A pang of separation anxiety rippled through me. I'd grown emotionally attached to those illustrations. But if I wanted to stand tall on my own terms, I couldn't cling to them forever. Stepping back into the sunshine, I realized my stomach grumbled. Aside from a quick cup of coffee earlier, I'd eaten almost nothing. Carefully juggling the empty sleeves, I spotted a nearby vendor selling snacks. The cost was cheap enough for me to manage a simple sandwich. Halfway through chewing the first bite, my phone buzzed. I fished it from my pocket. An email from Evelyn Parker lit up the screen, the subject line reading "Logo Inquiry." I tapped it open eagerly. "Hello there. I saw your flyer at the printing shop. I'm opening a tiny bakery named Sweet Crumbs next month and need a whimsical, welcoming logo to use on signs and packaging. Your style looks fantastic. Are you available to discuss details and pricing?" I practically vibrated with excitement. This was precisely the type of paying project I needed. Wiping my hands, I typed back a reply. "Hi, Evelyn. Thanks so much for reaching out. I'd love to help with your bakery's logo. Let me know any specifics you have in mind, color palette, theme, or imagery, and we can figure out a price point that works. Looking forward to hearing more." After hitting send, I sat there, pulse skittering. I envisioned sketches of cheerful cupcakes, curling flourishes of icing, or perhaps playful silhouettes of rolling pins and pastel pastries. The potential was endless, and so was the possibility that this might be the financial breakthrough I needed to stave off my father's ultimatum. By the time I arrived at the library again, my mind was a whirlwind of creative ideas for sweet crumbs. I found a secluded table and began drafting rough concepts on spare sheets of paper. One design featured stylized cupcake silhouettes with swirling script. Another used a quaint illustration of a chef's hat topped with whipped frosting. My father's savage phrase, "worthless," whispered from the recesses of memory, but I countered it with each pencil stroke. I was forging a path. He might not see it, but I felt its presence beneath my fingertips. An hour later, I decided to check whether the bazaar organizers had acknowledged my application. Typically, these processes took days, but my desperation skewed time, making every hour feel excruciating. Refreshing my inbox yielded no new messages aside from a spam promotional email. Disappointment tugged at me, but I tried to stay positive. Maybe they would respond soon. Evening fell as I packed my materials. My father's threat flashed in my head again. My steps home were heavier this time, dread coiling in my gut. I tried to rehearse how I might handle confrontation if he demanded proof of my real job. Could I mention the upcoming coffeehouse exhibit? He'd likely scoff at a $100 price tag and call it pocket change. Could I talk about the possible bakery logo commission? He would probably label it a fluke. A quiet vow formed behind my eyes. I would not reveal anything until I had cold, hard evidence of my success, like money in my hands or a completed sale. Only then could I wipe that triumphant sneer off his face. When I got home, the living room lights were off. My siblings' voices drifted down the hall, but I avoided them. Once in my cramped bedroom, I locked myself in and opened my laptop. To my relief, Naomi had sent me a short, enthusiastic update about the social media poster. She attached a link to the community center's page, showing my design already in use. Dozens of people had liked and shared it, praising the heartwarming imagery. My name flashed in the credits at the bottom. A shy smile tugged at my lips. Even if my father refused to see it, other people recognized my abilities. People who were neither obligated by blood nor predisposed to mock me. That night I barely slept, mind abuzz with possibilities. Would Evelyn confirm the logo job soon? Would the bazaar accept my application? Could I eventually find a single-room studio apartment if I earned enough from commissions, sales, or part-time projects? And how much time remained before my father's patience snapped? Morning arrived in a haze of shadows beneath my eyes. I made a beeline out of the house without exchanging words with anyone. My father must have left for work, which spared me a stressful confrontation. My mother was nowhere in sight, and my siblings likely had their own schedules. Grateful for the reprieve, I dashed toward my usual routine: library, coffeehouse, printing shop. Along the way, I quietly prayed the bazaar organizers would respond soon. My father's ultimatum marched ever closer. Inside the library's hushed walls, I opened my inbox once more. An unread message sat there, marked with the subject line, "Art Bazaar Sponsorship Application." My heart lurched. I inhaled slowly, clicked it open, and skimmed the text. "Dear applicant, thank you for submitting your work for consideration. We were touched by your story and found your pieces evocative. We'd like to invite you to participate in the upcoming bazaar with a partial sponsorship covering half of the registration fee. You will be responsible for the remaining balance of $100, payable by next Friday to secure your spot. We look forward to showcasing your talent and wish you every success at the event. If you have questions, please feel free to reach out." A gasp escaped my throat. Though not a full waiver, half the cost was still a massive help. $100 was a steep sum for me, but it was infinitely more manageable than $200. This was my chance, a real shot at earning enough money to keep a roof over my head. My mind raced. If I could sell prints or even an original at that bazaar, perhaps I'd earn more than I'd spent. Plus, the exposure might net further commissions. Exhilaration blended with anxiety, but the overriding emotion was relief. A door had cracked open. I planned to fling it wide and step through before my father could slam it shut. At once I typed a grateful reply. I truly appreciate the partial sponsorship. I accept and will pay the remaining balance by next Friday. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm eager to share my work with the community. Now the real work began. I needed an arsenal of pieces to display, some in frames, others in prints. I had next to no savings. How was I going to afford printing costs for multiple artworks, plus potential banners or promotional materials for my booth? My mind conjured visions of well-prepared, established artists rolling in with glossy racks of professional prints, business cards, and brand signage. In contrast, I had one meager flyer pinned up at a printing shop and a handful of original sketches. But I wouldn't let that discourage me. With diligence, perhaps I could craft a modest booth that still highlighted my passion. A notification appeared in the corner of my screen. An incoming email from Evelyn Parker. Hi again. Great to hear back from you. I'm picturing something fun and pastel-toned for sweet crumbs. Maybe whimsical swirls with a color palette of pale pinks and mint greens. If you can do a few concept sketches, let me know. Happy to pay a fair rate. Just name your price and we can discuss from there. Yes. A genuine paying client. I quickly replied, promising her I'd draft several logo variations by tomorrow, including color mock-ups. As for price, I proposed a modest figure, something enough to help me with the bazaar fee, but not so high as to scare her off. The entire library seemed to glow as adrenaline rushed through me. If Evelyn liked my designs, she'd pay half up front, or at least commit to covering a portion once the final logo was delivered. Immediately, I opened a blank document and brainstormed multiple logos for Sweet Crumbs. My pencil flew across the page, forming plump cupcakes topped with swirling frosting shapes reminiscent of candy clouds. I toyed with gentle script fonts and playful images of sugar sprinkles. The final product had to look welcoming, cheerful, and mouth-watering. I also jotted down color combos: soft pink, gentle mint, perhaps a dash of warm cream or subtle gold. Each idea felt more exciting than the last, pushing away the gloom of my father's threats for the moment. Hours passed. Eventually, hunger gnawed at my stomach again, so I headed outside for a cheap snack. While munching on a granola bar, I considered my next move for the bazaar. If I could finalize Evelyn's logo quickly and secure partial payment, I'd have enough to cover my booth registration. After that, I'd need to handle printing costs. But maybe there was a solution there as well. Perhaps I could negotiate with Marisol's shop for a small discount, given that I was a local artist with a fledgling business. Or maybe I could produce fewer prints and lean on originals if time was short. My father's sneers might echo in my memory, but I felt a rising current of determination surging beneath my fear. Late that evening, I retreated to my room, ignoring whatever family members might lurk behind the living room's closed door. Sleep tugged at me, but I soldiered on, drafting and refining a digital mock-up for Sweet Crumbs in a basic design program. My old laptop wheezed under the load, occasionally freezing, but eventually I saved a handful of variations. Playful, cupcake swirl, a stylized pastry silhouette with airy script reading Sweet Crumbs, mint cream, delight cupcake and chef's hat entwined with a swirl of sprinkles, sunburst pastel, a circle of pastel rays behind an illustrated rolling pin and small sugar hearts. By the time I finished, my eyes burned from staring at the screen and my spine ached. But it was worth it if I could present professional-looking concepts. If Evelyn liked them, and if she paid a portion up front, that deposit would secure my bizarre registration. Then I'd have about a week to create enough pieces to fill my booth. A soft knock sounded on my door. My muscles tensed. Normally, no one bothered to knock. They either barged in or left me alone. I stilled, uncertain. Another faint rap came. Cautiously, I cracked it open. My youngest sibling, sporting a hoodie and downcast eyes, stood there, biting a lip. Confusion warred with my annoyance, but I let them step inside for a moment, closing the door behind them. "What do you want?" I asked, struggling to keep suspicion out of my tone. They shifted uncomfortably, glancing around my cluttered desk and the battered frames leaning in the corner. "Listen, I heard Dad yelling the other night," they began, voice barely above a whisper. "He threatened to kick you out. Are you okay?" A barrage of mixed emotions flooded me. This sibling had often joined the chorus of ridicule, never offering a hand or a sympathetic ear. So why now? "I'm managing," I said stiffly. "If he does, I'll figure something out." They nodded slowly, as though measuring their next words. "He's serious this time. Mom told him she's tired of waiting, that you're a drain." A flicker of guilt darkened their eyes. "I know I've teased you, but I don't actually want you gone, you know?" I stood rooted, a storm of confusion raging in my chest. Part of me wanted to lash out, demand where their loyalty was when my father and mother spat insults. Yet another part appreciated the fragile attempt at compassion. "Well, your words and your actions suggest otherwise," I muttered, turning away to hide my roiling emotions. They took a halting step closer. "I'm sorry. I really am. It's just that it's easier to go along with Dad than to stand up to him. He doesn't listen to me either." They raked a hand through their hair, exhaling. "Look, if you do get forced out, I can't do much, but I can maybe slip you some money I've saved. It's not a lot, but it's something." Surprise rippled through me. This confession disarmed me more than any apology could. Still, I didn't know how to respond. I'd built a fortress of resentment around me, grown accustomed to the sting of betrayal. Now a sliver of empathy peeked through from someone I least expected. I pursed my lips, swirling with uncertainty. "I appreciate the offer," I said at last, voice hushed. "But I have to handle this on my own. I have a plan, sort of, and I'm not giving up yet." They nodded, stepping back toward the door, tension evident in their posture. "Okay, just stay safe. Don't let Dad corner you alone." With that, they slipped into the hallway, leaving me alone with a racing mind and an ache in my throat. I locked the door again, letting out a shaky breath. A part of me recognized that the siblings' abrupt outreach might be spurred by guilt or fear of losing a scapegoat. Another part, however, glimpsed genuine concern. The entire conversation rattled me. Even if one sibling felt remorse, it didn't erase the years of piled-up emotional bruises. Nonetheless, as I returned to my desk and glimpsed the glowing laptop screen with my carefully composed logo drafts, I realized how lonely I'd felt battling everyone in this house. Perhaps a small crack had formed in their armor, offering a flicker of support I never anticipated. Morning found me bleary-eyed but motivated to continue. I hurried off again, intent on finalizing the sweet crumbs concepts. Inside the library, I polished each variant, ensuring consistent lines, balanced shapes, and crisp text. Then I bundled them in a single PDF and emailed Evelyn, suggesting a modest deposit for whichever design she chose. "We can revise colors and layout after you pick one you like best," I concluded, triple-checking my grammar to exude a professional tone. With that done, I pivoted to planning for the bazaar booth. I brainstormed a name or brand identity for myself, something to place on a sign or business card. Simply using my personal name felt too vulnerable, given the household tension. Perhaps I could brand myself as Ember Light Illustrations or Silver Storm Studios. My mind flicked through synonyms for resilience and defiance, wanting something that resonated with my journey. Ultimately, I scrawled a few possibilities. Storm-wrought art, radiant tempest creations, embers of resolve. Each possessed a dramatic edge reflecting the style of my pieces. I'd finalize it soon, then mock up a small banner. If I printed a handful of flyers with a brand name, website link, and some teaser images, I could hand them out to passers-by at the bazaar. At midday, an email popped up from Evelyn, brimming with praise for one of the designs, the whimsical cupcake silhouette with pastel swirl details. She suggested a couple of color tweaks, maybe a gentler shade of pink, and concluded, "I'm so excited to move forward. Let me know how to send the deposit." Jubilation flooded me. I responded with instructions for a basic electronic payment service, hoping she wouldn't flinch at the total. My proposed fee was modest enough to be accessible, but enough to help me cover the art bazaar fee and produce a small run of prints. While waiting for her reply, I busied myself with drafting brand ideas for my own booth, each concept fueling a sense of unwavering purpose. My father's looming ultimatum still weighed heavily, but success glittered at the horizon. By late afternoon, Evelyn's deposit landed in my account. When I checked the balance, relief and gratitude warred with a burst of triumph. This was the most concrete evidence yet that I was not worthless, that my art had real-world value. I closed my eyes, releasing a shaky breath. Yes, it was still a small sum in the grand scheme of adult responsibilities, but it felt monumental to me. Immediately, I contacted the bazaar organizers, paying the $100 remainder of my registration fee. That left me with a slim margin in my account, but I was officially enrolled in a booth for the upcoming event. A mixture of nerves and elation coursed through me. There was no turning back. Over the next few days, I had to create enough material to fill my space and captivate strangers who knew nothing about me or my personal trials. The knowledge that the entire household might unravel if I failed lent a sharp edge to my motivation. Fingers trembling slightly, I typed a final note to the bazaar staff. "Payment sent. Thank you again for granting me this opportunity. I'm thrilled to participate and will do my utmost to bring compelling art for visitors to enjoy." That evening, I ventured back home feeling lighter, despite the ever-present tension. My father's threat still cast a menacing shadow, but now I had a foothold. 2 paying leads, an upcoming exhibit at Roasted Harmony, and a guaranteed spot at the bazaar. Those developments wouldn't dispel my family's hostility overnight, but I no longer felt helpless. Even if they kicked me out in a matter of days, I wouldn't be entering the world with completely empty pockets or zero prospects. A determined grin tugged at my lips. I'd show them. I'd prove that I possessed the grit and talent they refused to see. Once again, I took refuge in my bedroom. My father was in the kitchen, speaking in low, grave tones to my mother, but I couldn't pick up what he said. Better that way. My self-confidence was too fragile to endure another savage tirade tonight. I locked the door and carefully drafted a to-do list on a fresh page in my sketchbook. Complete final logo updates, for Evelyn within 2 days. Print Sweet Crumbs logos for the client to review in person, if needed. Gather references for new revenge-themed or resilience-themed illustrations to display at the bazaar. Design and print a small banner or sign for my booth. Coordinate with the printing shop to produce at least 5 to 10 prints per piece, deciding on sizes and potential price points. The scale of the undertaking was daunting, but exhilaration spurred me onward. My father's word, worthless, bounced around my skull. A simmering determination propelled me to bury that label beneath success. I promised myself that one day, those who had hurled insults would be forced to reckon with just how wrong they were. A couple of hours later, I was deep into conceptualizing the new pieces for the bazaar booth. I envisioned a cohesive series of 4 to 5 drawings, each depicting a different metaphor for resilience. One might feature an uprooted tree replanting itself in harsher soil, symbolizing adaptability. Another could depict a battered but unbroken sword in a stone, representing unwavering resolve. My sketches took shape quickly, fueled by the swirling undercurrent of longing, bitterness, and fierce ambition that now defined me. Sometime around midnight, I heard footsteps in the hallway, followed by silence. My father's voice didn't surface, nor did my mother's. Perhaps they'd gone to bed. I exhaled a grateful breath, relieved to avoid confrontation. Maybe tomorrow I'd slip out even earlier, ensuring no conversation took place. I wanted every second possible to refine my craft. Before crawling under the blankets, I gave one last glance at my phone. A few more likes and comments trickled in on my online portfolio. Small as these signs of encouragement were, they provided a consistent reminder that a wider world existed beyond the suffocating walls of this house. One day soon, I told myself, I would stand on my own, unattached to their scorn or threats. Revenge wouldn't be a violent outburst or petty cruelty. It would be the undeniable fact of my success, the living proof that I thrived despite their contempt. Exhaustion wrapped around me as I sank into my pillow, drifting into dreams that twisted between exhilarating glimpses of an art booth swarmed by admirers and the lingering ghost of my father's furious eyes. But amidst that swirl, one constant remained, a bright spark of creative fire that refused to dim, no matter how dark the storm became. On the morning following those tumultuous breakthroughs, I awoke to a single unwavering thought. Time was short, and if I hoped to avoid complete disaster, I needed to crank my efforts to the maximum. My father's ultimatum loomed overhead like a sword suspended by a thread. The memory of him tossing bills across the table haunted me, as did the malignant phrase, "worthless," echoing in my ears. Yet with each recollection, my commitment to forging a new path grew more fervent. Grabbing my battered bag, I slipped from the house before dawn's light fully illuminated the street. The crisp air braced me, clearing away vestiges of restless sleep. My mind spun with the tasks ahead. Refine Evelyn's bakery logo, print a small test run of promotional postcards for my upcoming bazaar booth, finalize at least 2 new original pieces for potential sale, then check on the progress at Roasted Harmony. Geeta had said the new exhibit would go up Monday, only a handful of days away. If even one of my framed pieces sold, I'd have a small cushion against the threat of losing my home. I stopped at the nearly empty library, greeting the same elderly security guard who recognized me from my recent visits. He offered a polite nod, clearly used to seeing me rush in each morning. Once I found my usual corner table, I opened my laptop and typed out a final message to Evelyn. Attaching the revised color palette for the Sweet Crumbs logo, my chest fluttered with anxious excitement as I hit send. With luck, she'd confirm acceptance soon, and I could bill for the rest of the fee. That sum, combined with potential print sales at the bazaar, might keep me afloat for another month, hopefully buying me time to arrange a more stable living situation. Stifling a yawn, I moved on to the next item on my list, designing a straightforward sign for my booth. I'd decided on Radiant Tempest Creations as a temporary brand name, dramatic enough to catch attention, yet reflective of the stormy resilience that characterized my style. I drew a quick mock-up featuring stylized lightning bolts entwined with a glowing orb, framing the words Radiant Tempest Creations. This small design I planned to print on a vertical banner or board. The biggest challenge would be cost. Large format printing wasn't cheap. Another solution was painting it by hand on a poster board, but that might look less professional. I made a note to ask Marisol if her shop had any discounted options for local artists. An email alert pinged on my screen. Hi again, I absolutely love the pastel swirl design. Thank you for adjusting the colors. Let's finalize that version. I'll send the remaining fee once you give me the final files. I'm so excited to share it on my store's upcoming signage and packaging. Evelyn. A grin pulled at my cheeks. Another confirmation that I wasn't just floundering in vain. I quickly organized the layered design file, exported high-resolution formats, and packaged everything for her. Within half an hour, it was sent. One step closer to financial stability. When I made my way to the printing shop, arms full of sketches, the morning sunlight had grown brighter, painting the storefronts gold. Marisol welcomed me with her usual cheerful smile. I explained my needs, a small run of postcards featuring two of my better-known illustrations, Storm of Defiance and Rise Among the Shadows, plus a minimal banner for my booth. She tapped at her computer, calculating costs. Okay, for a short run of 50 postcards each, full color, plus a small vinyl banner, you're looking at about $80 total, she said, glancing at me. I can give you a slight discount to $70, considering you're new and local. I swallowed hard. $70 was a sizable chunk of the funds I'd just secured, but these materials would hopefully help me stand out at the bazaar. I nodded slowly. Thank you. I appreciate your help, I said, pulling out my phone to confirm the payment. Let's go ahead with that. I'll send the image files by email. Also, maybe a friend can help me do the banner design. I'll keep it simple. Just my brand name and maybe one graphic. Marisol's warmth never wavered. Sounds great. We'll do our best to have everything ready before the weekend. That should give you time to set up for the bazaar, right? Exactly, I replied, letting a sense of relief settle in. I recognized how precarious my finances remained. Yet this was an investment in my dream, one that would, with luck, reap enough returns to keep me sheltered. I parted ways, heading back to the library's quiet environment to finalize the banner graphic. Along the way, my phone buzzed with a notification, a deposit from Evelyn. She'd transferred the second half of the payment with a short note saying, "Thank you so much. You've been a pleasure to work with." Warmth radiated through me, briefly eclipsing the dread I felt about home. This was tangible proof that I could succeed if I poured my heart into each project. A dull ache in my shoulders reminded me that my pace was relentless. While other individuals my age might spend weekends socializing or unwinding, I juggled survival with creative ambition. But I embraced that trade-off. My father's scorn had ignited a fierce drive that overshadowed any craving for leisure. I refused to crumble under the weight of his threat. That afternoon, I spread out my sketches at a library desk, mapping out the 2 brand new illustrations for the bazaar. The first depicted a battered tree that continued growing, its roots entangled with shards of broken concrete, signifying perseverance in harsh conditions. The second showed an unyielding sword, half buried in rock, its blade chipped yet still gleaming, a symbol of unstoppable resolve. Each drawing would require hours of meticulous line work and shading, but the emotional resonance they carried felt potent, especially for viewers who might sense a universal struggle. My family's vitriol provided the perfect wellspring of raw passion to pour into each stroke. By evening, I had begun rough outlines, but hunger gnawed. Checking my watch, I realized I needed some semblance of dinner. Torn between returning home or grabbing a cheap meal, I chose the latter. Less risk of confrontation. A small diner across from the library offered a nightly special, so I settled into a corner booth. As I chewed a simple sandwich, I pondered the next steps. Gita's cafe exhibit started in a few days. I'd paid for the bazaar booth. Evelyn's logo was complete. The printing shop would soon produce postcards and a banner. Each piece advanced me further away from my parents' scornful condemnation. However, nothing guaranteed success at the bazaar. I could invest everything, time, energy, money, and still fail to make enough sales to secure a stable living. But even that possibility wouldn't deter me. The alternative was cowering at home, waiting for my father's wrath to expel me. At least this path gave me a fighting chance. Finally, with a weary sigh, I slid out of the booth and trudged back to the house under a sky streaked with twilight's purple. The door creaked, and I braced for my father's voice. To my surprise, the house was relatively calm. My mother was in the kitchen, rummaging through cans in the cupboard. My siblings were nowhere to be seen, presumably out or in their rooms. I avoided eye contact and slipped into my bedroom, eager to continue working on the new drawings. But the moment I shut my door, there was a firm knock. Blood pounding, I opened it to find my father's shadow filling the corridor. My chest tightened. He loomed there, arms crossed, face set in a deep scowl. "Where's your share of the money for rent, huh?" he snapped, voice gravelly. "I'm done supporting a deadbeat." My heart hammered. I'm working," I stuttered, though I despised how feeble I sounded. "I'll have something soon." His lips curled. "Working? Doing what?" He glanced scornfully at my desk, where sketches and pencils lay scattered. "That's not a job, it's a hobby." I clenched my fists. "It's more than a hobby," I whispered, a taut rope of fury and fear coiling inside me. "People are paying me for designs. I'll have money." He barked a harsh laugh. "Sure you will. You've got 1 week. If you don't show me actual cash for your share, you're out. I mean it." With a final glare, he turned on his heel and stomped away. I shut the door, adrenaline roaring in my veins. 1 week. That deadline coincided almost exactly with the bazaar's schedule. If I managed to sell prints or an original in the next 7 days, perhaps at Gita's cafe or through the bazaar, then I could hand him enough to stall eviction. Overwhelmed, I collapsed onto my bed, breath ragged. The walls felt closer than ever, pressing in with the weight of his ultimatum. For a moment, tears threatened to gather behind my eyes, a mixture of despair and anger, but I inhaled sharply, forcing them down. I would not give him the satisfaction. Instead, I glanced at my half-finished sketches. They represented my lifeline, the key to escaping his hateful grip. Pushing aside fatigue, I settled at my desk and resumed working. Each line, each shadow, each detail was a step toward proving him wrong. That night, I labored until my vision blurred, holding a pen in a cramped hand. The battered tree piece gradually took shape, gnarled bark emerging in subtle gradients, broken concrete crumbling around its defiant roots. Every so often, my hand shook from exhaustion, but I pressed on, channeling the swirling storm of emotion inside me. The hum of my desk lamp provided the only companionship in that silent, suffocating household. My father's hostility and my mother's scorn barely registered now. I was too locked into the creative zone, forging a personal statement on the page. Eventually, my body rebelled, forcing me to crawl under the blankets in the early hours of morning. Sleep was restless, punctured by dreams of being chased from the house, clinging to a half-finished illustration. Each time I tried to show it to my father, he ripped it apart with scathing laughter. When dawn arrived, I practically fell out of bed, limbs heavy, my eyes burned. But I had no time to waste. I gulped down a glass of water, splashed my face in the dingy bathroom sink, and left without a word, ignoring the faint sounds of movement elsewhere in the house. At least stepping outside into fresh air gave me a jolt of clarity. Another day, another chance to push forward. Reaching the library, I tethered my attention to the sword-in-stone sketch. This time, I aimed to incorporate swirling mist or ghostly shapes around the chipped blade, emphasizing the sense of challenge and adversity. Time passed unnoticed. At intervals, I paused to crack my back or massage tension from my neck. My father's voice taunting me with 1 week, replayed like a broken record. It was a stifling countdown, but also a catalyst. I had to complete these works, get them printed or framed, and hustle to gather every dollar possible before that deadline struck. Late morning, my phone buzzed, a text from Geeta. "We'll be hanging the new exhibit on Monday morning. Stop by in the afternoon if you want to see the final setup. Thanks again for the pieces." I replied gratefully, relieved that my artwork would be up soon. If either of those sold quickly or even sparked a commission, it might be enough to quell my father's wrath for another month. Meanwhile, I had 4 days left to polish the bizarre pieces. Anxiety simmered. As the hours ticked by, I realized I couldn't survive on adrenaline alone. My stomach growled. Slipping my materials into my bag, I shuffled outside for a quick sandwich. Along the way, I bumped into the woman from the printing shop, Marisol, who was out for lunch herself. "Hey!" she called, giving me a quick wave. "Your postcards are ready for pickup tomorrow morning. The banner might take another day, but we'll try to expedite it." My shoulders relaxed a fraction. "That's wonderful. Thanks so much," I replied. "I'll definitely come by tomorrow. That timing is perfect." She smiled. "Hang in there. You look exhausted. Hope this all pays off for you." I forced a tired grin. "It has to, but I appreciate your help." We parted ways, and I purchased my cheapest lunch option, a plain tuna sandwich. My funds were nearly depleted again after paying for prints and the partial bazaar fee. Yet I reminded myself that a small sacrifice now might reap bigger rewards if everything aligned. Evelyn's final payment, Geeta's exhibit, the bazaar. Each puzzle piece had to fit perfectly, or else I'd face the humiliating prospect of being locked out by my own father. Back inside the library, I continued refining my second new piece. When the line art satisfied me, I shaded the chipped sword, building layers of complexity that accentuated the blade's battered resilience. Next came the swirling mists, each tendril capturing a sense of foreboding and difficulty. Over time, the entire composition took on a haunting, determined vibe. Good. That was precisely what I wanted. I scanned it, using the library's document station, adding mild digital tweaks to ensure crisp clarity. By the time dusk approached, I'd finished both brand new drawings, a pair I'd collectively label Roots of Defiance and Steeled Resolve. Each piece mirrored different facets of my internal war, the shattered illusions of home, the unwavering drive to survive, the vow that I would overcome, no matter the cost. Exhaustion pounded behind my eyes, but a fierce satisfaction swelled in my chest as I compared the final scans on my laptop screen. They carried an emotional weight that might draw attention at the bazaar. Closing the files, I stepped outside into twilight, hugging my bag close. The day's flurry of productivity brought me a glimmer of hope, yet the real test lay ahead. My father's ultimatum hovered like a time bomb. Deep in thought, I nearly collided with a teenage cyclist zooming along the sidewalk. Swerving aside, I reminded myself to stay vigilant. Life outside my bubble of desperation continued, ignorant of the meltdown in my personal sphere. I returned home half expecting my father to leap from the shadows, demanding money. The living room was dark, though. A snippet of conversation trickled from the kitchen, my mother complaining to someone on the phone. I recognized her cutting tone but ignored it. My bedroom door offered sanctuary once more, so I retreated, mind swirling with next steps. Pick up postcards and, hopefully, the banner. Decide whether to produce additional prints of the 2 new illustrations. Drop by Roasted Harmony on Monday afternoon to see if there's any early interest or sales. Set up the bazaar booth next weekend, hopefully selling enough to meet my father's demand. My phone screen showed only a handful of notifications, a few more likes on my online portfolio, a short thanks from Naomi for the final digital poster I'd submitted days ago. No messages from my father or siblings. Good. I flopped onto my bed, hugging my pillow. The mental toll was crushing, but I had no choice but to press on. Morning dawned grey and overcast, matching the heaviness in my soul. Once again I left swiftly to avoid prying eyes. My father's presence, or even the memory of it, twisted my gut. On my way to the printing shop, I caught sight of my reflection in a store window. I looked gaunt, circles ringing my eyes, posture slumped. Yet behind that fatigue lurked a spark of stubborn endurance. The reflection was that of someone battered but not broken. Marisol waved when I entered, retrieving a cardboard box from behind the counter. Inside, I found neat stacks of color postcards featuring Storm of Defiance on one side and Rise Among the Shadows on the other. The back displayed a small, stylish label, Radiant Tempest Creations, artwork by my name, plus a short line about defiance and resilience. My heart thumped, seeing my designs in printed form, a physical manifestation of all those hours hunched over my desk. These turned out great, Marisol enthused. The banner is still being processed, but it should arrive tomorrow morning. Will that work? I nodded, carefully examining the printing quality. The postcards looked professional enough to hand out at the bazaar, or perhaps even tack up at local bulletin boards if I had leftovers. Yes, it's perfect. Thanks again, I said, offering a grateful smile. I paid the remaining balance, feeling my meager funds shrink again, but left with the box tucked protectively under my arm, chest tight with anticipation. An idea struck me. Perhaps I could drop a small stack of postcards at Roasted Harmony, in case any visitors to my upcoming exhibit wanted to learn more. I talked to Geeta about it. In the meantime, I wandered to the library, found my usual seat, and carefully examined each postcard for printing errors. They were consistent, glossy, and vibrant. If all went well, they'd be a useful promotional tool. Gradually, I formulated a plan to arrange these postcards in a simple display rack at my bazaar table, near the new pieces Roots of Defiance and Steeled Resolve. I'd also bring along a few older sketches if I could get them framed in time. The biggest question was whether I'd have the funds to mount or display them professionally. My finances teetered on the edge. Perhaps I'd create a makeshift wire display using leftover supplies. Improvisation, after all, was something I'd become good at under the constraints of this oppressive household. The remainder of that day was a blur of small tasks, updating my online portfolio with previews of Roots of Defiance and Steeled Resolve, double-checking that the coffeehouse exhibit was still on track, and responding to a random inquiry from someone who saw my volunteer posters. They were curious about commissioning a custom piece for a birthday gift. We exchanged a few polite messages, though no contract was guaranteed yet. Every conversation gave me a microscopic drop of hope. The next day, Sunday, brought a crisp, sunlit sky. I collected my banner from the printing shop, a modest piece of vinyl showcasing radiant tempest creations with an abstract swirl of wind and lightning. Seeing it made me grin, though a pang of worry gnawed at me. Would my father tear it up if he found it at home? I resolved to stash it outside the house, perhaps renting a small locker or leaving it with a sympathetic friend if I could find one. My siblings might have offered to help, but I didn't fully trust them. The younger one expressed some remorse earlier, yet it wasn't enough to overcome my wariness. Sunday night, I worked in my room, carefully trimming and organizing postcards, cleaning the frames that held Roots of Defiance and Steeled Resolve. With gentle care, I placed them under plastic covers, preparing them for the upcoming bazaar. My father's furious words echoing in memory set my nerves on edge, but I pressed on. If only Monday's coffee house exhibit or next weekend's event would yield at least a few $100s. That would be enough to appease him, or if he refused to relent, enough for me to escape. Finally, Monday arrived. I set out early, anxiety twisting my stomach into knots. Geeta's exhibit was going up that morning, and she'd said I could drop by in the afternoon. I busied myself doing final checks for the bazaar. My phone buzzed with a new email. Someone praising the images I'd posted, a small snippet of positivity in an otherwise nerve-wracking day. By mid-afternoon, I approached Roasted Harmony. Through the windows, I spotted staff members adjusting frames on a sunlit wall. With a deep breath, I entered. The aroma of coffee greeted me, along with Geeta's bright smile. "Hey," she called, "we just finished hanging your pieces. Come see." I followed her to a corner near a large window overlooking the street. My two framed illustrations were placed side by side, accompanied by a tiny placard with my name and a short description, featuring emotive art by my name, exploring themes of resilience and internal strength, prints and commissions available upon request. My heart thumped. The cafe lighting lent a warmth to the lines and shading, accentuating the emotional core of each work. A swirl of pride and nervousness made it difficult to breathe. "They look incredible here," I managed, voice shaky with gratitude. Geeta grinned. "A few customers already asked about them. I told them they're for sale at 100 each, correct?" I nodded, not daring to imagine that either might sell immediately. But the mere fact that people noticed was enough to spark hope. "Yes? That's the price for the originals. Thank you so much for giving me this chance. By the way, I brought a handful of postcards. Could I leave them on the counter in case someone wants my contact info?" "Absolutely." She took the small stack. "We love promoting local creators. Good luck. This exhibit lasts about a month, but if your pieces sell sooner, we'll just display the red sold label." Warmth flooded my chest. "Thank you. Seriously, this means a lot." We chatted briefly about the upcoming bazaar. Geeta seemed genuinely excited for me, praising my drive and creativity. Her positivity soothed the perpetual knot in my stomach. Nonetheless, I couldn't linger too long. My father's ultimatum weighed on me like an anchor. I had less than a week to produce tangible cash from these efforts. If the cafe exhibit or last-minute commissions fell through, the bazaar was my final hope before eviction. Stepping out into the afternoon sunshine, I marveled at how drastically my life had changed in mere weeks. I was teetering on a razor's edge between triumphant independence and utter downfall. My father's rage and my mother's cold dismissal remained unstoppable forces at home. Yet out here, among library desks, printing shops, coffee houses, and supportive folks like Geeta, Marisol, Naomi, and Evelyn, I'd discovered a sense of belonging that my own blood had denied me. As the day wound down, I checked my phone obsessively, hoping for a miracle. A text from Geeta saying a piece had sold instantly, or an unexpected commission inquiry offering a solid sum. Nothing arrived, though. With a resigned sigh, I trudged toward that hateful house. The tension in my shoulders coiled tighter. My father could be waiting, demanding rent. I had no solution yet. Evelyn's commission money had paid for printing and the bazaar. Unless I sold something soon, I had no immediate funds to hand over. The front door squeaked as I inched it open. My mother's face loomed from the living room, eyes narrowed. "Where have you been?" she snapped. "This isn't a hotel. You come and go at all hours, doing God knows what." I exhaled softly, refusing to engage in her goading. "Working," was all I said, attempting to push past her. She stood, blocking my path. "Working, huh? On those worthless drawings again? They're not paying bills, are they? Don't you dare think your father won't follow through on his word." Bitterness flared in my chest. I gripped my teeth and responded with an even tone. "He'll get what he wants." "I'm sorting it out," she laughed cruelly. "We'll see." Moving aside, she waved me off with disdain, leaving me to storm down the hallway, rage pulsing in my veins. I slammed my bedroom door, chest heaving. My mother's casual cruelty struck me like a physical blow. My father's threat, my siblings' varied stances, some mocking, some ambivalent, one tentatively apologetic, none of it changed the suffocating sense of being unwelcome in my own house. Closing my eyes, I steadied myself. Tomorrow, I'd begin final booth preparations. The bazaar was only a few days away. If I got a last-minute commission, or if Geeta's exhibit generated immediate interest, perhaps I could scrape by. If not, well, I'd show up at the bazaar with everything I had, praying that a few sales might buy me more time. All I could do now was continue polishing my pieces, maybe create one more quick illustration if I had the energy. Exhaustion gnawed at my bones, but desperation fueled me. The next morning, I rose early to print additional price labels, finalize my packing list, and confirm my booth assignment with the bazaar's coordinator. On the phone, a friendly volunteer explained that I would be at booth number 14, near the center of the event space. Good foot traffic, hopefully. They suggested I arrive the evening before to set up. The rest of the day, blurred in frenzied activity, I carried my new pieces to the printing shop, scanning them for potential prints to sell alongside the originals. Funds were dangerously low, but I paid for a minimal run, just a few copies each, enough to have something for casual buyers. My father's voice echoed in my head. Worthless, worthless, worthless. Over and over I used that hateful mantra as a reminder of why I fought so hard. By evening, I'd assembled a small but determined arsenal. Postcards, a vinyl banner, 2 new framed originals, a short stack of prints, plus a ragtag collection of older sketches. I lacked a fancy display or professional signage beyond the banner, but it would have to suffice. My greatest currency was the raw emotion behind each piece. I prayed that potential buyers would sense that passion. My father was waiting in the hallway when I returned, arms folded, brow furrowed. Money. Where is it? A cold sweat broke across my forehead. I don't have it yet, I admitted. I told you I'm about to. He cut me off, voice low and menacing. You said you'd have something soon. That was days ago. His fist tightened. 3 more days, or you're done. Get it through your thick skull. No more excuses. Trembling, I stepped back, refusing to cower under his glare. 3 days is enough, I murmured, pushing past him into my room. I heard him scoff as I closed the door. My entire body shook with anger, humiliation, and unrelenting determination. 3 days. The bazaar started in 3 days. That was my final window of opportunity. Time dragged painfully. Each day, I checked in with Geeta. No immediate sale, though some folks admired my pieces. My phone remained distressingly quiet. On the second day, I half expected an eviction notice taped to my door. But my father apparently clung to his self-imposed deadline. His scowl sharpened each time he saw me, and my mother made scathing remarks whenever our paths crossed. My siblings kept their distance, though the youngest occasionally glanced at me with pity. I found no solace there. The walls bristled with hostility. When the day before the bazaar arrived, I left early in the morning to set up my booth. The venue was a large community hall transformed by rows of pop-up stands, twinkling string lights and colourful banners. The hustle of fellow artists, lugging crates and adjusting racks of paintings, pottery, photography and crafts, reminded me I wasn't alone in this struggle. Some boasted elaborate setups with professional signs and custom tablecloths. I carried a battered cardboard box, my banner, and my modest stash of prints. Still, I found booth number 14, pinned my banner at the back, and arranged my pieces as tastefully as possible on the provided table. I stepped back to assess the display. My heart pounded at how tiny and amateurish it looked compared to my neighbors, who had entire walls of art or carefully curated stands. Yet I refused to bow to insecurity. Each of my pieces carried authenticity forged through hardship. If that shone through to even one paying customer, it might be enough. Late that evening, with the booth set up, I trudged home. My father seemed almost excited to see me, anticipating that I'd appear empty-handed. Tomorrow was the official opening day of the bazaar, a Friday night preview continuing through Saturday and Sunday. If I didn't come up with rent money by Sunday evening, he would change the locks. No amount of pleading would dissuade him. Alone in my room, I stared at the blank walls, swallowing the fear knotted in my throat. My hands shook from mental and physical exhaustion, yet I had no tears left to cry. The entire household was an emotional war zone, but tomorrow I would stand behind my booth, greet strangers, and hope someone saw meaning in my compositions. That was the best I could do. At dawn on Friday, I swallowed what little courage remained and departed for the bazaar, ignoring the weight of my father's gaze. The venue was already buzzing when I arrived, exhibitors nervously prepping their spaces. I forced a smile, pinned on a name tag that read Radiant Tempest Creations, and arranged my postcards for passers-by. A swirl of adrenaline and dread churned within me. If I failed, the ramifications were devastating. If I succeeded, I might buy enough time to carve out a sustainable future. The doors opened to the public around noon. Curious onlookers filtered in, scanning booths, sipping complimentary coffee, chatting with vendors. I summoned a polite, welcoming demeanor, answering questions about my art from a few intrigued browsers. Some folks picked up postcards or complimented the raw emotion in Roots of Defiance. Others admired the swirling sky in Steeled Resolve. However, compliments didn't always translate to sales, and as the afternoon wore on, my nerves frayed. My father's scathing ultimatum thrummed in my mind, overshadowing the mild interest my booth garnered. Then, near mid-afternoon, a middle-aged woman paused, studying Roots of Defiance with rapt attention. She ran a hand across the battered tree trunk, as though feeling the grooves. "This speaks to me," she whispered, eyes glimmering. "I recently went through a rough divorce. This piece, it's like an emblem of surviving harsh soil." Heart hammering, I smiled softly. "That's exactly what I wanted to convey," I replied, voice tight with emotion. "Finding strength in broken ground." She nodded, tears shining. "How much?" My breath hitched. "For the original piece framed, I'm asking $150, I said, cautious. It was a bit higher than Gita's suggestion, but this was a different event, and the emotional resonance might justify it. The woman pressed her lips together, considering. A silent eternity passed. Finally she said, "I'll take it." Elation warred with disbelief, and I fought the urge to leap in celebration. We settled the transaction, and she carefully set the frame aside for pickup at the end of the day. "Thank you," I said, voice trembling. "I hope it brings you comfort." She managed a small, grateful smile. "It will," she replied, stepping away to explore further booths. The moment she left, I collapsed onto a small stool, tears of relief burning at the corners of my eyes. That was $150 more than I'd begun the day with. Enough to hand my father a portion of rent. Maybe it wouldn't fully placate him, but it would demonstrate my progress. My entire soul felt lighter. Shortly after, another visitor purchased 3 prints for $20 each. With that, I had earned just over $200 in a single day, unthinkable a month ago. My father's rage still loomed large, but success now felt within reach. Exhausted but buoyed by hope, I manned the booth until the bazaar's closing hour. The battered tree, Roots of Defiance, was collected by its new owner, leaving me one less original to display. Even so, I could replace it with the battered sword piece as a focal point. Each departing customer who praised my style nourished the battered corners of my self-esteem. By the time I arrived home, dusk enveloped the sky. My father sat in his usual spot, flipping through channels with a stony expression. I summoned courage, approached, and placed $150 on the table in front of him. "That's from today," I said quietly, bracing for his reaction. He picked up the cash, glowered at me. "It's a start," he grunted, reluctant acknowledgement creeping into his tone. "Get the rest." 1 day left. I didn't bother replying. Retreating to my room, I locked the door, adrenaline still pumping. I had all day, Saturday and Sunday, at the bazaar to earn more. If I continued making sales, I might reach an acceptable sum. Relief twined with exhaustion. Tomorrow I'd wake early and do it all again, standing for hours, smiling at strangers, praying they found value in my visuals. But for now, I allowed a flicker of triumph to warm my chest. My father hadn't offered a single encouraging word, but I had proven that my art was not worthless. One buyer at a local bazaar had parted with real money because my composition resonated with her life journey. That alone validated my entire mission. I sank onto my bed, letting out a long breath. Tomorrow, the push continued. Yet for the first time in ages, I felt a glimmer of confidence that I might actually prevail. I closed my eyes, hugging that fleeting sense of victory. Sunlight crept through my curtainless window, waking me far earlier than I wanted. Despite exhaustion aching in every muscle, I dragged myself upright. The second day of the bazaar held massive importance. I needed more sales or commissions if I hoped to satisfy my father's ultimatum by Sunday night. I still harbored no illusions of receiving any praise or forgiveness from him, but if I handed him enough cash, he might begrudgingly permit me to remain under his roof a little longer. Quietly, I dressed and hurried out the door without facing my parents. The memory of placing $150 on the table the previous night replayed in my head. My father's response was more restraint than approval, but that flicker of grudging acceptance fueled my determination. If I could double or triple that amount, maybe I'd secure a small window of peace. At the bazaar, the atmosphere buzzed with weekend energy. Families wandered the aisles, enthralled by handmade crafts, local produce, and various artworks. I reached booth number 14 and took a moment to straighten my banner, Radiant Tempest Creations. I replaced Roots of Defiance, which had sold on Friday, with the battered sword piece, Steeled Resolve, as the central showcase. My smaller prints, including the overshadowed flower design and the original storm drawings, flanked the table. Shortly after opening, a soft-spoken couple stopped by, admiring Steeled Resolve. They seemed intrigued by the concept of a worn-down blade refusing to yield. We chatted about how adversity can strengthen resolve instead of destroying it. They left after snapping pictures of the print, but made no purchase. Disappointment threatened to creep in, but I forced a polite smile. Not every conversation became a sale. A trickle of other visitors showed mild interest. Some asked about my process, others complimented the emotional gravity of my lines, but hours passed without a buyer stepping forward. Anxiety built in my gut. Friday's initial success might have been a fluke. If I left this event with only $150 total, my father would toss me out for sure. At midday, I took a quick break to grab a bottle of water and a granola bar. Conversation hummed around me as customers drifted from booth to booth. My phone remained silent. No messages from Geeta about a sale at Roasted Harmony. No last-minute commissions. Swallowing the dryness in my throat, I returned to my station, offering friendly greetings to passers-by. Another hour dragged on. Then, near mid-afternoon, a young woman in a denim jacket approached, scanning my postcards. She paused at the overshadowed flower design. "Wow," she breathed. "This is gorgeous. I feel kind of emotional looking at it, like it's about not letting anyone bury you." My heart fluttered. Exactly. I call it Rise Among the Shadows. It's about finding inner light when the world tries to overshadow you. She nodded, eyes flicking over to Steeled Resolve. "Did you draw this as well?" When I confirmed, she asked about my inspirations. Emboldened, I shared a slightly vague version of my personal experiences, facing discouragement and forging resilience through creation. She listened intently, expression sympathetic. "I'm an art student," she admitted softly. "Seeing your stuff reminds me that it's possible to survive on creativity, even when people doubt you." She studied my prints meticulously. "Do you have any smaller, more affordable original sketches?" I thought of the older pieces in my portfolio binder. Some were half-finished or experimental. Cautiously, I pulled out a charcoal sketch that depicted a swirling tornado funnel with a single figure standing at its edge, one of my earliest attempts at capturing raw emotion. "This is a rough piece," I said, "but it has a certain energy. I haven't listed it for sale, though." She studied it, exhaling softly. "I love it. Would you part with it for, say, $50? I don't have much, but this speaks to me." A wave of relief coursed through me. Another sale. "50 would be great," I replied, trying to sound calm despite my excitement. We sealed the transaction, and I carefully placed the sketch in a protective sleeve for her. She thanked me, scribbling her email on one of my postcards. I'm working on a zine and might want to feature some local artists. Maybe I can reach out. I nodded enthusiastically, pulse hammering. Absolutely, that would be amazing. Once she left, I slumped onto my stool, letting out a pent-up breath. $200 total wasn't enough to quell my father's demands fully, but it might prove my progress. And the day wasn't over yet. Traffic ebbed and flowed. I sold a few small prints here and there, each transaction adding a little more to my total. By evening, I'd racked up close to $300 in sales. Exhaustion weighed heavily, yet hope glimmered in my chest. This might be enough to stave off immediate eviction. As I prepared to close down for the night, a man in a crisp shirt approached. He seemed in a hurry, but his gaze landed on steeled resolve. His eyes narrowed with interest. "You drew this?" he asked, voice low. I nodded, offering my standard summary. "Yes?" "It's about remaining steadfast despite feeling worn." He flicked a glance at the price tag, $150 for the framed original. "I'm looking for a gift for my brother. He's been through a tough time. This resonates with me, like a visual metaphor for not giving up." My breath caught. "That's exactly what it symbolizes," I murmured. He stared a moment longer, then nodded. "I'll take it," he said, pulling out his wallet. My heart soared. Another $150 for an original. I carefully wrapped the frame, hands trembling with gratitude. The man paid cash, thanked me politely, and hurried off. In 2 days, I'd earned approximately $450, a sum beyond my wildest hopes a month ago. I closed my booth for the night, heart pounding with a mix of triumph and lingering fear. Tomorrow was Sunday, the final bazaar day. My father's ultimatum ended that evening. With $450, I could likely appease him short term, but it wouldn't solve everything. Still, it proved my worth and gave me a fighting chance to keep a roof overhead until my next project. At home, I crept inside, took a deep breath, and deposited another $300 on the kitchen table. My father rose from the couch, scowling. When he saw the money, his expression flickered with grudging surprise. "Almost $500 total," I stated quietly. "I can give you more tomorrow." He snatched the bills, gaze harsh. "So you did manage something. About time." There was no hint of pride or relief in his voice, only bitterness that his predictions of my failure hadn't come true. My mother hovered nearby, lips thinning as she watched. Without another word, I turned and disappeared into my room, clutching the remainder of my supplies. I sank onto my bed, adrenaline draining rapidly. The partial victory felt hollow in that toxic environment. Perhaps I'd proven I could earn money, but I doubted it would improve our relationship. The contempt ran deeper than finances. Still, I refused to let them crush my sense of accomplishment. I'd created a possibility for myself outside their narrow worldview. That alone was worth something. Sunday morning arrived, filled with tension. I had no illusions about redemption or acceptance. My father wanted rent money, and I was close to delivering enough to cover what he claimed as my share. If I succeeded, I'd buy time. Time to keep building my reputation and hopefully find a place of my own someday. The knowledge that everything hinged on the bazaar's final day weighed on me. Back at the venue, I surveyed my now diminished display. Roots of Defiance and Steeled Resolve were sold. 2 older sketches had also found new homes, Only a handful of prints and postcards remained. The overshadowed flower piece, Rise Among the Shadows, still hung at the center, unsold. People loved it in passing, but no one had purchased the original. That was fine. It was precious to me and might sell eventually. For now, the day began slowly. One older man approached, flipping through postcards. "You've had a good weekend?" he asked casually, noticing my near-empty rack. I nodded, offering a small laugh. "Surprisingly, yes. A lot of these pieces have found homes. I'm grateful." He nodded approvingly, then ambled off without buying anything. Sporadic visitors filtered by throughout the morning. By midday, I'd sold a couple more prints and a handful of postcards, perhaps another $80 in total. Each transaction mattered, even if small. The bazaar organizers circulated, thanking us for participating, reminding everyone that breakdown would begin at 5 p.m. As the hours ticked by, I grew antsy, and the final day was winding down. I rechecked my phone, still no message about the cafe exhibit. Possibly, the weekend crowd needed more time to decide. My father's threat loomed in the back of my mind, though. I had around $530 total from the entire weekend, combined with the $150 I'd given him on Friday. That was nearly $680. Could that secure my place at home for another month? My father's expectations were unclear, but typically rent took more than that. Shortly before closing, a woman sporting a professional badge approached. She introduced herself as Alicia, a representative from a local non-profit that advocated for mental health awareness. She admired my overshadowed flower painting, reading the short description on the label. "This piece resonates with our mission of overcoming stigmas," she said, her eyes bright. "Do you take commissioned projects for events?" My pulse quickened. "I'd love to," I replied. "What do you have in mind?" She explained that her organization was hosting a community awareness gala in a few months. They wanted striking imagery that illustrated growth after hardship. "Your style captures that beautifully," Alicia remarked. "We'd need large posters and maybe a banner design. Would you be open to discussing a contract?" My mind soared with possibility. "Absolutely," I said, handing her a postcard with my contact information. "This is exactly what I'm passionate about. Visualizing resilience. I'd be thrilled to collaborate." She smiled warmly, tucking the postcard into her folder. "Let's talk soon. I'll email you the details." Though no immediate sale materialized, this could be a lifeline. If her non-profit commission came through, it might offer stable income, not just a one-off piece. Hope flickered. I thanked her for stopping by, exchanging enthusiastic farewells. With that, the bazaar started winding down. The overhead lights flickered to signal closing time, and vendors began dismantling their booths. I carefully packed my remaining prints, the overshadowed flower original, and my banner. Despite the stress overshadowing me, I felt an undeniable sense of accomplishment. The final tally came to about $610 in sales across the weekend, enough to hand my father a chunk of rent. Maybe not enough to escape his hostility forever, but a statement of my capability. Returning home at twilight, I clutched the money in an envelope. My father waited in the living room, posture rigid. My mother stood off to the side, arms crossed. My siblings lingered in the hallway, drawn by the tension. Stepping forward, I placed the envelope on the table. "Here's nearly $700, I announced, forcing my voice steady. "You wanted rent. That's what I made with my art this weekend." His gaze flicked from me to the envelope. "All from those scribbles?" he asked, voice thick with disbelief. I nodded. "Yes, people see value in it, even if you don't." Silence stretched. My mother's lip curled. My father finally exhaled, counting the bills. His expression showed reluctant acknowledgement, but no trace of warmth. "You're short for a full month," he said gruffly, "but it'll do for now. You get to stay, this time." Anger and relief tangled in my chest. I'd succeeded in staving off immediate eviction, yet his words stung. They reminded me that no matter what I achieved, acceptance might never come. I caught my youngest sibling's gaze briefly. An unreadable mix of sympathy and curiosity crossed their face. Without waiting for further remarks, I withdrew to my bedroom. My father didn't try to stop me. I shut the door, body trembling from the emotional high of the entire weekend. Exhaustion washed over me in waves. The bazaar was done, and I was temporarily safe. But the future remained uncertain. My father could demand more money next month, raising the rent arbitrarily, or simply deciding he'd had enough of me. My mother's cruelty wouldn't abate. My siblings were as inconsistent as ever. I needed a permanent escape route. Maybe Alicia's non-profit commission could lead to a stable paycheck, or Evelyn might refer me to more businesses. Geeta's coffee house might sell another original. Little by little, I was forging a professional network. Drawing my knees to my chest, I reflected on the transformation of the past weeks. Once paralyzed by their condemnation, I discovered a fiery sense of purpose, channeling despair into creativity. Although the environment at home remained toxic, I had proven that my father's label, worthless, was a lie. My journey had only just begun, though. Each day I had to fight for survival in a place where love was absent. Yet I wasn't alone in the broader world. Naomi, Marisol, Geeta, Evelyn, Alicia. These strangers had embraced my talent and offered me stepping stones to freedom. The money I'd earned might patch things for now, but I vowed never to let this cycle repeat indefinitely. I would keep honing my art, expanding my portfolio, and saving every cent until I had enough to leave this hateful house behind for good. With that resolve burning in my chest, I carefully set my overshadowed flower original on my desk. A tired smile tugged at my lips. That piece symbolized my entire story thus far, trapped in the darkness of my family's contempt, yet glowing with unstoppable spirit. One day, I would vanish from their lives, forging a future in which I wasn't labeled a parasite or a fool. My revenge would be absolute, living well, thriving, while they remained stuck in the bitterness they had crafted. At that moment, I caught my reflection in the glass of the frame. Tired eyes stared back, but also a flicker of proud defiance. So many factors remained unstable, and I had miles to go before claiming true independence. But for now, I had overcome the immediate crisis. That alone was monumental. Taking a deep breath, I whispered aloud, "They called me worthless, so I showed them my true strength." The words resonated in my small room, reinforcing my unwavering determination. The next steps might be rocky, but I would meet them head on. A stagnant hush pressed against my bedroom walls as I rose the following Monday, my body still heavy with fatigue from the weekend bazaar. Outside, pale rays of sunlight filtered through the thinning curtains, illuminating the battered desk where remnants of my art supplies lay scattered. Although my father had grudgingly allowed me to remain under his roof for now, accepting the money I'd earned from selling several original pieces, the suffocating atmosphere remained. No warmth or congratulations had followed my success at the event. Instead, the entire house felt even more tense, as though my brief triumph offended them somehow. I ran a hand through disheveled hair, gathering my thoughts. The whirlwind of the bazaar lingered in my memory. bustling crowds, friendly compliments, each sale a small victory carved from years of derision. Stepping away from that supportive environment only to return home, where every gaze dripped contempt, made my gut clench. Could I find a new sense of normalcy now that the immediate crisis was over? Dressing quietly, I slipped into the hallway. My father's dull voice echoed from the living room, something about overdue bills. My mother's terse replies suggested annoyance at his demands. They fell silent when I passed by, their eyes flickering to me briefly before looking away. The moment felt surreal. We were strangers under the same roof, nursing grudges and resentments so old they'd become a second skin. Without pausing, I left the house, letting the morning chill slap me into wakefulness. Outside, a grey sky threatened drizzle. I drew the hood of my jacket tighter, heading toward the local library where I'd spent so much time honing my craft. The prior day's relief at not being evicted warred with persistent anxiety about the future. My father had said nothing specific about next month's rent, but his glare at the wad of cash I'd handed him suggested he'd be watching my every move, eager for another chance to condemn me as worthless. Trudging along the sidewalk, I recalled an email address scrawled on a non-profit worker's card. Alicia from the Mental Health Awareness Organization. She'd shown interest in commissioning me for an upcoming gala. That conversation still gleamed in my mind as a potential lifeline. A project that might stretch weeks or months could help me scrape together enough resources to leave home entirely. Even if I only managed to rent a tiny room, anything would be better than living with a constant threat of eviction. The notion of independence reared up like a guiding star, energizing me despite my exhaustion. My footsteps resonated in the near-empty library lobby. The same guard from countless mornings nodded recognition, and I found my usual table in a corner. Powering up my scuffed laptop, I scanned for fresh emails. A handful of notifications peppered my inbox. Leftover inquiries from passers-by at the bazaar, a short message from Naomi at the community center, some spam about web design offers, and nothing from Alicia. I let out a breath, half relieved the day wasn't swamped, but also disappointed that the big chance from the non-profit hadn't materialized yet. After responding to the smaller inquiries, questions about whether I could do custom sketches of pets or quick family portraits, I decided to gather a list of local shared apartments or cheap studio rentals. Even though I lacked enough money to move immediately, it didn't hurt to understand the market. Glancing at a local classifieds page, I found a smattering of listings. Most rent prices dwarfed what remained in my battered bank account, but I noted a few basement sublets that might be feasible if Alicia's project or other commissions panned out. Daydreaming about a private sanctuary free from my parents' contempt nearly overwhelmed me with longing. Eventually, I forced myself back to the practical task of building new pieces for my portfolio. My father's scorn wouldn't vanish, but my own skill could continue blossoming. I'd sold roots of defiance and steeled resolve. Meanwhile, Rise Among the Shadows was still with me, and 2 older works were gone. That left a gap in my collection, an opportunity to create fresh visuals. I'd conjure new metaphors for resilience, perhaps a figure forging onward through a labyrinth, or a battered ship cresting unstoppable waves. Every stroke would affirm that their hateful words hadn't crushed me, and my life had meaning beyond their narrow perspective. Midway through sketching rough concepts, my phone buzzed. Heart lurching, I grabbed it. Maybe it was Alicia. But the screen showed Geeta's name. Fingers trembling, I answered. "Hey," I said softly, hoping for good news. "Good morning," Geeta's lively tone spilled through the line. "I'm calling with a quick update about your artwork at Roasted Harmony. We've had a handful of inquiries, and one customer is especially interested in your overshadowed flower piece. They wanted to know if the original is still available for sale." I felt my pulse quicken. "Yes, Rise Among the Shadows is still in my possession. I only sold prints at the bazaar. I can bring the original if they want a closer look." "That would be perfect. I believe the potential buyer plans to return this evening or tomorrow morning. If you can drop it off, I'll display it with a price tag. If it sells, you can arrange to pick up your payment whenever you like." Excitement flared through me. A sale at the cafe could cover next month's forced rent, or at least a big chunk of it, and it would further validate my craft. "That's amazing, Geeta. Thank you. I'll swing by in a couple of hours. The original is framed, so I just need to carry it carefully." "We'll be here," Geeta replied in a cheerful tone. "Your work really resonates with people. It's personal but relatable. Anyway, see you soon." When the call ended, relief and anticipation coursed through me. Another chance to earn money legitimately, to undermine my father's sneer. I shut the laptop and carefully gathered my sketches into a folder, then set off toward home, though the idea of confronting my family again twisted my insides. I needed the overshadowed flower painting to bring to Roasted Harmony, so I had little choice but to retrieve it. The journey back felt surreal. My mind buzzed with possible outcomes. What if this buyer purchased the piece for an even higher sum than my other works? What if they commissioned me for something else? I shook my head, cautioning myself not to be consumed by fantasies. Still, glimmers of hope remained. The difference between illusions and actual freedom was money and consistent demand. Both possibilities were inching closer, but not yet guaranteed. Pushing the front door open, I stepped into a familiar gauntlet of tension. My mother stood in the living room, rummaging through a box of old holiday decorations. She paused, eyes narrowing on me like I was an intruder. For a moment, neither of us spoke. Then she looked away with an audible huff, as though acknowledging my presence wasn't worth the energy. Fine. Swallowing frustration, I headed for my bedroom, trying to avoid any confrontation. Behind my locked door, I spotted the framed Rise Among the Shadows propped against the wall. It exuded a gentle luminosity in the midday light, the overshadowed bloom shining defiantly amidst larger silhouettes. That visual had kept me afloat during many bleak nights. Selling it felt both exhilarating and bittersweet, but I couldn't afford nostalgia. If someone else found meaning in it, and I earned enough to further my path to independence, it was a worthy trade. Wrapping the frame in protective plastic, I slid it into a makeshift carrying case I'd fashioned from cardboard. The scuff marks on the corners testified to the tribulations of frequently transporting my work. At the threshold of my bedroom, I paused, listening for movement in the corridor. Hearing only distant clatters from the kitchen, I slipped out. The hallway seemed deserted. Relieved, I started for the front door. Just as I reached it, footsteps thundered behind me, and my father's baritone voice sliced through the silence. "Where are you sneaking off to now?" he demanded. I turned, seeing his glare locked on the wrapped frame in my hands. "Is that more of your scribbling?" I clutched the package tighter, forcing my chin up. "I'm taking it to the cafe. Someone might buy it." My heart thudded, anticipating a tirade, but I refused to cower. His lip curled in a near snarl. "Great, more worthless doodles. I see you got lucky at that fair, but don't think that changes anything. You pay rent here now, every month. I'll expect it on time. If your luck runs out, I'm not feeding a freeloader. Understood? A spike of anger shot through me, nearly overriding my fear. I forced my voice steady. I understand. With that, I spun on my heel and left, ignoring the fresh wave of derisive laughter that trailed me. Outside, my composure cracked for a moment as I squeezed my eyes shut, inhaling shaky breaths. My father's hostility never relented. It pounded each fragile sense of triumph. Yet the defiance in my chest refused to be extinguished. He might label my craft worthless, but if someone at the cafe saw its value, that would be the final word I needed. Steeling myself, I marched onward, determined not to let his contempt overshadow this new opportunity. The walk to Roasted Harmony took longer than usual because I guarded the painting diligently, avoiding crowded sidewalks. My shoulders ached by the time I arrived, but Geeta's enthusiastic welcome soothed my frayed nerves. She motioned me to a small table near a display wall. "Here," she said warmly. "We cleared space beside your other piece." She gestured to the framed prints we'd put up previously, the storm scenes. "Though you sold a couple at the bazaar, right?" I nodded. "Yes, a few. And I'm hoping this overshadowed flower painting might resonate here." Carefully unwrapping the frame, I placed it where Geeta directed. The cafe's ambient lighting highlighted the luminous edges I'd painstakingly shaded around the central blossom. A sense of both pride and longing coursed through me, remembering the late-night hours spent perfecting each subtle reflection. But it was time to share it. Geeta surveyed the piece, eyes reflecting admiration. "It's powerful," she murmured. "I love the glow on the petals against those looming silhouettes." Turning to me, she added, "What's your asking price?" I hesitated. My original storm-themed works each sold for around 100 or a little more. But this overshadowed flower carried special significance, plus it had garnered strong interest from potential buyers. "I'd like to mark it at $200, I said softly, feeling my pulse flutter. I know that's higher than some of my earlier pieces, but it reflects the effort and personal connection. Geeta nodded thoughtfully, giving the art a final glance. I think that's fair. I'll write up the little label. If the interested customer balks at $200, we can discuss a slight negotiation, but start with what you believe it deserves. A wave of gratitude swelled in my chest. Thank you for trusting me on that. She beamed. That's what we do, support local talent. Also, if you have postcards or a sign with your contact info, place them below so visitors can learn more about your story. People love connecting with the artist's motivation. I arranged a few postcards depicting the overshadowed flower. On the back, I'd scribbled a short statement about personal resilience. No matter how overshadowed one might feel, there's an inner strength that can shine. Finishing the display, I stepped back and smiled faintly. The painting now illuminated under gentle spotlights. Geeta offered me a complimentary latte as a small celebration, and we chatted about my upcoming plans. I mentioned Alicia's potential commission, though it hadn't fully materialized yet. Geeta encouraged me to keep pursuing community contacts. One successful project often led to another. Her optimism buoyed my spirit, reinforcing the sense that a path outside my family's oppressive orbit truly existed. I stayed until mid-afternoon, sipping the latte and observing how visitors responded. A few paused to admire my overshadowed flower piece, murmuring appreciation for the luminosity. Although the specific buyer Geeta mentioned didn't appear during my visit, I left feeling somewhat hopeful. Even if it didn't sell immediately, Roasted Harmony was a warm, welcoming place that showcased my work to an appreciative crowd, far better than letting it gather dust at home, where my parents' scorn overshadowed every moment. Stepping onto the sidewalk, I pondered my next move. My father demanded consistent rent. To meet that requirement, I needed a predictable income stream. Artwork sales alone fluctuated unpredictably. Some days I might earn hundreds of dollars, other times nothing for weeks. Perhaps the Alicia Project would fill that gap if the non-profit put me on a retainer. Still, pinning all hopes on one uncertain lead felt risky. With no pressing tasks, I wandered to the library again. Halfway there, I remembered something. The younger siblings' awkward apology from before. They'd hinted they didn't actually want me gone, just felt powerless under my father's iron fist. I hadn't forgiven them easily, but the memory made me wonder if they might help me keep the peace at home, or at least stop any sabotage. My father loomed as a constant threat. What if he decided my presence was a nuisance again and demanded an even higher rent next month? Shaking off that bleak line of thought, I climbed the library steps. The quiet interior eased my swirling mind. Seated in my favorite nook, I flipped open the laptop. A new email from Naomi at the community center greeted me. "Hey there. We just wanted to share that our food drive campaign was a big success. We had record participation, and people loved the poster art you created. We're planning to host another charity event next season. Would you be open to volunteering again? Also, some local sponsors inquired about who designed our visuals, so you might get a referral soon." Cheers. A smile tugged at my lips. Even if it was unpaid volunteer work, it boosted my reputation. Word of mouth had already led Evelyn Parker to me, then Alicia's interest, so more community exposure could open fresh doors. I quickly typed a gracious reply, confirming I'd love to contribute for future events, then set about scanning the classifieds for more art-focused opportunities. Some city websites listed local festivals or cultural gatherings seeking muralists, sign painters, or illustrators. Each post was a chance to break free from the precarious environment at home. The hours melted away. Eventually, I roused myself from the library's hush, realizing evening approached. With a sigh, I powered down, grabbed my bag, and walked out into the amber light of a setting sun. My father's voice still lurked in my memory, threatening, mocking, certain I'd fail if my so-called luck dried up. But if Gita's potential buyer purchased the overshadowed flower at $200, I'd have enough to cushion me through next month's forced rent. As I passed the coffee house again, I peered through the window. My painting hung elegantly, glowing under a soft spotlight. A surge of pride mixed with melancholy fluttered in my chest. Nostalgic attachment warred with pragmatic need. Releasing it was necessary if I wanted any hope of escaping my father's toxic domain long-term. Trudging home in the twilight, I braced for whatever reaction lay in wait. My father might throw new insults or belittle my trip to the cafe. My mother might feign ignorance, ignoring me unless she had a chance to cut me down. The siblings might hide in their rooms. Fine. None of that negated the small steps I'd taken. Upon entering, I found the living room dark, the kitchen equally silent. A pot of something unidentifiable sat cold on the stove. My stomach clenched with mild hunger, but the idea of rummaging around with my mother possibly lurking felt unappealing. Instead, I retreated straight to my bedroom. To my surprise, I heard muffled movement behind my door. Alarmed, I flung it open. My father stood near my desk, rummaging through my scattered art supplies as though searching for something. My heart seized with panic. Had he rifled through everything? "What are you doing?" My voice cracked with outrage. He turned, not the slightest bit apologetic, crossing his arms in a stance of superiority. "Looking for any stash of money you might be hiding," he said flatly. "You owe me every month. I'm making sure you're not sneaking funds away behind my back." Rage roared in my chest. "That's my personal space. You can't just barge in." He snorted. "You think you deserve privacy under my roof? Grow up. You pay rent now, but that doesn't mean you get to run secret dealings." My fists balled at my sides. Part of me wanted to scream, to physically rip him away from my desk, but I knew he would use that as an excuse to toss me out. My father thrived on intimidation, never acknowledging boundaries or decency. Fighting him directly could ruin everything. Drawing a shaky breath, I forced composure. "I don't hide anything. I gave you everything from the bazaar sales. If I earn more, I'll pay you next month's share on time. There's no need to break in here." He narrowed his eyes. "Don't test me. If I find out you're hoarding money, you're gone. Understand?" A bitter laugh escaped me. "I understand perfectly. Now get out." He stepped away from the desk, scanning the room one last time before brushing past me, leaving the stench of tension behind. As soon as he disappeared, I slammed the door, heart thundering with indignation and fear. This was my new reality. Even after paying rent, he felt entitled to invade my bedroom, rummage through my belongings, and accuse me of hiding something. The walls seemed to close in, suffocating me with the knowledge that I had no genuine safety here. That night, I barely slept. The memory of my father's invasive search gnawed at me, fueling nightmares of him tearing up my sketches or smashing frames in a fit of rage. Dawn arrived, my eyes gritty with exhaustion, but I forced myself up. If I lingered, I risked confrontation. I needed to check whether Gita's potential buyer had appeared. If so, maybe I'd have more funds to stash somewhere safe, somewhere he couldn't reach. Slipping out quietly, I hurried to Roasted Harmony, heart pounding. The friendly barista recognized me, offering a quick wave. "Gita's in a meeting, but you can wait or check the display," he said. I headed to my overshadowed flower piece, breath catching in my throat. To my disappointment, it remained exactly where I'd placed it, label intact. No red sold sign or congratulatory note. Deflated, I nonetheless tried to stay optimistic. Maybe the buyer hadn't shown up yet or wanted time to decide. I sank into a corner seat, ordering the cheapest coffee on the menu just to justify my presence. People came and went, some pausing at the art displays, but no one requested to buy the overshadowed flower. Every minute chipped away at my composure. The recent rummaging by my father had shattered what little sense of security I'd pieced together. Without the painting's sale, I had no new funds, and that spelled danger. Eventually, Gita emerged from the back office, beckoning me over. She offered a sympathetic smile. "Sorry, the interested person hasn't returned yet. I'll keep an eye out. But you're welcome to leave the piece up for as long as you like. We do monthly rotations, and it's only been a bit over a week." I forced a grateful nod. "Thanks, I appreciate it. I'll keep hoping." She offered a consoling pat on my arm. "It'll happen. Your art stands out." After a quick exchange, I left, shoulders slumped. The day stretched ahead, wide and uncertain. My father's rummaging spree hammered home the urgent need for privacy, but I had nowhere else to store my work or personal effects. I toyed with the idea of renting a small self-storage locker, but that too cost money I didn't have. And if Alicia's big commission came through, where would I even do the bulk of that work if my father insisted on prowling through my room? The entire situation was untenable. As I roamed aimlessly, the local printing shop loomed in my thoughts. Marisol had always been supportive. Maybe she had suggestions, like letting me keep some supplies or finished pieces in a back room for a small fee. Even if it was only a corner, it would be a safer spot than my father's domain. Summoning courage, I changed direction toward the shop. The moment I stepped inside, the warm scent of ink and paper enveloped me, offsetting my frayed nerves. Marisol recognized me instantly, placing aside the large print she was handling. "Hi. Haven't seen you in a few days. How's everything?" A wry smile tugged at my lips. "Could be better. I have a weird question. Do you ever rent out a small storage corner for local artists? A shelf in the back or something?" Marisol tilted her head. "Well, we don't have an official system like that. But sometimes we hold on to boxes of prints or supplies for repeat clients. What's going on? Space issues at home?" A bitter laugh escaped. "Something like that. My father decided rummaging through my room is acceptable. I'm worried he'll damage or confiscate my artwork. I don't have money to move yet, so I'm stuck." Her empathetic expression gave me a flicker of relief. "I'm so sorry. That sounds awful. I can't promise anything big, but maybe we can tuck some items in the supply closet if you label them, and if you trust me, I do my best to keep them safe." Gratitude welled in my chest. "Thank you. That might help me breathe a little. I don't want him destroying the few pieces I have left." Marisol nodded. "We'll figure it out. Also, how's your business going? Any big commissions? We can always mention you to customers who ask about custom work." I shrugged, shoulders tense. There's a potential lead with a non-profit for mental health awareness, but it's still not confirmed. And the overshadowed flower piece is on display at Roasted Harmony. Someone showed interest, but they haven't come back. She gave a sympathetic smile. "Art can be feast or famine, but you have talent. I see it in everything you print here. The fact that you sold so many pieces at that bazaar is proof. Keep pushing." Warmth surged behind my eyes. "Thank you." In a moment of impulsive honesty, I added, "You have no idea how much small gestures mean when home is the way it is." She reached for a business card. "If you need a reference or anything, let me know. Meanwhile, let's go to the back, and I'll show you where we can store your stuff." Following her past humming printers and shelves laden with paper stacks, I arrived at a modest closet near the employee lounge. Marisol swung the door open, revealing a cramped space filled with boxes, extra ink cartridges, and cleaning supplies. There was a low, half-cleared shelf where she guided me. "You can keep a small crate here, locked if you want. Just be mindful of the staff needing to reach supplies." A weight lifted from my chest. "This is a godsend," I whispered. "Thank you so much. I'll bring a plastic bin tomorrow with a padlock. I'll pay a small monthly fee if needed." She waved off the idea of payment. "Don't worry about it for now. You're a loyal customer, so we're just paying it forward. If it ever becomes too cluttered, we'll talk, but I doubt it'll be an issue." Emotion clogged my throat. Support from near strangers contrasted so starkly with the cruelty at home. For a moment, I wondered what it might feel like to have parents who cheered me on, who offered not just a corner shelf, but unconditional belief. My father's hateful sneer loomed in memory, but I buried the thought, focusing on the tangible help right here. Leaving the shop, I felt lighter. At least I had a safe place to store finished artworks, essential drawings, or valuable materials. My father's rummaging spree might have awakened a new brand of vigilance in me, but it wouldn't cripple my progress. Step by step, I was learning to navigate around obstacles, forging alliances in the community that recognized the worth he denied. The next day, I gathered a handful of finished sketches, some leftover prints, and my portable portfolio case, placing them carefully in a plastic bin. I included personal documents like a birth certificate copy and a few vital receipts, anything I feared my father might destroy out of spite. With the bin sealed under a sturdy padlock, I carried it to the printing shop, the container weighing heavily on my arms but lifting an emotional burden off my shoulders. Marisol welcomed me, guiding me to the closet. I labeled the bin with my name, nestling it on the shelf. Relief flooded me. Even if my father turned my bedroom upside down tonight, he wouldn't uncover these items. Time slipped into a new routine. Each morning, I left early, responding to small commission inquiries or brainstorming new pieces at the library. Occasionally, I dropped by Roasted Harmony to check if Rise Among the Shadows had sold. Geeta always offered an encouraging smile, though there was no sign of that mysterious buyer. My father's hostility, however, never waned. He demanded I show him any extra money I earned, rummaged through my room sporadically, and insulted me whenever I walked through the door. My mother's scornful glances persisted, refusing to grant even a hint of understanding, and my siblings kept to themselves. Only the youngest occasionally shot me a look that might have been compassion. After a week of no new sales, I felt the sting of frustration. My father's next rent deadline loomed, and I had only a fraction of the total set aside. Although I had stashed what little I could in a secondary account away from his meddling, I still wasn't close to affording an apartment. Each day, a knot of anxiety tightened in my chest. Geeta insisted that sales in the cafe could be unpredictable, but guaranteed me that my overshadowed flower painting garnered interest. People often praised its concept. That praise didn't translate into immediate funds, though, leaving me pinned beneath my father's suffocating demands. One afternoon, out of pure desperation, I decided to follow up with Alicia from the non-profit. She'd taken my postcard at the bazaar, promising a possible mental health awareness commission. She'd never emailed me the details. Maybe she'd lost my information or gotten busy. I pulled up her card from my phone photos, found her organization's website, and shot her a polite message. Subject: following up on gala commission. Hi, Alicia. This is Julian, the illustrator you met at the local art bazaar. I hope you're doing well. I'm reaching out to follow up on the conversation we had about your organization's upcoming awareness gala. I'd love to discuss any creative needs you might have. Please let me know if you'd like to see more samples of my work, or if there's a convenient time for a call. Thank you, Julian. Hitting send, I prayed it didn't come across as pushy. If her group had changed their minds or found another artist, so be it, but I desperately needed clarity. I forced myself to focus on new sketches for a while, though my mind kept drifting. If Alicia responded positively, it could be a lifeline. If she offered a well-paying project, I might finally piece together enough resources to exit the toxic environment for good. By the time evening arrived, I'd nearly worn down my phone's battery checking for her reply. Nothing. Sighing, I trudged home, bracing for another awkward dinner scenario. My father and mother shared terse conversation in the kitchen, but I grabbed some leftovers and retreated, ignoring their muttered remarks about useless daydreamers. My bedroom door was slightly ajar, evidence that they'd likely peeked inside again. I'd already moved my valuable items to Marisol's closet. so at least I didn't fear major damage. Still, the violation wore on my nerves. That night I tossed and turned, haunted by an odd sense of dislocation. I wasn't a child, yet my father treated me like one. I was no longer jobless, commissions popped up sporadically, but my stability was precarious. Late at night, I dozed off, imagining a future where I woke up in a tiny, humble studio, free to create without interference, free to lock my door knowing no one would barge in unannounced. Days bled together. I kept emailing potential leads, updating my portfolio, venturing to the coffee house in hopes of a miracle sale. Geeta had no fresh news. Then 2 mornings later, a single beep from my phone shattered my slump. Alicia's name glowed on the screen. Subject, following up on gala commission. Hello. I'm so glad you reached out. Things got hectic at our office, and I misplaced your contact info. I'd love to discuss the Awareness Gala project. We need posters, digital banners, and possibly some small illustrations for our program. Could we meet in person to go over details? Let me know your availability. Best, Alicia Rodriguez. Together, we thrive, non-profit. My heart soared. This was exactly the break I needed. I rapidly composed a reply. Hi, Alicia. That's wonderful news. I'm available this week. Let me know a date, time, and location that works, and I'll be there. I can bring sample sketches and references to ensure we capture your organization's message. Thanks again, Julian. Bouncing on my feet in the library's quiet corner, I attracted a few sidelong glances from patrons. Ignoring them, I relished the surge of hope. If Alicia's non-profit found real value in my artwork, I could earn a lump sum or a steady payment plan for multiple deliverables. That, coupled with potential future sales at the cafe or random commissions, might finally fund a small escape. My father's rummaging and scorn would become irrelevant once I secured a stable place to stay. Alicia replied within the hour, suggesting we meet at a modest cafe near her office the next day. I agreed instantly, nerves tingling with anticipation. Now I needed to prepare a professional approach. No more half-hearted references. This non-profit likely required organized sketches, project timelines, clear cost breakdowns. I scoured the internet for tips on contract negotiations, ensuring I wouldn't undersell myself. Even so, my father's voice echoed in the back of my head, worthless doodles. Each negative syllable only pushed me to show Alicia I was more than capable. That evening, I rummaged through digital files, assembling a mini portfolio of relevant pieces that illustrated hope, resilience, or mental well-being. My overshadowed flower painting, though physically on display, had a high-resolution scan I could present. In many ways, that image epitomized the very concept Alicia wanted, rising above adversity. If her team latched onto it, maybe they'd request variations or thematically similar designs. When I ventured home, my father happened to be in the living room, flipping through channels. He watched me enter with a steely look, but said nothing. My mother's silhouette hovered in the hallway. I could almost taste the tension, but a strange calm overtook me. I had a meeting tomorrow that could shape my entire future. Their hostility, though vile, paled next to the chance of forging a legitimate career path. Let them glare, let them rummage. I'd soon have a means to break free. Early the following day, I slipped into a slightly nicer shirt and pants, wanting to appear composed. My father glanced up from the kitchen table as I hurried out. His expression twisted, likely suspecting I had an important appointment. But he couldn't pin me down or demand answers, because I'd never told him anything about this potential commission. Keeping quiet was my best armor. Sunlight bathed the sidewalk as I headed to the designated cafe. Butterflies fluttered in my stomach. This meeting represented more than just a job. It was a shot at building a stable, ongoing relationship with a reputable organization. Arriving 10 minutes early, I found a cozy corner table and nervously arranged my laptop, sketches, and a small notebook. The smell of fresh pastries both soothed and heightened my tension. At precisely the arranged time, Alicia entered, scanning the interior. Spotting me, she flashed a bright smile and crossed the cafe to my table. She wore a crisp blazer, carrying a slim portfolio. "Hi, thanks for meeting with me," she said, taking a seat. Her voice brimmed with warmth and sincerity, easing some of my anxiety. I mirrored her smile. "Thank you for the opportunity." Once we'd ordered tea, Alicia launched into an overview of their organization's mission: reducing stigma, providing mental health resources, and uniting the community for a large gala event. The theme for the campaign was From Struggle to Strength, focusing on real stories of individuals who overcame mental health challenges. I listened intently, scribbling notes, recognizing how well my style meshed with the concept of triumph over adversity. "We need a poster design to display around town," Alicia explained, sliding a rough draft of the text across the table. "Plus a digital banner for our website, social media posts, and small spot illustrations in our printed program." Her eyes flicked to the overshadowed flower image in my sample deck. "Your overshadowed flower piece is exactly the kind of emotional imagery we want. Would you be able to create something similar, but specifically tailored to our theme?" Excitement thrummed in my veins. "Absolutely. I can draw inspiration from that concept, like a blossoming figure that emerges from darkness, or a metaphorical representation of supportive hands lifting someone who's struggling." She nodded vigorously. "Yes, exactly. We're open to your creative spin. We just want it cohesive and heartfelt. Our budget covers an initial set of designs with a possible extension if we expand the campaign." At the word budget, I swallowed, nerves prickling. Here was the crucial point. I needed fair compensation, but also didn't want to lose the contract by setting my price too high. "I can provide a breakdown," I ventured, opening my notebook to a page of carefully prepared notes. "For the main poster illustration, color work plus final layout, I'd ask for X dollars. The digital banner adaptation would be an additional fee, and each small spot illustration for your program a bit less individually." She leaned forward, scanning my approximate quotes. A wave of doubt battered me. I worried she'd say it was overpriced, but Alicia merely nodded, considering. "This seems fair for the quality you're offering. We have to run it by our finance department, but I'm optimistic." She tapped a pen on the table. "If you're willing to sign a basic contract with a timeline, deliverables, and your final rates, I'll advocate for approval. Once it's set, we can pay you in installments, half up front, half upon completion, or monthly if that helps you." Relief nearly made me dizzy. This was more than just a one-off sale. The promise of installments or partial payments would ensure a steadier flow of income, exactly the antidote to my father's unpredictable demands. I cleared my throat, maintaining composure. "That sounds fantastic. I'm flexible on the payment schedule, as long as it's all clear in writing." We spent the next half hour hammering out details, approximate deadlines, how many revisions they expected, a potential theme linking multiple pieces together, and the all-important notion of capturing resilience without trivializing real pain. Alicia seemed genuinely enthusiastic about my personal style, referencing the charcoal textures and luminous highlights in my overshadowed flower piece. She believed that raw emotion could resonate deeply with viewers, motivating them to attend the gala or donate to the non-profit. By the time we wrapped up, I felt lighter than I had in weeks. Alicia handed me a small folder with official non-profit documents and her business card. "I'll push for a quick approval," she promised. "We want to start promoting early. I'll email you next steps soon." I rose, shaking her hand. "Thank you. I'm excited to collaborate." After she departed, I lingered at the table, breathing in an overwhelming sense of possibility. The pay might not be astronomical, but it was stable enough for me to tentatively plan my exit. If all went smoothly, I could save a fraction from each installment. Coupled with any additional sales or smaller commissions, that might be enough for a modest room in a shared apartment. My father's rummaging and rent demands would be a shadow of the past. Still buzzing with optimism, I stopped at the printing shop to share the news with Marisol. She grinned in delight. "That's huge! An extended contract with a non-profit is great exposure too." I nodded, heart brimming. It's not finalized, but she seemed positive. I wanted to say thanks for letting me store my supplies. That means a lot right now. Marisol waved a hand, dismissing my gratitude with a warm smile. "It's the least we can do. Keep me posted on the final designs. Maybe we can print some promotional materials for you or for the non-profit." By late afternoon, I was practically floating as I roamed the city streets, lost in thoughts of a better life. My father's hold on me felt slightly weaker with each step. However, returning home that evening still ignited a twinge of dread. Despite the new spark of hope, the present reality remained grim. My father's rummaging could happen any time. The next rent cycle loomed, and my mother's hostility never waned. The older siblings lurked in the background, not outright attacking me, but never stepping in to help either. Sure enough, dinner was a stilted affair. My mother and father occupied the table, glancing at me suspiciously when I slipped in for a plate. The younger sibling hovered in the living room, phone in hand. No one spoke. The only sound was the clink of utensils and muffled news on TV. The tension felt suffocating, but I refused to show weakness. Soon enough, I retreated to my room. Flipping open my laptop, I typed a short log of the meeting with Alicia, listing the proposed tasks and potential rates. It comforted me to see it written out, a tangible plan beyond the haze of day-to-day survival. My father's footsteps thudded outside my door once, twice, then receded. He probably debated searching my space again, but found it locked. Let him try. I kept my valuables and crucial sketches elsewhere now. Sleep finally came in broken fragments, peppered with visions of bright posters bearing my illustrations, a crowded gala praising the artwork's impact, overshadowed by flashbacks of my father's mocking grin. By morning, the nightmares had eased, replaced by cautious optimism. If Alicia's finance department approved, I'd begin conceptual sketches immediately. That meant I'd spend more time at the library or a quiet cafe. Working from home, with constant risk of intrusion, was untenable. I went about my morning routine, library check-in, scanning for Alicia's messages. Nothing new yet. Next, I swung by Roasted Harmony, nerves jangling. Still no soul sign beneath my overshadowed flower. Geeta caught my eye, shaking her head apologetically. "I'm sorry. The interested buyer hasn't shown up again. Maybe they'll return. People sometimes need time to decide, or they get distracted by life." Disappointment weighed on me, but I mustered a polite smile. "Thanks, Geeta. I appreciate you giving it space. I'll leave it up for the rest of the month if that's okay." "Absolutely. Don't lose faith. Pieces can sell spontaneously, especially if someone feels a deep connection. Her optimism mirrored my new sense of possibility. Yes, it was frustrating that I hadn't sold that painting, but the Alicia contract might soon overshadow the entire issue. Stepping out of the cafe, I nearly bumped into my younger sibling standing on the sidewalk, eyes glued to their phone. Surprised, I pulled up short. They peered up, an awkward flicker crossing their features. "Hey," they muttered. "Are you following me?" The words carried a defensive edge, though not outright hostile. I shook my head. Number I just stopped by to check on my art inside. Their gaze darted to the cafe window. "You have something in there, right?" They paused, hesitation making them shift from foot to foot. "Look, Dad was ranting last night. He said if you don't cough up next month's rent on the first day it's due, he'll throw your stuff out again. I just thought you should know." A cold shiver crawled up my spine, another reminder that his cruelty was indefinite, possibly accelerating. "Thanks," I managed. "I kind of expected that. Thanks for the warning." My sibling shrugged, gaze flicking around awkwardly. "I know I haven't helped you much, but just watch yourself, okay? Mom's upset too. She says you walk around like you're better than us now that you're making money." A storm of emotions raged inside me, mixing pity, anger, and heartbreak. My mother saw me as arrogant because I refused to accept her belittling words. The entire dynamic was twisted. "I don't think I'm better than anyone," I whispered, resisting an urge to lash out. "I'm just trying to survive." They sighed, nodding vaguely. "Yeah. Well, I'll see you at home, I guess." Then they disappeared into the bustle of pedestrians, leaving me reeling. If anything, their half-hearted attempt to warn me confirmed how close I was to a ticking time bomb. My father or mother could escalate their hostility at any moment. Despite last month's forced rent payment, I was never secure. I pressed onward, mind swirling. If Alicia's project came through, I'd have to accelerate my plan to relocate. Maybe I could find a shared room to rent with minimal deposit. Grabbing a seat at the library once more, I scrolled through apartment listings again. A sublet in a less desirable district, near warehouses, advertised a cramped studio for a modest rate. I jotted down the phone number. Another listing featured a shared basement in an old house for similarly low rent. None of these options sounded glamorous, but glamour was irrelevant. Security and privacy were everything. As I pored over listings, an alert pinged. Alicia's email had arrived. With bated breath, I opened it. Subject: approved. Let's move forward. Hi Julian, great news. Our finance team approved the proposal. We're excited to begin the creative process as soon as possible. The initial contract covers the main poster illustration plus 2 spot pieces for the program. Additional items can be negotiated later. We'll pay you 40% upfront, 30% after sketches are approved, and 30% upon final delivery. Let me know your bank info and we'll draft the official paperwork. I can send it digitally for your e-signature. Thanks, Alicia. A rush of euphoria surged through me. This was it. Guaranteed money in structured installments, enough to plan a real escape from my father's tyranny. I typed a measured but thrilled reply, providing the requested details. My hands shook, nearly dropping the phone. A lifetime in that oppressive household had conditioned me to brace for disappointment, but this time, something wonderful had come together. After hitting send, I slumped over the library table, exhaling a tremulous laugh. In the hush of the stacks, tears threatened to gather in the corners of my eyes. Not tears of sorrow, tears of relief, anticipation, and a hint of triumph. My father had rummaged through my things, brandished threats, belittled every step I took. And yet, here I was, forging a professional agreement with a respected non-profit to create meaningful art. His words, worthless, deadbeat, dreamer, meant nothing in the face of actual contracts and payments. For the rest of the afternoon, I mapped out potential sketches for Alicia's project. Ideas burst forth like a dam unleashed, swirling lines depicting hands lifting a person from a pit, a symbolic figure blossoming into color from monochrome darkness, a mosaic of subtle images representing various mental health challenges. Each concept thrummed with the same emotional intensity I'd poured into my overshadowed flower painting. The difference now was that I had a client who wanted to pay for this depth, not a father who sneered at it. Evening fell before I noticed the time. With Alicia's deposit pending, I felt brave enough to deviate from my standard route home, deciding to treat myself to a cheap sandwich along the way. The clang of dishes in the tiny eatery offered a comforting normalcy. Soon, I'd handle real tasks for a real client, no more scraping by or hoping for random sales. As I finally crossed the threshold into my house, the living room lights glared. My father sat in his usual spot, arms folded, scanning me with an expression that radiated suspicion. My mother stood in the corridor, her posture stiff. My younger sibling, parted from their phone for once, lingered behind them. Something about the scene roiled my insides, like an ambush. "Where have you been?" my father demanded, voice clipped. "It's late." I forced a neutral expression. "Working. Meeting someone about a new project." He scowled. "What project?" My mother's features tightened, as though ready to pounce. "An art commission," I answered, heart hammering. I refused to reveal the details. My father would never understand or respect it. "It's a paying job." My father's laugh sliced the air. "Paying, you say? Sure. Guess that means you'll have plenty for next month's rent." "Good, because I plan on raising it." Shock stabbed me. "Raising it?" He shrugged, feigning nonchalance. "My house, my rules. You're making money now, right? So let's see it. If you're truly so confident in your worthless doodles, you won't mind paying more." An electric rage burned behind my eyes. He wanted to squeeze every dollar out of me, as though punishing me for any success. The temptation to scream that I'd move out nearly overwhelmed me, but I held back. I didn't have the deposit yet. Alicia's first installment was coming soon, but it wouldn't appear instantly. My mother chimed in, voice laced with mock sweetness. "We're happy for you. If you can afford to play fancy artist, you can afford higher rent. How does an extra $200 a month sound?" A strangled noise escaped my throat. My father smirked, seemingly enjoying my reaction. He relished any chance to reassert control. My youngest sibling stood aside, biting their lip, unable to intervene. I closed my eyes for a moment, struggling to quell the swirl of panic and fury. So this was it. The more I succeeded, the more they'd demand, refusing to let me save enough to escape. They didn't merely doubt me. They actively resented my progress. But soon, Alicia's deposit would arrive. If all went well, I could gather enough for a small deposit somewhere else in a matter of weeks. Maybe even days if the finances panned out. This toxic arrangement could end. My father leaned forward. "Got any problems with that? Speak up, or get out now." Summoning a calm I didn't feel, I replied, "Fine. If that's what it costs, I'll pay it. But don't expect me to stay here any longer than necessary." My voice quivered with suppressed anger, but the statement was a vow. I was done tiptoeing around their cruelty. My father's gaze darkened, but he seemed almost disappointed that I didn't explode. "We'll see if you can actually do it," he snapped. "Rent's due in a few weeks. Don't be late." Without another word, I turned and walked to my room, ignoring my mother's satisfied sneer. Once inside, I slammed the door, heart thudding dangerously. My father's attempt to trap me with higher rent only reinforced my resolve. The moment Alicia's deposit cleared, I would hunt for the cheapest possible space to rent, even if it was a dingy basement. Anything to break free from this cycle of exploitation. Dropping onto my bed, I forced myself to inhale until the white-hot fury dimmed. They wanted me powerless. Every success bled dry, so I'd remain under their thumb. But soon they'd face the reality that I wasn't tethered to their twisted sense of control. If Rise Among the Shadows sold, or if I lined up more commissions through Alicia's group, that timeline might shrink even further. I pictured the overshadowed flower, glowing defiantly among larger, ominous shapes. That painting embodied my struggle. If it found a home for $200, my father's raised rent wouldn't matter. I'd be gone. Sitting up, I rubbed my palms across my face, then pulled out a battered notebook. I flipped to a blank page and wrote a single sentence in bold letters: "They will not break me." For years they'd tried, through insults, threats, rummaging, intimidation, but I was still here. Each day I moved one step closer to independence. My father's scowl, my mother's cutting remarks, the humiliating rummages, they were final echoes of a losing battle on their side. Tomorrow I'd confirm the final contract details with Alicia. I'd propose an accelerated timeline for partial deliveries so I could receive installments faster. Then I'd start making phone calls about that run-down basement sublet. Even living in a decaying building among flickering lights and chipped paint was preferable to being a prisoner of my father's arbitrary rent hikes. This was how I'd forge my revenge, by thriving, leaving them to choke on their own bitterness. Tucking the notebook aside, I stared at the ceiling. My father might have raised the stakes, but in doing so, he'd accelerated my exit. A calm settled over me, as though I had found a hidden key in all this chaos. Soon enough, the overshadowed flower in my mind would no longer represent living under their shadow. It would bloom freely in its own domain. I just had to keep pushing forward, ignoring their attempts to cling to control. One day they'd look up and realize I was gone, with no regrets left behind. The next morning arrived with a weighty hush, as if the entire house braced itself for a fresh round of conflict. Memories of the previous night, my father's announcement that he was raising the rent, my mother's mocking agreement, my own vow to leave as soon as possible, throbbed behind my eyes. Despite the tension roiling in my stomach, I pushed myself to stand, throw on clothes, and exit the stifling home before dawn. The newly secured commission with Alicia's organization was my lifeline now, and I had no intention of letting fear or my father's intimidation halt my progress. Cold air slapped my cheeks when I stepped outside. Pale light brushed the rooftops, hinting at the sun's imminent arrival. Rather than heading directly to the library, I paused at a nearby convenience store for a weak cup of coffee. My heartbeat pounded with a mix of anger and cautious hope. Anger at the new rent demands, hope anchored in Alicia's upcoming deposit. As soon as her payment cleared, I would chase that sublet or basement lease I'd scouted. Holding the steaming styrofoam cup, I recalled my father's furious expression. how he relished my reaction to his ultimatum. He believed I was trapped, that raising the rent would keep me shackled under his roof indefinitely. But he didn't realize I had real prospects now. A twist of bitter satisfaction curled in my chest, let him assume I was cornered. The moment I collected enough to leave, I'd vanish from their reach, never giving them another chance to rummage through my belongings or hijack my finances. Reaching the library's hush, I settled at my usual table, powered up my aging laptop, and immediately checked for Alicia's messages. Nothing yet. She'd said her finance team moved quickly, so perhaps I only needed to wait a day or two. My father's new rent demand hovered like a guillotine. If I couldn't find alternative housing soon, he might tighten the screws even more. Attempting to quell the panic, I opened a blank file and started drafting preliminary sketches for the non-profit's poster. Sketching had always been my sanctuary. The swirl of lines, the measured shading, the intangible promise of bringing concepts to life. Bit by bit, shapes emerged. A figure rising from black and white emptiness into vibrant color, arms extended, lines of subtle supporters in the background. Another concept used a blossoming tree to symbolize growth after hardship, echoing the vibe of my overshadowed flower piece, but with a new spin. Time and tension melted. When I lifted my head from the page, nearly 2 hours had slipped by, leaving me with half a dozen conceptual sketches that pulsed with the emotion I wanted to convey. My phone buzzed. Heart leaping, I swiped to find an email from Alicia's address. The subject read, "Signed contract and first installment." A jolt of relief coursed through me. This was the official green light. My father's manipulations would not smother my progress. Quietly, I opened the email. "Hi Julian, great news. The contract is finalized. Attached, you'll find a PDF with our signatures and a breakdown of payment milestones. The first installment, 40% of the total, has already been processed. You should receive it within 1 to 2 business days, depending on bank processing times. We're thrilled to have you on board. Once you're ready, send us your initial sketches, and we can schedule a Zoom or in-person review. Thanks for your dedication. Best regards, Alicia Rodriguez. Together we thrive non-profit." My eyes stung with gratitude. 40% of the total was no trivial sum. It might even cover a deposit and the first month's rent at a small place. If I moved fast, I could arrange a new home before my father demanded his inflated payment. Shutting the email, I rubbed my face, half disbelieving that a path to freedom stood this close. The crucial question remained, would the money arrive soon enough to secure a lease? Or would I be stuck for another month under my father's surveillance? Either way, I refused to waste energy on despair. With renewed determination, I refined 2 of my sketches, scanning them on the library's basic copier for digital submission to Alicia's team. My pen flew, adding flourishes of color-coded notes to convey how each region of the poster might appear in the final design. The idea was to show them something vivid and symbolic, so they'd sense my passion right away. By midday, hunger gnawed at me. I saved my progress, turned off the laptop and ventured outside. A cheap sandwich from a hole-in-the-wall deli sufficed for lunch. My father's raised rent pronouncement haunted me, but I tried to funnel that anxiety into a defiant certainty. Soon, I'd no longer rely on his grudging permission to exist. Before heading back to the library, I decided to check Roasted Harmony for any sign of a buyer for Rise Among the Shadows. Perhaps I'd get lucky. The coffee house buzzed with its usual midday crowd, the aroma of roasted beans and fresh pastries enveloping me. I scanned the walls for my painting. There it was, still hanging under the gentle spotlight, label intact at $200. Gita, wiping down a table, noticed me and approached with a sympathetic half-smile. "Not yet. Sorry," she said softly. "A few more people commented on it this week, though. I tell them it's for sale if they want to take it home." My chest tightened with disappointment, but I mustered a nod. "Thanks for trying. It might still happen." She placed a reassuring hand on my shoulder. "Don't lose hope. By the way, a new monthly rotation starts in a couple of weeks. If it doesn't sell, do you want us to keep it up longer?" I considered. Part of me wished I had that painting secured in a sale right now, but leaving it visible for a few more weeks could still yield results. "Yes, keep it there as long as you can," I said. "I need every chance possible. My father's... well, you know the story." Gita gave me a sympathetic look. "I wish your family appreciated your talent. But if you need anything, like organizing a small art show or something, let me know. We sometimes host local Meet the Artist nights." My pulse quickened. "That sounds interesting, though I'm juggling a new commission. Maybe once I finalize my schedule, I'll get back to you." With that, I headed back into the chilly afternoon, mind humming with possibilities. A Meet the Artist event could attract more potential buyers or commissioners, but I had to be sure my father wouldn't sabotage it. The mere thought of him barging into a public function, spitting insults, made my stomach churn. No, I had to plan carefully. Returning to the library, I polished 2 scans, emailing them to Alicia with a short explanation of each concept. Satisfied, I leaned back in the stiff wooden chair, my body begging for rest. For weeks, I'd operated in a non-stop blur between the bazaar, volunteer projects, Gita's cafe exhibit, and dodging my father's hostility. Now, fresh impetus, my new contract, sparked an even more demanding sprint. I realized I needed a stable environment to produce high-quality final artwork. Creating in the library was possible, but far from ideal. If the deposit cleared quickly, maybe I could sublet that rundown basement next week. The corners of my mouth tugged upward at the thought. Even a leaky faucet and peeling wallpaper sounded heavenly compared to my father's rummaging footsteps. Late in the afternoon, my phone buzzed, a text from my younger sibling. Startled, I nearly fumbled the device. They rarely contacted me directly. Swiping to open, I read, "Dad's in a bad mood. Be careful when you come home." Ice trickled through my veins. A bad mood in my father's world could mean anything. Maybe he'd lost some money, or my mother had goaded him with complaints. My sibling's warning was a meager courtesy, but I appreciated the heads up. With a resigned sigh, I replied, "Thanks. I'll try to avoid him." Shutting my laptop, I debated staying out as late as possible, but the library would close eventually. Fear and anger wrestled in my gut. The more he inflicted stress, the more I wanted to vanish. As night fell, I forced myself up and trudged toward the house, determined not to appear frightened. Entering, I found my father hunched on the couch, flipping through mail. My mother was nowhere in sight, presumably in another room. He glowered when he noticed me, tossing a couple of envelopes aside. "Where's the rent money you promised for next month, huh? You said you had new jobs lined up, so where's my cut?" I inhaled slowly, trying to maintain composure. "The commission is starting soon, but I haven't been paid yet. You'll get the money by the due date," he sneered. "You'd better. If you're late, you're out. No second chances." He rose from the couch, stepping closer, posture threatening. I raised it for a reason. If you're rolling in money, you can pay more or you can leave. Simple A tremor rippled through me, but I kept my voice calm. "Don't worry, I'll handle it." He gave a derisive scoff, jabbing a finger in my chest. "You think you're too good for us now, strutting around like some big shot? Don't test me." My fists clenched, nails biting into my palms. "I don't think I'm better than anyone," I repeated, echoing my earlier conversation with the younger sibling. "I'm just trying to earn a living." He barked a humorless laugh. "A living, sure." Shaking his head, he retreated to the kitchen. The final slam of a cabinet punctuated his hostility. With a shaky exhale, I slipped into my room, locking the door behind me. This cycle had grown unbearable. I needed out. Inside the cramped bedroom, I found new signs of rummaging, drawers slightly ajar, an overturned pencil cup on the desk. My father clearly had been searching for anything valuable to confiscate. Rage simmered, but I reminded myself that my crucial documents and best artwork were safely tucked away at Marisol's shop. He'd find nothing but scattered pencils and a battered old sketchbook. A hollow triumph. Exhausted, I slumped onto the mattress, thoughts whirling. If Alicia's deposit arrived within the next day or two, I could finalize a sublet by the weekend. Then I'd vanish from my father's domain before he realized how close I was to freedom. But what if the funds took longer to process, or the sublet was already taken? Anxiety gnawed at my mind, sleep a distant possibility. At dawn, I left again without a word, grappling with an undercurrent of dread that my father might escalate further if he sensed I was slipping from his control. My phone's bank app offered a small reassurance. There was a pending deposit from the non-profit, but it hadn't fully cleared. Possibly within 24 hours, it would transform from pending to available. That thought fueled me enough to push forward. I spent the day finalizing more sketches, drafting color palettes, and browsing sublet listings. The basement unit I'd originally spotted was still advertised. Even if the landlord wanted first and last month's rent, Alicia's partial payment might cover that. I dialed the number and left a message, breath quavering. The idea of physically leaving my family's house felt surreal. Part of me worried about confrontation. What if my father turned violent once I announced I was moving out? Around lunchtime, I discovered a missed call on my phone, a local area code. Heart pounding, I dialed back. The voice of an elderly landlord answered. He mentioned the basement was still available, though there was another potential tenant who might decide soon. "If you can come see it tomorrow morning, we'll talk specifics," he offered. I seized the opportunity. "Yes, absolutely, I'll be there." We arranged a time. My entire body vibrated with nervous excitement. Provided the deposit cleared by then, I could secure the unit and pay him on the spot. Evening arrived, and I steeled myself to face my father again. The house was quiet when I entered, which put me on edge. My mother glanced at me from the living room, lips pursed, but said nothing. My father might have gone out or was sulking in his room. I hurried to my own space, heart drumming. Another rummage had clearly occurred. The desk's single drawer stood open, items rearranged. But he'd find no secret stash. The real treasure, the contract with Alicia and my vital supplies, remained inaccessible to him. That night, my phone chimed with a new email from Alicia's team. They attached the final digital contract with official signatures. Scanning it, I confirmed the total sum for the project and the milestone-based payout. My father's manipulations receded in importance. Here was tangible proof of my worth, recognized by an established organization. Over and over, I reread the lines describing my creative contributions, At last, the swirl of tension slowly subsided, replaced by cautious optimism. When morning broke, I fidgeted, checking my bank account. Still pending. Anxiety twisted my stomach. I needed that deposit to show the landlord at the basement unit, or I'd lose my best chance. I decided to stall, hoping it would clear by midday. I left the house early, crossing paths with my mother in the hallway. She shot me a withering glare, jabbing a finger at my chest. "Your father wants next month's rent in 2 weeks. Don't you forget." He told me the same thing, I replied tersely, stepping past her. She spat something under her breath about ungrateful children, but I ignored it. Outside, the crisp air cleared my head. I walked rapidly to the library, each footstep resonating with determination. If Alicia's deposit appeared today, I'd rush to the landlord's place, sign the lease, and begin packing. If not, I'd have to beg him for a 24-hour extension or risk losing the room. At a corner table, I spread out my notes, refining a third sketch for the non-profits program illustration. This one showed multiple silhouettes reaching out to one another, forming a spiral shape that represented community support. Time crawled. I checked my bank app obsessively. Pending. Over and over. My throat felt dry, and my heart hammered with each refresh. If it didn't go through soon, I wouldn't have the funds for that deposit. Noon arrived. I had scheduled the landlord appointment for 2 p.m. Biting my lip, I tried one last refresh and nearly choked as the screen displayed a new balance. The deposit had cleared. Relief coursed through me so powerfully that I almost slumped over the table. One stressful hurdle vanquished. Now I had enough for a security deposit and the first month of rent, plus a small buffer. Not a fortune, but absolutely enough to escape. I dashed out of the library, quickening my pace to a small cafe where I ordered a cheap lunch, my appetite returning in full force. Then I hopped on a bus to the address the landlord had given. The neighborhood grew quieter as we veered away from the city's bustling center, rows of older houses with chipped paint dotting the streets. Finally, I stepped off near a narrow lane lined with gnarled trees. The sidewalk cracked in places. Despite the modest setting, I felt a surge of excitement. This could be my fresh start. The landlord, a grey-haired man with a kind face, greeted me at the doorstep of a weathered 2-story home. He led me around back to a small side entrance that descended into a half-below-ground unit. The interior smelled faintly of must and old wood, with a single window near the ceiling letting in a trickle of daylight. The living area was basically one open room, a tiny kitchenette, a curtained-off area for sleeping, and a cramped bathroom. The walls needed paint, and a corner had some water damage. Yet it was private, with a lockable door. No rummaging father, no mother's glares. "It's not fancy," the landlord admitted, "but utilities are included and you'll have your own entrance. The rent is..." He named a figure that aligned with my estimates, plus we need first and last months up front. He rubbed his chin. "I won't lie. Another prospect might take it by next week, but if you're ready to sign soon, I prefer a stable tenant." My hands almost shook with the effort not to cheer. "I'm ready," I said, forcing calm. "I have the deposit. I can pay both months today, as soon as we finalize a lease." The older man's eyebrows rose. "That's quick, but I won't complain. We can sign now if you like." He fished a basic agreement form from a folder. "Read it carefully, though. I want us both to be satisfied." My gaze skimmed the page. Standard terms about damage, no illegal activities, a small fee for a background check, quiet hours after 10 p.m. Heart pounding, I scrawled my name where indicated. The landlord shook my hand. gave me a set of keys, and requested the deposit. I transferred the agreed-upon sum from my phone app. No going back now. I'd used a significant portion of Alicia's deposit, but it was worth every cent. "I'd like to move in as soon as possible," I ventured, the corners of my mouth trembling with excitement. "Is tomorrow feasible?" He nodded, offering a half-smile. "Certainly, it's empty now. Just let me know if you need any maintenance. The stove is old but works." I thanked him profusely, stepping out into the cold air with a swirl of elation. The place was far from luxurious. Some would call it run-down, but it was mine to shape. No father barging in, no rummaging, no raised rent at a whim. I clutched the keys, barely able to keep from running down the street in glee. Back on the bus, my mind churned with the logistical questions. I had only a few possessions at home, but how would I retrieve them without a blow-up? My father might see me packing boxes and realize I was leaving. He could attempt to sabotage me, or even physically bar me from taking my own items. A chill tightened my chest. I needed a plan. Perhaps I'd gather my supplies piece by piece over the next few days, transporting them to Marisol's closet or directly to the basement. Then, on the official move-in day, I'd slip out with final essentials. The overshadowed flower painting could remain at Gita's place for sale, no risk of fatherly interference there. But I still owned some older sketches, clothes, and personal trinkets. By the time I returned to my neighborhood, I'd decided I would keep this move secret until I was nearly finished. My father might suspect something, but he wouldn't see it coming until I was gone. For now, I'd pretend everything was normal. If he rummaged, he'd only find that my art materials were missing, an observation he'd probably chalk up to my usual routine. Inside, my heartbeat pounded with the thrill of a successful covert mission. An idea flared. My father demanded rent in 2 weeks, fully expecting me to fork over that inflated sum. In truth, I'd be gone before it was due. The mental image of him raging at my empty room triggered a mix of satisfaction and dread. Would he retaliate somehow, hunt me down, or attempt to sabotage my new arrangement? My father's malice was boundless, but once I had my own lock and address, I'd be outside his immediate reach. The next morning, stepping into the house at dusk, I found the living room mostly dark. My mother napped on the couch, father nowhere in sight. Silence reigned, thick and tense. I crept to my room, flipped on the dim lamp, and surveyed the meager possessions I had left. Most crucial artwork was already at Marisol's shop. A battered duffel bag for clothes, a few personal documents. That was it. As for furniture, the bed and desk belonged to the family. Good riddance. I had everything I required to set up a creative corner in my new basement. An idea flared. My father demanded rent in 2 weeks, fully expecting me to fork over that inflated sum. In truth, I'd be gone before it was due. The mental image of him raging at my empty room triggered a mix of satisfaction and dread. Would he retaliate somehow, hunt me down, or attempt to sabotage my new arrangement? My father's malice was boundless, but once I had my own lock and address, I'd be outside his immediate reach. The next morning, I stirred early, gathering random items in a small pack. My father's voice rumbled from the kitchen, but I slipped out quietly. All day I shuttled between the library and the printing shop, finalizing small details for Alicia's next sketches. While there, I told Marisol that I'd found a place and planned to move soon. She shared my excitement, offering the shop's back closet as a staging ground if I needed to store multiple loads. Bit by bit, the plan took shape. Each evening, I'd grab clothes, a few personal knickknacks or old sketches, then deposit them secretly at Marisol's place or carry them directly to the basement if the landlord was around to unlock the door. By the end of the week, I would discreetly shift everything I valued out of my father's domain. The only risk was that he might catch me mid-transfer. That evening, dinner was stony silence. My father looked up once, frowned but said nothing. My mother shot me a suspicious glance. My youngest sibling kept their gaze fixed on a phone, though a flicker of curiosity crossed their features. Perhaps they sensed my covert energy. I forced an indifferent expression, retreating to my room right after finishing a meager plate of leftovers. As midnight approached, I carefully stuffed a few changes of clothes and some personal objects, like an old notebook of childhood sketches, into my backpack. Then I picked my moment. I heard my parents' door click shut, indicating they'd turned in for the night. Creeping down the corridor, heart hammering, I reached the front door. Each creak of the floorboards made me freeze, terrified my father would storm out demanding answers, but no one emerged. Sweating, I slipped outside. In the silent street, I hustled to a dimly lit bus stop that operated on a reduced night schedule. The bus arrived with a hiss, depositing me near the new address about 10 minutes later. The basement landlord, after our conversation, had agreed to let me come and go as I pleased, so I fished out my new key and cautiously entered the half-underground space. Flicking on the overhead light, I exhaled in relief. The single room was stuffy, walls scuffed, but it felt like a sanctuary. Setting my pack down, I gazed around with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. The faint hum of a distant furnace rumbled in the walls, a lonely but strangely comforting sound. A bare mattress lay on a simple metal frame, presumably left behind by a previous tenant. I placed my possessions in a corner, deciding to keep them as organized as possible. No sense living in chaos. In a matter of days, I'd have a workable mini studio for Alicia's poster designs. Eventually, I might decorate with small prints or original sketches, building a creative haven that recognized my worth, unlike my family's hateful hissing. Returning to the bus stop, I made my way back, nerves on edge. My father might notice my absence at a late hour, but hopefully he was snoring away, oblivious to my midnight movements. Arriving home around 1 a.m, I found the lights off, the hallway still, no sign of intrusion in my bedroom. Heart still racing, I collapsed onto the bed, triumph mingling with dread. This was only the first trip. I had more possessions to move under the radar. The next day, Alicia emailed me some feedback on the sketches, praising their evocative style. She requested a few color tweaks and an alternative design focusing on the concept of shared hope. My heart soared at the positivity in her words. She recognized I was tapping into raw emotion. Whenever I worked on these non-profit images, a deep well of determination fueled me. This project wasn't just about income. It was a statement of identity, a reclamation of my dignity after years of being dismissed. After finalizing those updates, I repeated the midnight run, this time with a slightly larger bag filled with books, personal documents I'd kept hidden, and older artworks that weren't stored at Marisol's. When I returned home around 1 a.m, the living room lamp was on. My breath caught. My father sat upright on the couch, arms crossed, expression thunderous. "Where were you?" he snarled as soon as I shut the door behind me. "Sneaking around in the middle of the night?" Panic spiked, but I forced a casual shrug. I had a late meeting with a client, then worked at the library until it closed. Sometimes that's how it goes. My pulse hammered, praying he wouldn't press further. He stood, stepping closer, eyes narrowing. "You're lying. The library shuts earlier. And you sure as hell aren't that important to meet clients at midnight? What are you hiding?" I swallowed. "Nothing. Believe what you want." Rage twisted his features, but he said nothing else, marching off to his bedroom. Clearly my father had grown suspicious. My mother's room was dark. Perhaps she was asleep or ignoring the confrontation. I released a trembling breath, hurrying to my own space, locking the door. This time, rummaging had definitely occurred. Old papers scattered on the floor, a dresser drawer open. A wave of revulsion surged through me. He had no right to tear through my things, yet in his mind it was all justified. Flopping onto the bed, I stared at the ceiling, my heart still racing from the near encounter. If he discovered I was quietly moving out, he might try something drastic, like throwing out the belongings I hadn't yet carried away, or physically stopping me from leaving. I needed to accelerate the process, ensuring I lost nothing precious in his fury. The next morning, I mustered a calm facade during breakfast, slipping out without speaking. Father eyed me with open distrust. I maintained an indifferent mask. Once at the library, I scrolled through a few additional leads for used furniture or cheap second-hand supplies to furnish my new basement. It wouldn't take much to make the space livable. Elisa's deposit covered the initial rent, leaving me with just enough to pick up a mattress topper, bedding, and maybe a small desk if I found a bargain. The second milestone from her contract would come after I delivered refined sketches, which might be in a week or two, perfect for finishing touches. That day, Alicia responded to my colour scheme, praising the vibrant palette. She wanted a quick in-person review in 3 days. A wave of relief mingled with excitement. If I was already in my basement by then, I could show her a half-finished poster on a table I actually owned, free from the paranoia of fatherly rummaging. The thought galvanized me to keep pushing. Night arrived once more. I repeated the stealth approach, waiting until past midnight to gather a final load of personal effects, mainly clothes and some old photos. The desk lamp in my father's bedroom glowed under the door, suggesting he might still be awake, but I had no choice. If I hesitated, I risked confrontation tomorrow morning. Clutching the bag, I crept through the corridor, each creak of a floorboard sending spikes of terror through me. At the front door, I paused, holding my breath. No movement behind me. Gently, I twisted the knob and slipped outside. Cool wind brushed my face, intensifying the knot in my stomach. The bus route had become familiar by now, depositing me near the rundown property that housed my basement hideaway. Once inside, I exhaled. The faint overhead light cast a warm glow across the patchy walls. I stored my final load of possessions in the corner, glancing around. The place was modestly furnished now, a second-hand blanket on the bed, some of my sketches pinned to a makeshift corkboard. At least it felt personal, an environment shaped by my own choices, not overshadowed by paternal tyranny. Glancing at my phone's clock, I decided I might as well remain here until morning rather than risk returning home. My father's suspicion had reached a breaking point. I didn't want to face him at 2 a.m. again. So I curled up on the threadbare mattress, ignoring the faint, musty smell. Despite the less than ideal conditions, relief trickled through me. This was the first time I'd slept outside my father's domain without fear of him bursting in. Sure, the pillow was lumpy, the overhead pipe occasionally rattled, but it felt like freedom. When morning light seeped through the high window, I stirred, momentarily disoriented by the unfamiliar room. Then the memory flooded back. I had my own place. A small thrill lit my chest. For a moment I let myself savor that triumph before practicality took over. I had a final day to fetch anything else from the old house, mainly some art supplies or random odds and ends, and then I'd vanish. By the end of this day, I intended to ghost them entirely, leaving behind only emptiness, the raised rent, the rummaging, the insults. Let them see my empty bedroom as a testament to my refusal to be crushed. Yet I needed to be careful. If my father caught me in the act, it could turn ugly. So I devised a plan. Arrive in the mid-afternoon, when my father might be at work, mother possibly out shopping. Swoop in, grab the remainder of my desk items or any stray notebooks I'd missed, then exit. My father rarely returned before early evening, so it was the perfect window. First, I visited the local corner store, grabbing a cheap breakfast. Then I hopped a bus back near the library, checking Alicia's email on the building's free Wi-Fi. She had quickly responded, requesting a short phone call later to finalize scheduling. I smiled. Soon I'd show her a polished draft, maybe even from my new address. Finally, around 2 p.m., I mustered courage and walked toward the old house, my father's fortress of intimidation. The front porch was quiet, no cars in the driveway. My heart pounded, but I let myself in, scanning for any sign of my mother. The living room was empty, a faint murmur from the television indicating someone had left it on. My mother might be napping or out, possibly in the backyard. Good. I hurried to my bedroom, pushing open the door. The sight that greeted me made my stomach drop. The small desk drawers were pulled out, papers strewn across the floor, old sketches crumpled. Anger burned through me. My father must have torn the place apart in frustration. Ignoring the mess, I glanced around for anything of value I'd forgotten. The bottom drawer contained random scraps of earlier scribbles. I collected them, scanning them quickly. A half-finished storm piece, a couple of personal doodles. My mind churned with both rage and relief. Rage that he violated my privacy again. Relief that I'd already moved the majority of my cherished works. Footsteps in the hallway froze me. Heart racing, I quietly closed the drawer. The door to my room was half shut. Through the crack, I glimpsed my mother's silhouette as she passed. She paused, then turned. My breath caught. She stepped closer. The handle rattled. I braced for a confrontation. She pushed the door open. Her eyes flicked over me, then the scattered remains of rummaging. Suspicion narrowed her gaze. "What are you doing here in the middle of the day?" she demanded. "And why is your room such a disaster? Did you do this?" I gripped the papers, forcing a shrug. "I came to grab some old drawings I need for a project. Looks like father already tore through the place." A sneer twisted her features. "He's just being thorough. You could be hiding money. You're practically a tenant, remember? Don't act shocked if we check up on you." Bitter words hovered on my tongue, but I bit them back. My objective was to exit without drama. "Sure," I said coldly. "Just let me get these papers and go." She blocked my path. "You aren't sneaking out on rent, are you? Your father's suspicious." Her gaze bored into me. My pulse hammered. This was it. She suspected I was skipping out. I forced a disinterested laugh. "Why would I do that? I have a few weeks left before it's due. I'll pay him then. I'm just leaving for a meeting." Her expression hardened, but she stepped aside with a warning glare. "Don't try anything. We won't tolerate any nonsense." I brushed past, heart pounding. At the front door, I exhaled relief, ignoring the shake in my limbs. Out on the porch, I hurried down the steps, not looking back. My chest felt like it might explode from the tension. My mother absolutely suspected I was up to something. I needed to vanish tonight for certain. I'd already grabbed the last scraps of my artwork. There was nothing else here for me. Returning to the basement that afternoon, I collapsed on the mattress, drenched in sweat. The final tether to my father's house had been cut. My mother's suspicious threat confirmed that any further attempts at stealth might fail, leading to a direct confrontation. Good. Let them suspect. Let them discover an empty bedroom by tomorrow. When night fell, I had no intention of returning. My father might wait up, hoping to catch me in a lie or extort more money. Instead, I ordered cheap delivery food for the first time in ages, paying out of Alicia's deposit. As I munched on mediocre takeout, I surveyed my new domain by lamplight. A single overhead fixture illuminated chipped walls, the battered bed frame, a corner table I'd scrounged from a thrift store, my clothes and leftover sketches piled neatly in plastic bins. This place might not be glamorous, but it was safe from rummaging and intimidation. I exhaled, letting exhaustion drain from my muscles. The day had been harrowing, but I'd done it. Early the next morning, my phone vibrated. An unknown number. Wariness flared. I answered, hearing my younger sibling's voice, hushed and frantic. "Hey, Dad's freaking out. He says your room is empty like you left or something. He's searching the house for you, yelling about how you owe next month's rent. I told him I haven't seen you, but he's furious. You might want to watch your back." My throat constricted, simultaneously relieved and terrified. I'd known this moment would come. "Thanks," I whispered. "I'm fine. I'm done living there. Don't tell him where I went." A quiet pause. "I won't. But he's threatening to call the cops if you don't show up. Says you ran out on rent." A bitter laugh escaped me. "He can threaten whatever he wants. I didn't sign a formal lease. I already paid last month's portion. I don't owe him anything." My sibling sighed, voice trembling. "Just be careful, okay? I've never seen him this mad. Mom's egging him on." My chest clenched. "Thank you for warning me, and look, I'm sorry it ended like this." "Yeah," they murmured, then hung up. I lowered the phone, heart hammering. So my father had discovered my disappearance. He might indeed try calling the police, claiming I owed him money. But there was no formal written lease. Everything had been intimidation and verbal threats. He had no legal grounds to claim theft. Let him rage. I was finally out. A swirl of triumph tangled with dread. My father wouldn't give up easily, but I refused to cower. Stepping away from the bed, I paced the cramped basement. The phone call left me rattled, though. Could he truly make trouble, show up at my new address, or harass me at some public space? The landlord had my name, but I'd asked him not to share any details with unknown callers. As long as I kept a low profile, maybe my father wouldn't track me down. My mother had no direct link to the basement's location either. The biggest risk was if he somehow coerced my sibling to reveal it. But I sensed they wouldn't betray me, considering the subtle attempts to help. I sank onto the bed, mind churning. Alicia's next milestone approach offered focus, finishing the refined sketches and delivering them. That second chunk of payment would appear soon, letting me buy a small fridge or table lamp for the basement, further entrenching my independence. My father could rant until his face turned purple. My life no longer revolved around him. Staring at the bare wall, I pictured the overshadowed flower painting in Gita's cafe. It symbolized the final piece of my story still out in the world. If it sold, that would be an extra financial buffer. But even if it didn't, The real bloom now resided here, in this musty basement, my freedom from the tyranny that once overshadowed me. They had called me worthless, threatened to evict me, rummaged through my things, and yet I stood stronger, forging a path beyond their control. A faint grin crossed my lips, tinged with sadness for the sibling left behind. Perhaps someday they'd find their own route to freedom. For now, I had enough battles on my plate, learning to live with the hum of an ancient furnace, ensuring Alicia's deadlines were met, and solidifying a future in which my father's voice no longer dictated my self-worth. Let them rage, let them call me a deserter. My revenge was simple, living well, persisting in my art and thriving in a place where no rummaging father or sneering mother could tear me down. The overshadowed flower had uprooted itself from toxic soil, finding new ground to flourish. If my family realized the scope of their mistake, that was on them. I closed my eyes, inhaling the stale basement air. Tension ebbed, replaced by an almost giddy anticipation for the next steps. Tomorrow, I'd finalize a color mock-up for Alicia, prepare for our in-person meeting, and perhaps treat myself to a cheap lamp or some throw pillows. Small details that made this barren space feel like home. Each breath reminded me that I'd escaped. No rummaging footsteps, no forced rent, just me, my craft, and the unfolding future I'd carved from adversity. I hadn't simply shown my father I possessed strength. I'd severed the rope he used to keep me bound. And that, I realized, was the most potent revenge of all. Sunlight filtered through the small, high-set window in my rented basement the next morning, and I awoke with a blend of relief and apprehension. The stale air felt heavy on my lungs, yet it was a welcome trade-off compared to the relentless storm of hostility I'd fled. Despite the musty smell of old cement, I could breathe freely, safe from my father's rummaging and threats. My phone rested by my makeshift nightstand, a stack of plastic bins, and I eyed it warily, half expecting more messages from my younger sibling about my father's raging meltdown. It remained silent, a small mercy. I rose, stretched the knots from my back, and flicked on the overhead light. The bare bulb cast a stark glow across the humble space. With my father presumably fuming at my disappearance, I resolved to keep a low profile. My father's temper was legendary, and if he decided to search for me, his attempts to meddle could turn ugly. Yet the knowledge that I'd severed ties on my own terms stoked a calm defiance in my chest. I wouldn't hide forever. My livelihood depended on building a public reputation as an artist, but until I had stable footing, caution was wise. I rummaged through a small bag of groceries I'd purchased the previous day, mostly canned items, some crackers, and cheap fruit. It wasn't glamorous, but it would keep me going until I scored Alicia's next payment milestone. As I nibbled on a bruised apple, I reminded myself that my new life, however threadbare, was mine alone. That morning, Alicia had requested an in-person meeting to review my refined sketches for the non-profit's mental health awareness campaign. Her approval would trigger the next payment installment, vital funds I needed to stabilize my new place. I glanced around the basement, noting the lack of seating beyond my rickety table and the old bed frame. Not exactly a professional studio environment. Still, I'd told Alicia I had a small workspace set up. Perhaps I could walk her through the designs at a nearby cafe rather than invite her into this cramped cellar. Besides, I wasn't ready to reveal my address to anyone yet. My father might attempt to track me through mutual contacts. A short text from Alicia arrived mid-morning, confirming she'd be free in the afternoon if I was. I offered to meet at a cozy cafe near the printing shop, somewhere comfortable yet neutral. With that settled, I set about polishing my digital sketches on the battered laptop perched atop a wobbly thrift store desk. The overhead furnace pipes rattled now and then, but I forced myself to tune out distractions. Each swirl of colour or carefully placed shadow in these designs reflected personal truths: resilience in the face of scorn, hope where others saw only gloom. Alicia wanted artwork that encouraged unity and empathy. Little did she know how deeply the theme resonated with my own journey. By the time I finished adjusting line weights and layering the final touches, the morning had slipped away. My stomach grumbled, but I resisted the urge to spend more money on takeout. Instead, I downed some crackers and water, then bundled my laptop into a backpack for the short walk or bus ride to the designated meeting spot. Excitement pulsed alongside a thread of anxiety. Would Alicia sense the upheaval in my personal life? I needed to project confidence, like someone with a stable environment. A hint of shame flickered that my father's menacing presence had ever made me question my worth, but I shook it off. I was forging a new narrative now. The cafe Alicia had suggested, Bean and Bloom, occupied a snug corner of a revitalized neighborhood. Glossy planters framed the entrance, while warm light spilled from tall windows. Stepping inside, the aroma of freshly ground beans mingled with gentle chatter. I spotted Alicia waving from a table near the back, a laptop and folder spread before her. "Hey!" she greeted, a genuine smile lighting her features. "Thanks for meeting me on short notice. How have you been?" I mustered a steady breath, forcing an easy grin. "Busy refining these sketches. I'm excited to show you what I've got." Her eyes sparkled. "Perfect. Grab a seat and let's dive in." She paused, scanning my face. "You okay? You seem different from the last time we spoke. More tense." My heartbeat kicked up. I scrambled to maintain composure. "Just the usual hustle. Deadlines always do that to me." She nodded sympathetically. "Fair enough. Let's take a look at your updates, and if you need to reschedule anything, just say the word. We're flexible." I exhaled relief, appreciating her willingness to accommodate. Pulling out my laptop, I opened the files containing the 3 main poster concepts and 2 smaller spot illustrations. We huddled side by side, sipping coffee as I explained my approach. Each piece showcased a transformation from darkness to light, silhouettes reaching out in empathy, a symbolic figure blossoming into color, subtle visual cues of interconnectedness. I pointed out small details, a sunbeam threading through parted clouds, a faint outline of supportive hands behind a central character. Alicia's eyes flicked across the screen. "Wow," she murmured, tapping her pen against the table. "These are powerful. Exactly what we hoped for. Uplifting without downplaying real struggles." Warmth blossomed in my chest, momentarily dispelling the knot of stress coiled around my heart. Despite the chaos at home, I channeled that turmoil into art that might help others. It felt like quiet vindication. "I'm glad you think so. Any changes or color tweaks you'd recommend?" She leaned closer, flipping through reference prints I'd brought. "The color palettes look great. Maybe we can tone down the saturations on the background so the main figures pop more. And for the spot illustrations, a simpler outline might help them fit seamlessly into the program text." I nodded, jotting notes on a small pad. "Sure, that's easy enough to adjust. Anything else?" She scrolled to one concept depicting a figure walking from a dark corridor into a vivid sunrise, multiple ghostly silhouettes behind them. "This one's especially striking. Could we incorporate some subtle text or a banner reading from struggle to strength? Or do you think it'd clutter the composition? My mind whirred. We can integrate it tastefully, maybe a gently curving ribbon in the corner or a faint overlay at the top. I'll try a few mock-ups. Alicia sat back, an air of satisfaction in her posture. These will be perfect for the gala promotions. Our board will be thrilled. Once we finalize the last tweaks, we'll release the second payment. That should be next week, if you can push a near-finished draft by Friday. My chest loosened. This was precisely the timeline I needed. Friday's doable, I said confidently. I'll get started on the changes tonight. She closed her laptop, smiling warmly. It's a relief to work with someone who understands the emotional weight behind our campaign. You bring genuine empathy to the visuals. A pang of gratitude rippled through me. If only Alicia knew the depth of my own battles, my father's condemnation, rummaging, forced rent, but it wasn't the time to unload personal drama. Thank you. I believe in your mission, I replied, voice tinged with sincerity. We wrapped up, exchanging a cordial handshake. Alicia promised a quick follow-up email summarizing her feedback. Before parting ways, she asked softly, "If you ever need an extension or just want to talk, let me know. You're pouring a lot of emotional energy into these designs, and I appreciate it. Thank you." I forced a smile. I'll keep that in mind. Watching her exit, I lingered, heart thrumming with relief. Another milestone neared, guaranteeing income that would safeguard my new life. My father's vengeance seemed a distant storm cloud. Rising, I paid for my coffee and ventured back into the crisp afternoon air, feeling a fragile sense of hope. The biggest worry was whether my father, enraged by my departure, might track me down or retaliate. Returning to my basement sanctuary felt surreal. After the warm, bustling cafe, the dimly lit space hummed with the soft rattle of furnace pipes. A wave of weariness hit. I set down my laptop, intending to rest a moment, but a knock at the door jolted me. My pulse skittered. I wasn't expecting anyone. Maybe the landlord wanted to check something. Approaching cautiously, I cracked open the door. My younger sibling stood there, eyes darting about as if on high alert. Shock flooded me. "How did you find this place?" I blurted, trying to keep my voice low. They hesitated, glancing over their shoulder. "I didn't. I caught you on the bus last night. Followed you from a distance. Dad's gone nuts. He's threatening to call the cops or do something drastic if you don't come back and pay him." My stomach twisted. "He has no legal right. I already covered last month. There's no contract for next month. How'd you get here now?" They exhaled shakily. I convinced him I was going to a friend's. "I needed to see if you're okay. He's so mad. Mum too. She's been yelling about you acting like you're too good for them." Bitterness lanced through my chest. "I left because I had no choice. They kept rummaging, raising rent arbitrarily. I can't live like that." My sibling's gaze dropped. "I know. It's horrible. Dad's been smashing plates. Says you stole from him. I don't agree with them, but I can't stand up to him." They swallowed, eyes shining with guilt or fear. A swirl of empathy tangled with old resentments. "I get it," I said softly, stepping aside. "Come in, but keep your voice down. I don't need the landlord spooked." They slipped into the basement, eyes scanning the bare walls and sparse furnishings. "This place is small," they ventured, voice subdued. "It's mine," I responded, bracing for judgment. "No rummaging father, no forced rent. I can breathe here." They nodded, arms hugging themselves. I'm not here to drag you back. I just want to warn you. Dad might try to figure out your location. He's furious you've cut him off. My pulse ticked up. Let him fume. Without a formal lease, he can't force me to pay anything. If he shows up, I'll get the landlord involved. This is my place now. A moment of silence stretched. My sibling leaned against the cinder block wall, tears brimming in their eyes. I'm sorry I never helped more. It's just, Dad's terrifying. Biting my lip, I hesitated. Part of me still bristled at the years of complicity, the jokes at my expense, the refusal to intervene. But another part recognized they too lived under our father's shadow. I know, I said at last. It's not your fault, but I can't go back. You understand that, right? They sniffed, nodding. Yeah, I get it. Just be careful. Dad might do something drastic. Thanks for the warning, I whispered. Are you okay at home? They gave a tremulous shrug. I manage. I'm not the main target of his anger. You were. My heart clenched. If you ever need an out, I can help. This place is tiny, but you have my number. The offer felt surreal, but I meant it. No one deserved to endure that environment alone. They swallowed hard. Maybe someday. Right now, he'd hunt me down. I just had to see you. Make sure you weren't homeless or something. A shaky breath escaped me. I appreciate it, but it's not safe for you to come here. If Dad finds out, he might force you to talk. A flash of fear crossed their face. Right, I'll head back soon. Just stay safe. They paused, eyes sweeping the stark surroundings. You might hear from him. If he calls or texts threats, ignore it or talk to the police if it escalates. He's unhinged. Nodding, I guided them to the door, each step weighted by an unspoken sorrow. We'd grown up together once close, but the family's toxicity had severed that bond. Now they were a wary messenger, bridging a conflict that might never fully mend. In the dim hallway outside, they turned once more. Don't let him break you, they murmured, voice trembling. Then they slipped away, footsteps fading up the stairs. I closed the door, pulse racing, mind spinning. My father's rage had apparently exploded in my absence, and my mother fueled the fire. Now they were labeling me a thief, accusing me of skipping out on rent. A swirl of dread mingled with grim resolve. I wouldn't yield. My life was my own. With trembling hands, I sank onto the bed. The next wave of fear I battled, that my father might sabotage Alicia's contract or attempt to tarnish my reputation. If he discovered which organizations I worked with, he might spin lies or appear at events to cause a scene. My father was cunning. He'd relish humiliating me in front of potential clients. This fresh twist pressed like a weight on my shoulders. Despite the new sense of freedom, I remained tethered to the possibility of his interference. My siblings' warning replayed in my thoughts for the rest of the day, disrupting the focus I needed for Alicia's campaign. Attempting to quell the panic, I flipped open my sketchbook, rechecking the color adjustments Alicia had asked for. The lines blurred as my mind conjured images of my father storming into a public venue, raging about alleged debts. My pulse skittered, and I forced slow breaths. He had no legal foothold, I reminded myself, but his capacity for intimidation rarely stopped at reason. Could he harass my landlord here, claiming I was a delinquent? Possibly. A fresh wave of gratitude for the kindly landlord swelled. I hoped he wouldn't cave if father confronted him. Quietly, I resolved to fill the landlord in on the situation if it ever came to that. For now, I'd keep my head down. The furnace pipes rattled overhead, jolting me back to the present. I stared at the incomplete poster designs. Alicia expected near-finished concepts by Friday, and I was behind schedule thanks to the turmoil. Gritting my teeth, I forced my focus onto the art. If Father roamed the city in search of me, so be it. My best defense was forging a successful career that rendered his intimidation meaningless. Hour after hour, I layered new colors, softened backgrounds, integrated Alicia's requested banner text. By midnight, I produced 2 near-final poster variations, saving them to multiple backups. Exhaustion gnawed, but I welcomed it. Anything to numb the swirl of fear. Finally, I collapsed onto the bed, mind spinning with possibilities of Father's next move. The furnace clicked and the overhead bulb buzzed softly, the only sounds in my subterranean refuge. Sleep came fitfully, haunted by half-formed nightmares of my father pounding on the door, demanding money I didn't owe. Each dream ended with me clutching half-torn sketches as he roared for my compliance. Waking in cold sweats, I had to remind myself that the door was locked. He didn't have the address unless my siblings slipped. Even so, they'd promised not to reveal it. Reassuring myself, I drifted back into uneasy slumber. The next morning, I woke groggy but determined to maintain routine. I had a final round of color polishing before sending a progress update to Alicia. Additionally, I wanted to check Roasted Harmony again. My overshadowed flower piece still hung there, unsold. Maybe the new monthly rotation would lead Geeta to reposition it, attracting fresh eyes. Selling it would provide a bit more cushion, just in case. After a quick breakfast of store-bought granola bars, I packed my laptop and headed out. The crisp morning air felt sharper than usual. Or maybe that was my nerves. I decided to swing by the coffee house first, see if Geeta had news on the painting, then spend the afternoon finishing Alicia's adjustments at the library. My father had no reason to guess my routine. He thought I'd disappeared from the face of the earth. The bells over Roasted Harmony's door chimed as I stepped inside. A midday lull meant fewer customers, giving the place a tranquil vibe. My overshadowed flower piece still occupied the same display space, the warm spotlight showing off its delicate glow. A pang of mixed pride and disappointment pricked me. If only it had sold already, I could use the funds, and it would be a symbolic closure. "Hey there," Geeta greeted from behind the counter, voice subdued. "Haven't seen you in a bit. Everything okay?" She must have noticed my faintly harried expression. "Yeah," I said, voice tighter than intended. "Just complicated stuff at home. Any bites on the painting?" She shook her head. "Sorry. Plenty of admirers, but no firm buyers. We're rotating displays next week, though. We can keep it up longer if you want." I nodded gratefully. "Yes, please, I'm in no rush. Unless it sells, of course." She started to respond, but her gaze drifted to the entrance. My heart lurched as I followed her line of sight. My father stood at the threshold, scanning the cafe. Rage flashed on his face the instant he spotted me. The blood drained from my cheeks and Geeta's eyes widened, clearly sensing the tension. In a split second, I realized he must have staked out local spots, guessing I'd check on my exhibit or meet with friends. My gut turned to ice. He marched over, ignoring Geeta's cautious greeting. Customers glanced up, sensing the simmering conflict. "You!" my father snarled, voice low and taut with fury. "Running off like a thief? You owe me rent, now!" My hands trembled, but I clenched them into fists, forcing an even tone. "I don't owe you anything. I paid last month's share. There's no lease. Let me be." Astonished whispers rippled among a few patrons. Gita, alarmed, started to move around the counter. My father glared, veins bulging at his temple. "Oh, I'm not letting you slink away. You think you're so smart, skipping out on obligations. I raised that rent, and you owe me for next month." He advanced, overshadowing me physically. My breath hitched. I felt more than heard Gita approach from behind, her hand lightly touching my elbow in support. "Sir," she said carefully, "this is a public establishment. I need you to lower your voice." "Stay out of it," he snapped, barely sparing her a glance. The cafe's other customers went silent, tension saturating the air. I willed my voice to remain steady. "Dad, we had no written agreement. You can't raise rent arbitrarily, and you can't force me to live with you. I moved out legally. I owe you nothing." His face reddened, hands flexing as though he wanted to grab me. "You ungrateful brat! After everything we did for you." I shook my head, stepping back. "You rummaged through my things, threatened me, demanded money whenever you felt like it. That's not helping." "Shut up," he roared, causing a few people to gasp. "You better pay, or I'll make sure you never sell another worthless doodle again." He lurched closer, but Gita moved between us, her posture firm. "Sir, if you can't remain calm, I'll have to ask you to leave." My father's eyes flicked to her, brimming with contempt. "Don't meddle. This is my child who thinks they're too good for their own family. They owe me money for living under my roof." Gita's expression hardened. "They're an adult and a featured artist here. If you have a legal complaint, take it elsewhere. Harassing them in my cafe is unacceptable." He turned back to me, posture quivering with fury. "This is how you repay me, hiding behind strangers. Fine. I'll ruin every chance you have to show your worthless scribbles. You hear me?" His voice cracked, eyes wild. "We fed and clothed you all these years. Now you vanish and expect no consequences?" Steeling myself, I forced an even tone, though fear thrummed in my veins. "If you don't stop, I'll call the police for harassment. You have no legal standing. Leave me alone." For a moment, I thought he might swing a fist or tear one of my displayed prints off the wall, but he simply scoffed, spittle flying, turning to glare at the stunned onlookers. "You're all enabling a con artist," he spat, voice trembling with rage. "Pathetic. Worthless." He choked off, realization flickering that he was outnumbered and unwelcome. Without another word, he stormed out, slamming the door so hard the glass shook. A hush fell, broken only by the hiss of the espresso machine. My heart hammered, breath coming in ragged bursts. Gita placed a supportive hand on my shoulder. "I'm so sorry," she murmured, gaze filled with concern. "Are you okay?" Tears threatened to spring to my eyes, but I swallowed them. Yeah, I croaked. He's never going to let this go." Her voice firmed with protective resolve. "If he shows up again, I'll contact the authorities. You don't deserve that kind of abuse." Embarrassment and gratitude welled up. Customers stared, some with pity, others with unease. "Thank you, Gita," I whispered, mortified. "I'm so sorry for the scene." She shook her head. "You did nothing wrong. Take a seat, breathe. I'll get you some water." I sank into a chair at an empty table, limbs shaking from the adrenaline crash. My father's threats echoed in my mind. "I'll ruin every chance you have." Worthless scribbles. It was one thing to suspect he might sabotage me. It was another to watch him vow it publicly. The pointed stares from nearby patrons stung, but Gita shot them a warning look, and they returned to their business. A few minutes later, she returned with water and a calm, steady presence. "If you'd rather remove your painting to avoid him coming back, I understand," she offered gently. My gaze flicked to rise among the shadows, still hanging on the wall. The overshadowed flower had never felt more apt. Part of me wanted to hide it away, spare the cafe any further drama. Yet another part demanded I stand firm. Why let my father's rage chase me out of a legitimate opportunity? I sipped the water, throat constricting. "Let's keep it up," I said softly, voice quivering. "I refuse to let him destroy what I've worked for." Gita's eyes gleamed with approval. "I support that, wholeheartedly. If he returns, I'll call the police. Meanwhile, please be careful. Maybe coordinate with friends or a ride if you're worried he'll follow you." Nodding, I forced a tight smile. "I will. Thank you." She squeezed my hand. "Take as long as you need to gather yourself, okay?" Gratitude shimmered behind my eyes, though tears threatened again. I'd expected Father's anger, but not such a public display. The old shame, feeling worthless under his scorn, flickered, yet Gita's compassion and the muted sympathy of onlookers reminded me that his words weren't the absolute truth. He had no domain here. Eventually I left Roasted Harmony, nerves still raw. As I walked, every passing car made me flinch, half expecting my father to screech to a halt beside me. Glancing over my shoulder repeatedly, I hurried to the library, searching for safety in the quiet stacks. My father's vow to ruin me replayed, stoking dread. He could attempt to smear my reputation, claim I was a cheat or swindler, or worse, appear at Alicia's organization. The non-profit's address was publicly listed. A cold sweat broke out at the thought of him barging into one of their offices, spewing lies. I sank into a corner desk, eyes squeezed shut. Focus on what you can control. With trembling fingers, I reopened the revised poster designs. Alicia needed them by Friday, and the deadline loomed. If I allowed fear to paralyze me, he'd succeed in undermining my livelihood. I refused to give him that power. For the next few hours, I forced single-minded concentration on color palettes, shading, and text placement. Flickers of Father's enraged face intruded, but I fought them off. Just as I was finishing the final detail, my phone rang. A local number again. My heart lurched, fearing it was Father, but the caller ID revealed it was the landlord at my basement unit. "Hello?" I answered, voice taut with dread. "Hi, sorry to bother you," the landlord began, sounding hesitant. "A man came by asking about you. He claimed you were behind on some debt. I told him I don't share tenant info, but he was quite insistent. That's your father, I assume?" A shock of panic jolted me. "Yes, my father. He's harassing me, please. Don't give him any details. He has no right to come near my rental." The landlord exhaled. I stood my ground and said I couldn't discuss tenant matters. He got angry, threatened to get the police. I told him that unless he has a court order, there's nothing to discuss. He eventually left, but it was tense. My throat tightened. "I'm so sorry you had to deal with that. Thank you for respecting my privacy. I promise I'm not a delinquent or anything. My father is just abusive. I figured something like that. Don't worry, I won't share your info. If he comes back, I'll call the authorities. You have every right to live in peace." Relief warred with terror. Father had found the address, possibly by following me again. Fear churned in my gut. "Thank you," I murmured. "I appreciate it more than you know." We hung up, and I slumped over the library table, chest heaving. So Father had tracked down the basement. I pictured him pounding on the landlord's door, spewing lies about me. The landlord had refused to comply. For now, my refuge remained intact. But how long could I endure father's relentless pursuit? Shaken, I emailed Alicia the near-final poster designs, apologizing for the slightly early submission, but explaining I valued her feedback as soon as possible. I hinted vaguely at unforeseen personal complications and requested we confirm a final timeline for the second payment. Her immediate supportive reply soothed my frazzled nerves. "No worries, life happens. We'll review the designs by tomorrow and schedule a quick call. We should be able to release the second payment as soon as next week. Hang in there." Reassured, I ventured out into the evening gloom, phone clutched in a sweaty grip. My father had uncovered my location, meaning any attempt to return home or to my new basement might end in confrontation. I had to strategize. Perhaps staying a night or two at a friend's place or a cheap hostel was best, to avoid a direct run-in if father lurked near my door. Yet I didn't have many close friends. My father's hostility had isolated me. Marisol from the printing shop was kind, but asking to crash at her place felt like overstepping. I recalled Gita's earlier protective stance. Perhaps she could help me arrange something temporarily, but it was late and the cafe was closing. Anxiety gnawed, but eventually I decided to slip back to my basement, ready to call the police if father harassed me outside. The bus ride felt interminable, and each stop made me flinch. I half expected father to leap aboard. He never appeared. Exiting near the house, I took a circuitous path, scanning the dark streets. No sign of any lurking figure. Heart pounding, I hurried inside, locking the door behind me. Relief crashed over me, but tension coiled anew. If father knew the address, he could return any time. I double-checked the windows and the flimsy lock, wishing for a sturdier deadbolt. My landlord had promised to intervene if father trespassed, but that didn't erase the underlying fear. Sleep proved elusive, every faint noise magnified into potential footsteps. At one point, I jolted awake from half-sleep, convinced father was rattling the doorknob. Nothing moved outside. My adrenaline surged, leaving me panting in the darkness. By morning, I was exhausted, and no closer to a solution. Father's rage knew no bounds. He might show up again or direct the police to harass me with false claims. Summoning courage, I typed a brief email to a local legal aid clinic, explaining that I had moved out of a toxic family situation, had no formal lease, and was being stalked for alleged unpaid rent. If father escalated, I wanted to understand my rights. The entire scenario felt surreal. Just weeks ago, I'd cowered in that same house, fearing eviction. Now I was the one evading him. That afternoon, a call from Gita interrupted my anxious routine. My stomach clenched, worried father had returned to the cafe, but her tone was bright. "I have some news about your overshadowed flower painting." My heart leapt. "Did someone buy it?" A delighted laugh rippled through the phone. "Yes, a customer this morning fell in love with it. They asked if it was still available, and I said yes. They just left, painting in hand. I have your portion of the payment in an envelope. Whenever you can, swing by to collect." A rush of relief flooded me, tears pricking my eyes. I'd parted with that piece reluctantly, but now it provided a sorely needed financial boost. "That's incredible, Gita. Thank you so much." Her voice softened. "I'm thrilled for you, especially given what happened. That painting had profound meaning. Feels right that someone cherished it enough to buy. And I wanted to mention, if you need assistance with the situation with your father, I'm here." Warmth swelled in my chest. "I appreciate it more than words can say. I'll come by soon, maybe tonight if it's safe. Take your time, she reassured. I'll keep the envelope locked in the office. Ending the call, I exhaled, emotions swirling. The overshadowed flower piece was gone, but it had served its purpose, reminding me that even when overshadowed by my family's tyranny, my true strength could shine. And now, it brought me money that could help me bolster my defenses if father persisted. Maybe I'd pay the landlord to install a better lock, or invest in a cheap camera for the entrance. That evening, I crept to Roasted Harmony shortly before closing, hoping father wasn't lurking. The barista recognized me with a nod, and Gito emerged, pressing a small sealed envelope into my hands. Here you go. The buyer paid in full, $200. I set aside a bit for the cafe's small commission, so your share is $180. Hope that helps with everything. I squeezed her hands, eyes misty. It means everything right now. Thank you. She gave me a meaningful look. You sure you're safe tonight? I nodded. I'll manage. If father shows up, I'll call the police. She hesitated, then offered me a slip of paper. This is my personal cell. If you're ever cornered, call me. We can find a safe place or figure out a plan. No one should deal with this alone. My throat tightened. How was it that near strangers like Gita and Marisol showed more concern than my own family? I accepted the number with trembling gratitude. I can't thank you enough. She patted my shoulder gently. Just promise to keep creating. Your art is a beacon for more people than you realize. I left with the envelope tucked against my chest, a fresh wave of motivation coursing through me. With this extra money plus Alicia's upcoming second milestone, I could strengthen my new life, maybe even look for a safer location if father kept harassing me. My father's swirling anger might be unstoppable, but I refused to cower. Days slipped by in uneasy limbo. My father didn't appear at the basement again, and the landlord reported no further harassment. However, I suspected father's absence was the calm before another storm. He wasn't the type to concede defeat easily. Meanwhile, Alicia reviewed my near-final posters, sending enthusiastic messages about the emotional depth each piece captured. We scheduled a final call for Sunday, after which she would release the next payment. I poured myself into perfecting each detail, determined not to let fear derail my progress. Late one night, I found myself dozing over my desk, laptop still open. A sudden pounding on the basement door jolted me awake. My heart seized, adrenaline crashing through my veins. My father! Instantly, I flicked off the desk lamp, letting darkness cloak the room. The pounding continued, insistent but sporadic. Could it be the landlord? But he'd have knocked calmly, not hammered with such force. I checked the time. Almost midnight. The furnace rattled, half drowning the echoes of each knock. Fear froze me in place. Should I call the police? Then I heard a muffled voice. Hey, it's me, your sibling. The words slurred slightly as if they were stifling tears. My breath caught. I inched to the door, cracking it. My sibling stood there, eyes puffy, reeking of something sour. What are you doing here? I hissed, scanning the dark corridor for father's looming shape. They stumbled inside, tears streaking their cheeks. I had to run. Dad's been drinking, smashing things again. He found out you sold another painting and claims you're rolling in money while he's broke. He threatened to come here. I freaked out. I'm sorry. I locked the door behind them, heart hammering. He found out about the painting sale? Did Gita mention it publicly? Or maybe he saw you leaving the cafe with me? They shook their head, trembling. Mom told him she saw your painting was gone from the display. She guessed you'd sold it. He went ballistic, accused me of spying for you. I had to get out. He was throwing chairs. A wave of sick horror curdled my stomach. Father's rage had escalated to violence in the house. My sibling seemed on the verge of a breakdown. "Sit," I urged, guiding them to my bed. "You can stay here tonight. Just be quiet. The landlord doesn't need trouble." They buried their face in their hands, sobs tearing free. "I can't go back. He'll never forgive me for warning you. And Mom, she sides with him. I have nowhere." Tension mingled with compassion. This basement was cramped, but I'd offered them refuge if it ever came to that. "It's okay," I whispered, resting a hand on their back. "Stay here as long as you need. I won't let him near you." Tearful eyes locked on mine, gratitude and shame warring in their gaze. "I'm sorry I never stood up for you." Emotion burned behind my eyelids. "You're here now," I managed. "That's enough." They nodded, collapsing onto the bed. I fetched a spare blanket from a bin, mind reeling with the ramifications of this new twist. Father would see my siblings' absence as further betrayal. If he discovered they were hiding here, he'd lose control entirely. Morning brought exhausted clarity. My sibling woke puffy-eyed, clearly haunted by Father's meltdown. We spoke in hushed tones, mindful of the landlord upstairs. They had no clothes, no phone charger, no plan. I offered half of my meager rations for breakfast, heart aching at the desperation in their eyes. "What do we do now?" they whispered. "Dad's going to tear the place apart looking for me. I can't stay there anymore." Nerves tensed. Housing both of us indefinitely in this cramped, barely furnished basement was unrealistic. My sibling needed resources. Maybe the same legal aid clinic I'd contacted, or a friend with a couch. But Father might track them down anywhere. A swirl of guilt pressed me. I wanted to help, yet I was barely stable myself. Timidly, I suggested reaching out to extended family members who might mediate. My sibling scoffed, reminding me we had little contact with distant relatives due to Father's controlling nature. Another idea was to approach local shelters, but fear flickered in their eyes. They were terrified Father would find them. "He might wait outside any official building," they said, voice shaking. My phone buzzed, mercifully interrupting the tension. Alicia's name flashed on the screen. I gestured for my sibling to stay quiet, answering with forced composure. Alicia sounded cheerful. Her board approved the final designs, and she was ready to send my second payment. "Congratulations," she beamed. "Your artwork's going to print next week. We'll do a digital launch too. People are going to love it." Relief flickered, though overshadowed by my siblings' crisis. "That's wonderful news," I murmured, trying to infuse genuine gratitude. "Thank you for trusting me with this." She must have picked up on my subdued tone. "Everything okay? You sound stressed." I hesitated, glancing at my sibling's tear-streaked face. "Just personal stuff, but I'm fine." It was half true. Should I send an updated invoice for the second payment? "Yes," Alicia said. "I'll expedite it. We might have additional work if you're interested." Our donors loved the sketches. Warmth coursed through me. This contract gave me financial security in the short term. Maybe enough to support my sibling temporarily too. "I'm definitely interested." "Thank you ending the call," I exhaled, managing a wobbly smile. "I'll get some money soon. That might help us figure out a plan." My sibling mustered a faint nod. "I hate relying on you, but I don't know where else to go." I placed a hand on their shoulder. We'll get through this. We'll keep Father away. Days slipped by, the basement cramped with 2 people. My sibling ventured out only briefly, keeping a hood pulled low in case Father lurked. I juggled Alicia's final tasks, finishing spot illustrations for the gala program. Each stroke of my pencil felt heavier. My father's vow to ruin me overshadowed every line. Yet Alicia's unwavering enthusiasm fueled me. She raved about the emotional resonance in my work, praising the sincerity that could only come from lived experience. One evening, as I hunched over the desk, finishing digital touches on a smaller piece for Alicia's social media campaign, my sibling paced the narrow space. "We can't hide forever," they muttered, voice tight. "Dad might show up. He's calling my phone non-stop." I glanced up, sorrow pinching my chest. "I know, but until we gather more resources." "Wait, is he leaving messages?" They nodded, eyes wide. "He's raging, demanding I come home or call him. I haven't responded. He threatened to drag me back by force." I ground my teeth, fury mingling with fear. "We should talk to someone. Maybe the legal aid group or the police. Father's crossing lines." They wavered. "But if we call the police, Dad will blame me. Or you. Could he make our lives worse?" Pressing a hand to my forehead, I sighed. "He's already threatening everything. How much worse can it get?" Close to midnight, my sibling's phone vibrated. They tensed, showing me the screen. Father's name. Another voicemail. Anxiety churned in my stomach. We waited, breath bated, then played the message on low volume. "You think you can both run? I know where you're hiding. My worthless child took you in. Listen carefully. If you two don't come home and pay what you owe, I'll personally see that neither of you can show your faces in this city. You hear me? There's no escaping this family." The message ended in a strangled roar. My sibling whimpered, tears welling again. My hands shook around the phone. He claimed to know we were both here. Maybe he was bluffing, or maybe not. A numb sense of dread enveloped me. My father's obsession reached new heights, crossing into direct threats beyond shouting in a coffee shop. "We can't stay silent," I rasped, adrenaline surging. "He's threatening violence and extortion. We should inform the police." My sibling's lip trembled. "Will they help? Dad's cunning. He might spin a story about rebellious kids skipping out on legit rent." I inhaled shakily, images flashing of Father convincing an officer that we were irresponsible runaways. But he had no contract, no proof of debt. And now we had a recording of him threatening to ruin us. We had to try. My sibling bit their lip, eventually nodding. "Okay, let's do it." Gathering courage, I dialed the non-emergency police line explaining the situation. An abusive father making threats, no formal lease. An adult sibling fleeing a violent home. The dispatcher took notes, urging us to visit a station to file a report and request a protective order if we felt unsafe. My siblings' eyes widened in panic at the idea of physically going to a station. "He could follow us," they hissed. Still, we had no choice. The next morning, we mustered the nerve to hail a taxi rather than risk Father's spotting us on public transit. The ride felt surreal, my sibling hunched in the corner, hood drawn low. Our entire existence had whittled down to escaping Father's wrath, while I juggled Alicia's project in the background. The station's fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, intensifying our nerves. An officer took our statement in a cramped side office. We played Father's voicemail detailing the rummaging, forced rent, the coffee house confrontation. My sibling described Father's recent meltdown. The officer frowned, scribbling notes. "This is serious harassment," he acknowledged. We can issue a warning or file a restraining order if a judge approves. You'll need an address for him, so the documents can be served." We paused, exchanging glances. Our father still lived at the same old house, presumably. The officer explained that a protective order wouldn't guarantee father wouldn't show up, but it gave grounds for immediate arrest if he tried to contact or threaten us. Heart hammering, I realized we were crossing a threshold. If father learned we pursued legal recourse, he might escalate further. Yet the alternative was living in fear. "All right," I said shakily. "We'll do it." They had us fill multiple forms providing copies of father's threats. The entire process felt both daunting and strangely empowering. After the last signature, the officer explained we'd get a hearing date for a permanent restraining order soon. If father contested, it might drag on, but he'd have to appear in court. My sibling looked on the verge of a breakdown, but I squeezed their hand. We were forging a measure of protection, however fragile. Returning to the basement, we discovered an envelope tucked under the door. Fear jolted through me, expecting a note from father. Instead, it was from the landlord, containing a new key. A sturdier deadbolt had been installed. Relief coursed through me at his proactive kindness. My sibling exhaled a shaky laugh, eyes damp. Maybe things can get better. A day later, Alicia's second payment arrived, enough to keep us afloat longer, even if father tried to sabotage job opportunities. I replaced the old phone my sibling had, ensuring father's calls went to voicemail only, documented for evidence. Meanwhile, I wrapped up Alicia's final deliverables, emailing them with a calm sense of triumph. She replied almost instantly, praising the artistry and hinting at a possible additional contract soon. My father's vow to ruin me rang hollow. My art thrived despite his threats. Though fear still loomed, a glimmer of normalcy emerged. The legal aid clinic responded, offering guidance on restraining order procedures. Our nights remained tense, but no more pounding on the door disturbed our shaky refuge. My sibling began looking into part-time jobs, hoping to save up for their own place, or at least share the rent here. We tiptoed around each other, still carrying emotional scars from father's manipulations, but forging a tentative closeness fueled by shared determination not to let him win. One afternoon, my phone rang, a random number from a local volunteer group. I hesitated, half expecting father. Instead, it was Naomi from the community center, referencing how she'd heard about my designs for Alicia's non-profit. "We'd love to collaborate on a mental health art workshop," she said. "Your personal style resonates with so many people." I closed my eyes, a rush of gratitude enveloping me. Every new opportunity proved father's cruelty did not define me. "I'd love to help," I breathed, voice thick with emotion. "Let's talk details." As I hung up, I glanced at my sibling, who sat on the floor flipping through a local job listing. We shared a cautious smile. Our father's overshadowing presence had once felt inescapable, but each day we built a fragile yet growing life beyond him. Threats lingered. He might appear again or contest the restraining order in court. But we had allies, Gita, Marisol, Alicia, the landlord, and even the police if needed. My father's attempts to rummage, to forcibly keep me under his control, had failed. In the face of his cruelty, we found refuge in a cramped basement, forging new strengths from the battered remnants of family ties. They called me worthless, but I showed them my true strength. And now, I wasn't just surviving, I was bringing my sibling along for the escape, turning father's overshadowing tyranny into the catalyst for our own resilience. The future remained uncertain, Yet the overshadowed flower I once painted had become a living metaphor for our refusal to be crushed. If Father tried again, we'd stand firm. If he raged about our alleged debt, we had legal recourse. If he threatened my career, the city's supportive network would rally around me. That unwavering spirit, born of adversity, had become the truest revenge, living well and helping my sibling do the same, far from the shadow of a father who never truly understood our worth. A muffled rumble from the furnace pipes stirred the still air in the cramped basement as I woke at dawn. My sibling, curled up in a sleeping bag near the wall, let out a soft, fitful sigh. The sight pricked my heart. Just a week ago they'd been at home, enduring our father's wrath from a slight distance while I bore the brunt. Now both of us were in this subterranean hideout, forging a fragile new life amidst his escalating threats. On the table beside me sat my aging laptop, blinking with notifications. Alicia's final payment had arrived, and she'd hinted at further design projects after the gala. Under normal circumstances, it would have been a moment of pure relief. Instead, everything was tinted by the knowledge that our father hovered, waiting for any opening to strike. I turned toward the small window near the ceiling, where early light fell in dusty beams. The landlord's new deadbolt on the door provided tangible security, but fear of what my father might do next gnawed at me. We'd filed a police report and initiated a restraining order, but until it was fully processed and served, there was no guarantee of immediate protection. I pressed my palms against my temples, inhaling through my nose, determined not to let anxiety choke me. A stirring from the sleeping bag broke my reverie. My siblings sat up, rubbing their eyes. "Morning," they murmured. Their gaze flicked around the dim space, and for a moment, confusion wrinkled their brow. Reality took a second to sink in. "Still here, huh? It wasn't a dream?" My lips curved in a grim half-smile. "Wish I could say otherwise. Sleep okay?" They shrugged. "Better than home, I guess, but I dreamed Dad found us." A soft shudder overtook them, and they rubbed their arms as if warding off a chill. "I know the officer said they'd expedite that restraining order, but do you think it'll really help?" I stared at the scuffed cement floor, wishing I could offer certainty. "It's a legal tool. If he tries anything, the police can arrest him. But..." I paused, not wanting to heap more fear onto them. "He's unpredictable." They nodded, gaze dropping to the sleeping bag. "Yeah? He's always been that way." A hush draped the small room. Through the overhead pipes, we heard faint footsteps as the landlord upstairs started his day. The landlord's quiet decency had saved us from Father's infiltration so far, but no one could stand guard forever. After a quick breakfast of leftover crackers and canned fruit, I booted up my laptop to check for any urgent messages. Alicia had sent a short note praising my final designs for the non-profit's gala program and reiterating that she'd love to contract me for additional campaigns once the gala concluded. My heart twisted with gratitude and tension simultaneously. Her unwavering support contrasted so sharply with my father's destructive vendetta. Midway through reading her email, my phone vibrated. The screen displayed a number I didn't recognize. Fear prickled. Father again, using a different line. Bracing myself, I answered quietly. "Hello?" "Hey," came a soft female voice. "It's Geeta from Roasted Harmony. I hope I'm not intruding. I got your number from the contact info you left for payments. Is this okay?" Relief surged. "Oh, Geeta. Yes, of course it's okay. Is everything all right?" She drew a breath, her tone carefully gentle. "I wanted to check on you. After that confrontation with your father At the cafe, I've been worried. Also, a few customers who witnessed it asked if you were safe. A complicated warmth spread through me. People who barely knew me had more concern than the ones who should have cared the most. "I'm managing," I said, glancing at my sibling, who remained huddled on the bed. "He's still out there, but I've taken some legal steps." Gita's voice grew firm with empathy. "That's good. If you need help, like a safe place temporarily, I have a friend who manages a women's shelter. It's not only for domestic violence survivors. They sometimes have emergency rooms for urgent cases." My heart pounded. A shelter might have been an option for me alone, but my sibling and I were co-ed siblings trying to escape the same father. "Thanks, Gita. I'm not sure it'll fit our situation, but I appreciate the resource." A quiet pause. "Our doors are open too. I have a spare room in my apartment if you're ever in crisis. I mean it. No pressure, but I can't ignore what I saw. That man is dangerous." Emotion thickened my throat. Gita had already done so much. If father escalated further, maybe we'd need her. But imposing on her personal space felt like a massive ask. Still, the knowledge that such an offer existed calmed me. "Thank you," I breathed, voice trembling. "I'll keep it in mind, truly." "I'll let you go," she said softly. "Just wanted to let you know we care. Stay safe." Hanging up, I relayed the conversation to my sibling. They stared at me, eyes wide. "People are willing to take us in? That's so nice." I shrugged, swallowing a knot of complex feelings: gratitude, shame, relief. "Yeah, the world's not all like father. We got lucky meeting some wonderful folks." Their lips pressed into a shaky smile. "Maybe it's worth asking if we can crash there, at least for a couple nights, so Dad can't find us." I considered. The basement was secret, but father had already confronted the landlord. If we vanish from here, though, we risk losing this place. I can pay rent for a while, but let's hold on to that offer if father physically forces us out. They exhaled, resigned. "I guess. I'm just so tired of feeling hunted." I rested a hand on their shoulder, nodding in empathy. "Me too." As the day wore on, my sibling busied themselves scanning job listings while I tidied up some old sketches. Occasionally, one of us ventured outside to buy groceries or breathe fresh air, scanning the area for father's looming presence. The tension never fully subsided, but with Alicia's deposit cleared, I managed a few small comforts: a slightly better lamp, fresh bedding, and some staple foods. Our modest basement became more livable, if not comfortable. Then late in the afternoon, the landlord knocked. My sibling and I exchanged a startled look, jumping up to unlock the door. The landlord stood there, kindly face etched with concern. "Sorry for bothering you," he said, stepping inside with caution. "But I just got a bizarre phone call from a man who introduced himself as your father. He claimed you owe him a lot of money and told me he'd file an eviction suit if I don't kick you out." My heart hammered. Father was stooping to intimidation tactics, even though he had no legal basis. What did you say?" I asked, voice shaky. A wry half-smile crossed the landlord's lips. "I said that you are my tenant in good standing, paid up, and any personal disputes were none of my concern. He threatened to send police to my doorstep. I reminded him that you have a lease and are protected under tenant rights. Then he spewed a lot of nonsense about you being a con artist." My sibling flinched. The landlord pressed on gently. "He's persistent, but I'm not budging. I just wanted you to know he's ramping up pressure. Keep your guard up." Relief and dread clashed in my chest. Thank you for letting us know, and for not believing his lies. He patted the door frame. I've seen folks like him before, controlling family members who try to smear someone escaping. Don't worry, you're safe here, but if anything escalates, call the police. We nodded, exchanging hushed thanks before he left. My sibling sank onto the bed, face pale. He's going to try every angle, isn't he? They whispered. Threats, lies, maybe even stalking. I can't see how this ends. Despite the roiling fear in my gut, I straightened, adrenaline sharpening my resolve. We'll fight it all. With the restraint in order, with the landlord's help, with the police if necessary. He can't break us. They lowered their gaze, nodding stiffly. I hope you're right. A few mornings later, Alicia called with exhilarating news. The non-profit's gala promotions had launched, and the response was phenomenal. Their social media posts featuring my artwork were getting shared widely, and donors praised the emotional resonance of the visuals. She asked if I'd attend the gala as an honored artist, meeting potential sponsors who might commission further pieces. A swirl of exhilaration swept through me, tempered by the memory of Father's vow to sabotage my career. I'd love to, I said, voice shaking. But there's a complication. My father's been harassing me. Alicia paused, concern lacing her tone. I remember you mentioned personal issues. Is there a real risk he might disrupt the event? I closed my eyes, imagining Father barging into the gala, causing a scene in front of donors and mental health advocates. The idea sent shivers down my spine. He's already confronted me publicly once. I can't guarantee he won't do it again. She drew a measured breath. We want you there, but your safety is paramount. Let me talk to our security team. We can discreetly keep an eye out, ensuring no one harasses you. The venue might have procedures for potential disturbances. My pulse thudded. Attending the gala meant exposure and also a major opportunity for new commissions. All right, I said finally, swallowing my nerves. If you can coordinate security, I'll come. Thank you. Hanging up, I turned to see my sibling watching me, worry etched on their face. You're going to a public event? Won't Dad just show up? That's the risk, I admitted. But Alicia's team might have security. And if I keep refusing events, he wins. I can't let him control my life. They nodded solemnly. I get it. Maybe I'll come too. Not inside, but nearby, just in case. A flicker of gratitude touched me. I'd like that, I murmured. But if you feel unsafe, please stay away. I don't want him targeting you there. They drew a shaky breath. We'll see. The days leading up to the gala passed in a blur of final errands, phone calls with Alicia, and anxious scanning of the basement's surroundings. My sibling managed to land a part-time position stocking shelves at a nearby grocery store, a small step toward independence. Our father went eerily quiet. No more landlord calls or direct threats. The tension mounted, as if a storm gathered on the horizon. Finally, the gala evening arrived. Alicia had texted me the address, a stylish event hall on the city's riverfront, decorated with a luminous motif. She'd arranged for me to arrive early and set up an informal art display near the foyer. My sibling insisted on accompanying me in a separate cab, so Father wouldn't track us both if something went wrong. The plan was for them to linger in a nearby cafe or library, waiting in case an emergency call came. Dressed in simple black pants and a crisp shirt, I felt a swirl of excitement and dread as I reached the venue. Alicia rushed over, beaming in an elegant dress, her hair pinned back. "You made it!" she exclaimed, guiding me through the glass doors. The interior glowed with soft, warm light, and staff bustled about, finalizing decorations. A corner near the entrance displayed large prints of my final poster designs, vivid scenes of resilience and unity. My chest tightened at the sight, my creations given a place of honor. "This is incredible," I breathed, hardly believing how far I'd come from my father's contemptuous sneers. For a moment, a flush of pride overrode the fear. Alicia grinned. "We have a small table for you to meet guests. Some might inquire about commissions. Our security lead is named Matteo." She gestured to a tall man in a neat suit talking into a walkie-talkie. "If you feel threatened or notice someone suspicious, flag him down. We have your father's description from the notes you sent, just in case." A wave of relief soothed my nerves. "Thank you, Alicia. I really appreciate your precautions." She squeezed my hand. "You deserve to be here without fear. Enjoy the night. And if you need anything, come find me." Guests trickled in, most wearing semi-formal attire and radiating polite curiosity. They circulated around the foyer, sipping drinks and admiring the posters. A handful recognized my name from the promotional materials. I found myself explaining the creative process, how I'd aimed to depict transformation from adversity to hope. Each conversation bolstered the sense that I'd escaped Father's shadow, forging a path on my own merit. Within an hour, the hall buzzed with a gentle hum of voices. Soft music played from hidden speakers. I relaxed slightly, fielding inquiries about future commissions. One local business owner asked if I'd be open to designing a billboard for a mental health awareness drive. Another expressed interest in purchasing smaller prints for their organization's lobby. My heart soared. This was precisely the career breakthrough I'd dreamed of. Then, I noticed a shift in the crowd's energy near the entrance. A hush fell, rippling outward. My stomach lurched. I spotted a looming figure in the doorway, my father, still in street clothes that looked disheveled amid the formal crowd. Rage twisted his features as he scanned the hall. My pulse hammered. Alicia's security guard, Matteo, zeroed in on him, stepping forward to intercept. Before I could move, Father's eyes locked onto me. He shoved past a couple of startled guests, ignoring their protests. A bead of panic formed on my brow. The voices around us hushed, and I heard him snarl. "You thought you could hide here, playing the virtuous artist? After everything you owe me?" Matteo planted himself in Father's path. "Sir, this is a private event. If you're not on the guest list, you must leave." His voice was calm but steely. My father glowered, brushing him aside with surprising force. "Don't talk to me about lists. My child is in debt to me, and I'm here to collect." Horrified whispers swept the gathering. Alicia, rushing over, motioned for backup from another security staffer. My father raised a finger at me, voice trembling with anger. "You stand there raking in money, showing off your worthless scribbles while your own family suffers. You owe me rent. You owe me everything for raising you." A tremor overtook my limbs, but I forced a steadiness into my tone. "I owe you nothing, Dad. We have no lease, no agreement. You're violating a restraining order." Murky chaos erupted. Several onlookers gasped at the mention of a restraining order, while Father tried to lunge closer. Matteo and another guard blocked him, forming a barrier. Alicia put a hand on my shoulder, whispering, "Stay back. Let security handle this." My father's face contorted, veins visible at his temples. "You can't do this to me. I fed you, clothed you. How dare you flounce around as some hero artist?" Tears blurred my vision, not from guilt, but from the sheer emotional punch of his words in this public, dignified setting. Over his shoulder, I saw a few guests quietly stepping aside, some pulling out phones. Matteo addressed Father in a controlled voice. "Sir, you're trespassing and causing a disturbance. This is your final warning. Either leave, or we'll call the police." "Call them," Father spat, voice cracking. "I'll have them arrest you for aiding a scammer who owes back rent." A flicker of movement at the hall's periphery caught my eye. My sibling, pale with anxiety, stepped through the door, presumably alerted by the commotion. Their presence heightened Father's fury. He pointed at them. "You too, siding with this worthless con? You ran from home. Both of you are freeloaders." The intensity rose as Father tried once more to shove past security. The second guard radioed for backup, and Alicia beckoned me to step aside. Her expression screamed sympathy and alarm. Nearby donors and mental health advocates looked on in shock, some outraged by Father's tirade. Amid the swirl, I heard a calm voice ring out from behind Father, another guard or possibly an off-duty officer volunteering at the gala. "Sir, you are in violation of a restraining order. We have the documentation. You need to step outside immediately." My father whirled, his rage unbridled. "You all conspire against me. This worthless brat owes me thousands in rent. I won't rest until they're destroyed." He lunged again, and this time the guards acted decisively, grabbing his arms. A startled shriek rose from a guest. Father struggled, cursing and kicking, but the guards pinned him. Alicia turned to me, her eyes filled with sorrow. "I'm sorry," she whispered, voice shaking. "We have to call the police. Are you okay?" I couldn't speak, my throat constricted with a flood of emotions. Terror, heartbreak, defiance. Finally, I forced out, "Do it." Minutes later, sirens wove through the quiet city streets, flashing lights dancing outside the event hall's glass doors. 2 uniformed officers entered, conferring quickly with Alicia's security team. My father, pinned against a wall by 2 guards, still spewed invectives, eyes wild with fury. My sibling hovered near me, trembling, as we watched the officers approach. One officer demanded Father's ID, checking records on a small handheld device. I saw them exchange a grave look, presumably confirming the active restraining order. The second officer spoke to me. "We have a record of you filing an order. Can you confirm your identity?" I nodded, voice shaking. "Yes, that's me." The officer gestured to Father. "He's in direct violation of that order by confronting you here. We're placing him under arrest." A hush fell over the onlookers. Some had recorded the entire confrontation on their phones. My father's eyes darted frantically, but he continued hurling threats. "You'll regret this. Both of you worthless scum." The officer cut him off with a clipped command, reciting Father's rights as they slapped handcuffs on his wrists. A strangled sob ripped from Father's throat, though it held more fury than sorrow. He tried twisting, but the officer held firm. "Sir, anything you say can and will be used against you in court." My sibling trembled beside me, tears streaming silently as Father's curses echoed off the foyer's polished floors. I felt my heart splinter at the raw finality of the moment. No matter how toxic, a part of me never imagined seeing him hauled away in handcuffs. Yet here we were, forced to face the destructive culmination of his own violent obsession. As the officers marched him toward the exit, Father snapped back one last glare at us. "You think you've won? You'll never escape who you are." His words cut off when the door closed behind them, sirens wailing outside. The hush that followed felt thick, as if the entire venue held its breath. After a beat, Alicia's worried face appeared in my peripheral vision. She offered a tissue, ushering me away from the watchful stares of the crowd. My sibling hovered, white-knuckled. Once father was gone, a wave of relief mingled with shock pulsed through the foyer. Security guards gently guided onlookers back, and an event coordinator stepped forward, encouraging guests to move inside for the main gala program. Murmurs rippled, a mixture of sympathy, curiosity, and discreet gossip. I stood there, numb, still processing that father had finally been arrested for violating the restraining order, something I once believed impossible. My sibling, chest heaving, touched my arm. "He's gone," they managed, voice a faint echo. "I can't believe that just happened." I gripped their hand, tears blurring my vision. "We filed that restraining order for a reason," I whispered, a swirl of heartbreak and release pounding in my chest. "He gave us no choice." Alicia guided us to a quiet side corridor, away from the main crowd. "I'm so sorry," she murmured, offering me a glass of water. "He can't hurt you now, at least not tonight. Are you all right to stay, or do you want to leave? We can arrange a ride." Tremors ran through my limbs, but I drew a breath, steeling myself. I need a minute," I stammered, "but I don't want him to ruin this. The gala. It's important." She nodded, compassion flooding her gaze. "Take your time. The main program starts in half an hour, but there's no pressure. If you want to step out, we'll understand." I looked at my sibling, who swallowed hard. "I'll go if you want to stay," they offered, tears still glistening. I mean, I'm not comfortable around so many strangers, and I have to process all of that. Concern for them warred with my desire to salvage the evening. "You sure?" They nodded. "Yeah, I'll wait outside or find a cafe. You deserve to be here. Alicia's been good to you." Alicia stepped in gently. "We have extra lounge space upstairs for staff and volunteers. If you want a quiet spot, you're welcome to hang there." She addressed my sibling with a kind smile. "Might be more comfortable than a random coffee shop at this hour." My sibling exhaled gratitude. "That'd be great." We made our way upstairs, the sounds of subdued conversation drifting from below as guests settled for the gala program. Alicia led us to a small break room near the event offices. Soft lighting and plush chairs offered a semblance of peace. My sibling collapsed into one, burying their face in their hands. I crouched beside them, rubbing slow circles on their back. "I'm sorry it came to this," I whispered, my throat tight. They shook their head. "Not your fault. He chose this path." A shaky breath escaped them. "I'll be okay. Go do your thing." Reluctance tugged at me, but the next stage of the gala beckoned. Alicia's superiors expected me to meet donors, and forging those connections could ensure long-term financial stability. "I'll check on you soon," I promised, rising. Alicia offered them a bottled water and tissue box, then turned to me. "We can station a guard at this door just to be safe. No one else will come up here unannounced." My sibling murmured thanks, leaning back against the chair. I followed Alicia out, glancing back worriedly, but they gave me a faint, encouraging nod. Descending to the main hall, the atmosphere was subdued but still expectant. Word of father's arrest had spread among attendees, some wearing expressions of pity or quiet respect. I felt self-conscious. This was supposed to be a grand night of championing mental health and community resilience, but father's outburst overshadowed my presence. Still, I wouldn't let his final words define me or sabotage the opportunity. A hush fell as Alicia stepped onto the small stage at the front, microphone in hand, welcoming everyone and thanking donors. She briefly mentioned that the event aimed to highlight triumph over adversity, acknowledging that challenges can surface at any time, but with unity and proper support, individuals can endure and flourish. Though she never singled me out, her tone suggested a nod to the incident that had just occurred. When she finished, the program segued into a series of short speeches from mental health advocates and survivors. The crowd listened raptly to stories of individuals who had overcome internal battles, found therapy or community resources, and rebuilt their lives. I stood near the back, occasionally scanning the foyer to reassure myself Father hadn't magically returned. He was likely in a holding cell, but my anxiety refused to subside fully. Then, Alicia returned to the stage, beckoning me forward. My heart pounded as I approached, her introduction praising the artwork that illustrated our collective journey from struggle to strength. Applause rippled. Through the stage lights, I saw attentive faces turn my way, a mixture of curiosity and admiration. I swallowed, thinking of Father's condemnation. Worthless, daydreaming fool. Those memories clashed with the applause. I cleared my throat, determined not to falter. "Thank you," I began, voice trembling slightly. "I'm honored to share these illustrations. They're rooted in personal experiences, moments when I felt overshadowed, threatened, or alone. But I learned that creativity can channel pain into connection. That's what I hope to convey in each poster. No matter how deep the darkness, there's a spark of hope if we reach for it." A hush enveloped the audience, occasional nods confirming my words resonated. Emboldened, I continued, "We can't always control our circumstances, but we can transform our experiences through empathy, resilience, and the realization that we don't have to walk alone. And this organization, Together We Thrive, exemplifies that. They supported me, championed my art, and believed in the power of these visuals to inspire others." A wave of applause rose, warmer this time. My throat tightened with emotion, recalling Father's meltdown in the foyer. He wanted to tear down every shred of my accomplishment. But here, in this bright hall, I had found acceptance and appreciation. A single tear slid down my cheek, quickly brushed aside as I concluded. "Thank you for letting me share this journey with you. May these images remind us that every storm can pass when we stand together." The applause swelled, many in the crowd rising to their feet. My pulse thundered. I bowed my head slightly, tears threatening again, this time from relief and vindication. Stepping off the stage, Alicia caught my hand, her own eyes glistening. "Beautiful," she whispered, voice thick with empathy. "Truly beautiful." In the mingling session that followed, donors and guests approached with congratulatory words. A few discreetly expressed concern, referencing the earlier disturbance. I offered a truncated explanation: family conflict, a restraining order, a final outburst. Most responded with supportive nods, praising my bravery for remaining at the event. The occasional handshake turned into potential commissions, small hints of future collaborations. Even an older couple offered to connect me with a local mental health charity that needed an illustrator. My phone buzzed with a text from my sibling. "I'm okay. Found some cookies up here, ha ha ha. Don't worry. Just do your thing." A light laugh escaped me, grateful for their resilience. Eventually the gala wound down, the program concluding with a message of unity. Alicia found me near the leftover refreshments, placing a gentle hand on my shoulder. "You did amazingly," she said softly. "We raised a record amount of donations, and your artwork was a big draw. Several donors specifically mentioned they felt moved by your visuals." My chest swelled with modest pride. Thank you, Alicia, for everything. The security, the encouragement, the chance to share my story. She shook her head, eyes shining. You earned it. We just provided a platform. By the way, I'd like to wire you a small bonus. Our board approved an honorarium for your live appearance, especially given the circumstances. Warmth flooded my cheeks. I don't know what to say. Her lips curved in a soft smile. Say yes. You deserve it. I'll coordinate details next week. I swallowed, touched beyond words. Another step toward independence, another safeguard against Father's sabotage. He might have tried to upend my progress with that final rampage, but ironically, it had only underscored the resilience I'd poured into these artworks. When the event officially ended and staff began cleaning, I slipped upstairs to find my sibling. They sat in the same plush chair, empty cookie wrappers on a nearby table, eyes distant. Hey, I whispered, shutting the door behind me. It's over. He's gone. They stood, letting out a shaky breath. I heard the applause. Sounded like the night went well. I nodded. It did. I had a short speech. People were kind. Reaching out, I squeezed their hand gently. Ready to head home? The word home felt strange on my tongue, our cramped basement a stark contrast to the glitz of the gala venue. But it was ours, free from Father's rummaging or demands. My sibling's eyes flicked downward. Yeah, let's go. I'm just processing, I guess, seeing Dad arrested, hearing him scream like that. I exhaled softly. It's a lot. We can talk it through whenever you want. They mustered a wobbly nod, gathering their jacket. Thanks for letting me be here. If he's locked up, maybe we can breathe for a while. Though Father might get bailed out or soon face a hearing, I didn't voice that concern, not wanting to shatter the fragile calm. Instead, I led them downstairs, where Alicia and a few staff members remained. She gave us both a gentle goodbye and insisted that security escort us to a taxi just in case. We accepted, too drained to argue. Outside, the city lights gleamed against the water. The night air felt cool, crisp, carrying an undercurrent of promise. We climbed into the waiting taxi, my sibling staring out the window with haunted eyes. I watched the dark streets pass, mind echoing with Father's final outburst. The memory stung, but relief also pounded in my chest. For the first time, the law was on our side, forcibly restraining him from looming over us. Back in the basement, the tension lifted enough that we both managed a weak chuckle at the incongruity. Me, in semi-formal clothes, perched on a battered mattress in a musty space. My siblings sank onto a folded blanket, removing their shoes with a grimace. That was surreal, they muttered, staring at the overhead bulb. From Dad's meltdown to your speech, it's like we lived a whole lifetime in a few hours. I nodded, exhaustion weighing on my limbs. I never imagined it'd go that way. At least Alicia's security was prepared. A small silence fell. Finally, my sibling ventured. So, is this real closure with Dad? He's in custody. Are we free? A question with no easy answer. I don't know, I admitted. Restraining orders and arrests don't erase the pain, but maybe we have a shot at living without him looming over every choice. They huddled deeper into the blankets. I'm scared of the day he's released. My throat constricted. Me too. But we'll keep forging ahead. We have supportive people around us. Geeta, Alicia, the landlord. We'll survive. They exhaled, tension easing slightly. I think we will. The next morning, we woke to the realization that Father remained in custody at least pending an arraignment. The city's police department contacted me about finalizing statements related to the restraining order violation. My sibling also needed to confirm details for their part in that fiasco. Our future held legal hearings and emotional turmoil, but the weight of Father's unstoppable presence had finally cracked. In the days that followed, Alicia's nonprofit publicly announced that the gala had surpassed fundraising goals, praising the featured artwork. Donations poured in, and local media outlets printed small blurbs about the event. They mentioned a brief disruption with no names given, though rumors spread online. Whenever my sibling and I scrolled social media, we found messages of encouragement from strangers who had glimpsed the confrontation's aftermath. It felt surreal, but also validating. Father's attempt to shame me had flipped, revealing the community's empathy instead. We still lived in a cramped basement, still carried the sting of Father's betrayal, but new possibilities sparkled on the horizon. The mental health workshop Naomi mentioned was scheduled in a month, and I considered volunteering as a lead instructor. My siblings settled into their part-time job. Alicia promised more paid projects for the next season's awareness campaign. We didn't celebrate Father's arrest. There was no joy in seeing a once familiar figure in handcuffs, but we found solace in the knowledge that his vendetta couldn't overshadow our future anymore, at least not without legal repercussions. On nights when fear threatened to resurface, we reminded each other that we'd built a network of genuine allies who valued our worth, people who believed in empathy, in transformation, in the unstoppable light of resilience. In that unwavering spirit, the overshadowed flower I once painted took on a new meaning. It had sold to a stranger living somewhere beyond Father's reach, shining in another household as a symbol of quiet defiance. My entire life was now that flower, emerging from a toxic bed of contempt, blossoming despite the gloom, forging a path that Father's rage no longer dictated. Thus, Section 9 concludes with Father under arrest, the sibling and I forging new stability and a broader circle of support standing by us. If you wish to continue into Section 10, exploring the aftermath of the arrest, the legal processes, and how these events further shape our revenge arc, let me know and I will proceed with more twists, emotional complexity, and continued resilience. The morning after the gala felt eerily quiet. The absence of Father's looming presence should have brought relief, but my body remained coiled with tension, as if expecting him to reappear at any moment. My siblings stirred in their makeshift bed, still half buried in blankets, exhaustion clear on their face. The legal battle wasn't over yet, and we both knew it. I reached for my phone and scrolled through unread messages. A text from Alicia popped up first. "Hey, just checking in. Hope you're feeling okay after everything. The board was impressed by your speech, and several guests are interested in future collaborations. Also, I confirm that your honorarium payment is processing today. No rush to reply. Just wanted you to know you're valued here." Warmth spread through my chest. Even after my father's public spectacle, people still believed in my work. My career wasn't over. If anything, it had taken a step forward despite him. Then, a message from an unknown number made my stomach twist. "I hope you're satisfied. You humiliated your own father in front of everyone. You think this is over? You're still my child, and you'll regret this." I inhaled sharply. No name, but I didn't need one. Even with a restraining order in place, my father had found a way to send his poison. My hands shook as I showed my sibling. They paled. "He's still at it," they murmured. "How?" He's supposed to be in custody. I clenched my jaw. Maybe he used someone else's phone, or got released already. Dread pooled in my stomach. We had filed the police report, taken legal steps, but my father wasn't the type to accept consequences. I quickly blocked the number and screenshotted the message for records. If he violated the order again, I wanted evidence. We should check if he's still detained, my sibling suggested, voice tight. Otherwise, we need a plan. I nodded. Let's go. The city courthouse felt sterile, its bright lighting doing little to dispel the cold weight in my chest. We sat in stiff plastic chairs near a reception desk, waiting for information on Father's case. My sibling tapped their knee anxiously, whispering, "If he's already out, what do we do? Move again?" I exhaled. I don't know yet, but we can't run forever. A clerk called our names, leading us to a small service window where a tired-looking officer scanned a screen. "Your father was processed last night," he confirmed, glancing at notes. "He was charged with harassment, violation of a protective order, and disorderly conduct. However, he was granted bail early this morning." My stomach plummeted. "He's out?" "Yes. He posted bail through a third party." The officer's tone remained neutral, but my mind spiraled. Someone had helped him. My mother, most likely. My sibling tensed beside me. "So he can just come after us again?" The officer folded his hands. "Not legally. His release conditions include maintaining distance from both of you. If he violates that, he could be rearrested. You should report any further threats immediately." I nodded stiffly, but fear coiled around my gut. My father didn't care about legal conditions. The moment he decided he'd had enough, he'd come for us. Law be damned. "What about a court date?" I asked. The officer skimmed the files. "His preliminary hearing is in 2 weeks. If he pleads not guilty, it'll go to trial." 2 weeks. That was the window we had before he might escalate again. "Thanks," I murmured, stepping back. My sibling followed, their expression tight. Once outside, they shuddered. 2 weeks isn't long. If he's free, he could be watching us right now. I glanced around, paranoia prickling my skin. Every parked car, every passerby felt like a potential threat. "We need to stay ahead of him," I muttered. That night we sat in the dim glow of our basement, contemplating our next move. My sibling ran a hand through their hair. "Do we leave? Go somewhere he won't find us?" I hesitated. The thought had crossed my mind, but something inside me resisted. Running meant giving up the foundation I'd built. The connections, the commissions, the first steps toward independence. "No," I said finally. "We've spent our whole lives running from him in one way or another. We have the law on our side this time." My sibling exhaled. "And if he comes here?" "We call the police. Immediately." They nodded, but fear lingered in their eyes. I understood. A piece of me still doubted that any of this, restraining orders, police warnings, would truly stop him. But I had something now that I didn't before, a network of people who cared. That night, I wrote an email to Alicia, updating her briefly on the situation. She responded within the hour. "I completely understand. If you need any help, please don't hesitate to reach out. We want to keep you safe, and I can offer referrals for legal aid or even emergency housing if things escalate. Also, one of our donors is interested in commissioning a personal project from you. No pressure, but I think it could be a great opportunity to secure more stability." Opportunity, stability, words that had once felt like distant dreams. Even with my father's shadow lingering, life refused to pause. A week passed with no sign of him. The city felt deceptively normal, and my sibling even managed to secure more hours at their part-time job. I worked on the new commission, throwing myself into art as a distraction. Then one afternoon, the landlord knocked again, looking concerned. "Your father came by while you were out." Dread clawed at my throat. "What did he say?" "He asked if I'd seen his kids. Said he needed to bring them home where they belong." The landlord's expression darkened. "I told him I wouldn't give him any information. He got aggressive, so I made it clear he was trespassing. He left, but not before saying he'd be back soon." A chill ran down my spine. My sibling muttered a curse under their breath. "He's testing us," I said hoarsely. "Seeing if we'll break first." The landlord frowned. "I can report him for trespassing. You should also file another police report." We agreed, tension thick in the air. That night I barely slept, waiting for the next shoe to drop. The next morning, my sibling went to work while I planned to visit the police station with the landlord. But as I stepped outside, my breath caught. A car idled across the street, one I recognized. And then he stepped out. My father. A surge of panic shot through me, but I forced myself to stand my ground. He smirked, as if my fear amused him. "So this is where you've been hiding." I reached for my phone. "You're violating a restraining order. Leave now or I'm calling the cops." His expression darkened. "Do you think a piece of paper will stop me?" My fingers trembled as I hit dial and put the phone to my ear. "Yes," I said, voice steady. "It will." The moment I spoke to the dispatcher, my father's face twisted in fury. He stepped forward, then hesitated, realizing I wasn't bluffing. Sirens sounded in the distance. His eyes locked onto mine, filled with cold hatred. "This isn't over," he spat before turning and slipping back into his car. Minutes later, the police arrived. I filed the second violation report, my hands still shaking. This time, they assured me, the consequences would be harsher. Back in the basement, my sibling returned to find me still trembling. When I told them what happened, their face turned pale. "He's not stopping, is he?" "No," I admitted, staring at my hands. "But neither are we." For the first time in my life, I wasn't running. I was standing my ground. And this fight wasn't over yet. The air in the basement felt heavier that night, thick with the weight of what had just happened. My father had stood across from me, unshaken by legal threats, daring me to fight back. And now, even with another police report filed, I couldn't shake the feeling that this was far from over. I sat on the bed, phone clutched in my hands, staring at the confirmation email from the police. It stated that father had now officially violated the restraining order twice. That meant the next time wouldn't just be another warning. It would likely be an arrest with harsher charges. But knowing the law was on my side didn't erase the fear. My sibling sat beside me, knee bouncing anxiously. "If he came today, he'll come again," they murmured. "He's escalating." I swallowed hard. "I know." They hesitated, then spoke in a whisper. "What if we set a trap?" I blinked. "What do you mean?" They exhaled, eyes flickering with something sharp, something almost cunning. "We know he's going to violate the restraining order again. What if we set him up? Catch him in the act, with undeniable proof?" A slow realization settled in. If we could document him threatening us, either in person or through another method, it wouldn't just be our word against his. It would be evidence. For the first time in a long while, my fear twisted into something else, something colder, "We can use this," I murmured. "We can end this." My sibling gave a tight nod. "Yeah. We just need to make sure we do it right." The next morning we planned carefully. I scoured online forums and legal sites, double-checking how to handle harassment cases. While filing police reports was good, solid evidence, recordings, messages, or direct threats would fast-track his arrest. We needed him to expose himself. First, I bought a small security camera, placing it discreetly near the entrance of the basement door. If Father tried anything physical, it would capture everything. Second, I unblocked his number on my sibling's old phone. If he tried to call or text again, we'd have a direct record of his threats. Third, I alerted the landlord. "If he shows up again, don't argue with him. Just call the police immediately." The landlord agreed without hesitation. Finally, I reached out to Alicia, explaining the situation. She was horrified but supportive. "If you need an alibi or a safe place, let me know," she said firmly. "We'll do everything we can to help." It was all set. Now we just had to wait. We didn't have to wait long. 3 days later, my sibling's phone buzzed with an unknown number. They glanced at me before answering on speaker. The moment I heard his voice, my stomach clenched. "You think you can hide behind the police?" My father's voice was dripping with rage. "You think some restraining order is going to stop me?" My sibling stayed silent, gripping the phone tightly. "I raised you," he continued, voice dropping into a chilling calm. "Everything you have is because of me. You owe me. And if you don't come back home and pay what you owe, I'll make sure you regret it." My fingers trembled. He just admitted it. Then, the final blow. "I will ruin you. You won't be able to work. You won't be able to hide. You'll have nothing unless you crawl back." Click. The call ended. For a moment, the basement was silent except for my sibling's ragged breathing. I stared at the screen, the call recording automatically saved. My hands were shaking, but not with fear, with rage. "We got him," I whispered. "This is it." My sibling exhaled shakily. "Let's take this to the police." The officer at the precinct listened to the recording twice before looking up at us. "This is clear harassment and a violation of his release conditions," she said, voice firm. "With this evidence, we can push for immediate rearrest. He won't be walking away this time." A thrill of relief coursed through me. "So, what happens next?" "We'll put out a warrant for his arrest today," the officer explained. "Given his history, the judge may deny bail this time." I clenched my fists. "Good." The officer studied me carefully. "Are you sure you don't want to relocate? Even after he's arrested, there's always a risk." I glanced at my sibling, then shook my head. "Number, we're done running." She nodded, jotting down the final notes. "Understood. We'll keep you updated." As we left the station, my sibling turned to me, lips pressed into a hard line. "So, what now?" I exhaled. "Now, we watch him fall." 2 nights later it happened. I got a call from the police at midnight. "Your father was arrested outside your former house," the officer informed me. "He was trying to break in." My breath caught. "Break in? Into our old home?" "Yes." When officers arrived, he was shouting about taking back what was his. The officer's voice turned grim. "We reviewed the restraining order violations, including your call recording. He's being held without bail this time." I squeezed my phone. He was really gone. My sibling sat beside me, eyes wide. "They actually got him?" I nodded. "They got him." A beat of silence. Then my sibling let out a disbelieving laugh. We won. For the first time in years, I felt my shoulders loosen. The weight of his threats, his control, his endless rummaging through our lives. It was all over. A month later, we sat in court as the judge reviewed the case. Our father, now thin, disheveled, and silent, no longer looked like the terrifying force who had controlled our lives for so long. The evidence had sealed his fate. He had not only violated the restraining order, but had also been caught attempting to break into our old home, claiming that his children owed him their lives. The judge's ruling was swift. Guilty of multiple restraining order violations, guilty of harassment and intimidation, sentenced to 2 years in prison. The moment the gavel struck, I felt something inside me finally let go. This was justice. This was our freedom. And most of all, this was the revenge he never saw coming. Because he had called me worthless, but I had built a life without him. Because he had tried to ruin me, but I had only grown stronger. Because he had chased me to destroy me, and in the end, he had destroyed himself. As the guards led him away, he shot me a final glare, but this time, there was fear in his eyes, and I smiled. The sound of the judge's gavel still echoed in my mind as my sibling and I stepped out of the courthouse. The sky was a sharp, endless blue, clearer than I had seen in years. It was over. For the first time since we left that house, since we had fought for our freedom, we were no longer running. My father was gone. 2 years in prison, no bail, no loopholes, no more threats. And yet, as we stood on the courthouse steps, my sibling and I didn't speak. The weight of everything, the fight, the pain, the fear, had been lifted. But we were still standing in the ruins of the war we had just survived. "What now?" my sibling murmured. I swallowed, my fingers tightening around the courthouse railing. "Now?" I let out a shaky breath. "We learn how to live." They gave me a small, uncertain nod. "Yeah, but how?" That was the question, wasn't it? For so long we had survived. Now we had to figure out how to live. And I had no idea where to begin. For the first few days after the trial, I expected to feel something. Victory, relief, peace. But all I felt was exhaustion. The fight had consumed every inch of my energy. And now that it was over, I found myself drifting, unsure of what to do next. My sibling was the same. They still worked at the grocery store, but they didn't talk about the future. We both moved like ghosts, navigating a life that suddenly felt empty. One night I found myself staring at my laptop, scrolling through my unfinished projects. Alicia's non-profit work was done. The gala was over. The campaign had been a success. But now what? I'd spent my entire life proving to my father that I wasn't worthless. Now that he was gone, who was I proving it to? A part of me didn't know how to exist without the fight. That thought terrified me. One afternoon, as I sat by the window of our basement, my phone rang. Alicia's name flashed across the screen. I hesitated before answering. "Hey, Alicia." "Hey," she said, warmth in her voice. "I wanted to check in. How are you holding up?" I exhaled, rubbing my temple. "I don't know." She was quiet for a moment. "That makes sense. You spent years fighting for this moment. Now that it's here, it's hard to know what's next." I swallowed hard. "Yeah. Well," she said gently, "maybe it's time to start thinking about what you want. Not what you needed to survive, what you actually want." I blinked. I don't know." "Then let's figure it out," she said. "I have an offer for you. Nothing huge, but the non-profit is expanding, and we want to commission a series of mental health awareness illustrations for our new outreach program." My stomach tightened. "You want me to do it?" "Of course," she said, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. "Your work has been a huge part of our mission. If you're ready, we'd love to have you on board." I hesitated. For so long, art had been my escape, my way to channel pain into something meaningful. But now, for the first time, it didn't have to be about survival. I could create because I wanted to, and that terrified me. I'll think about it," I said. Alicia didn't push. "Take your time, and if you ever just want to talk, I'm here." I thanked her and hung up, staring at my phone. What did I want? I had no idea. That evening, I sat at the small table in our basement, flipping through an old sketchbook. My siblings sat nearby, scrolling through their phone. After a long silence, they glanced at me. "You gonna take Alicia's offer?" "I don't know," I admitted. They nodded, then hesitated. "I've been thinking about something." I looked up. "What?" They exhaled, rubbing the back of their neck. "I want to go back to school." Surprise jolted through me. "Really?" They nodded. "I never got to finish because of Dad. And now I can. I want to do something with my life. Something I choose." A strange, bittersweet feeling settled in my chest. For so long we had been trapped in a world of forced decisions, forced survival. Now my sibling was stepping into something they actually wanted. I smiled. "I think that's amazing." They gave me a small, hopeful smile. "Yeah? Yeah?" They hesitated, then asked, "What about you?" "What do you want?" I swallowed. I don't know yet." And for the first time, that didn't feel like a failure. It felt like a beginning. Over the next few weeks, my sibling enrolled in classes while I slowly started taking small commissions again. Alicia's project sat in my inbox, waiting for my decision. Every time I opened the email, something in me hesitated. I was terrified of returning to art without the pain. What if I wasn't as good without the struggle? What if my work lost its meaning now that I wasn't fighting for survival? But then one afternoon, I walked past Roasted Harmony, the cafe where Geeta had given me my first break, and I saw it. My overshadowed flower painting, framed on the wall behind the counter. I stopped, staring at it through the glass. It had been months since I sold it, yet there it was, still standing, still thriving. A reminder that I had created something beautiful even in my darkest moments. Maybe it was time to see what I could create in the light. That night I emailed Alicia. Subject: accepting the commission. A few minutes later she responded, "I knew you'd say yes, welcome back." I closed my laptop, exhaling. For the first time in years, I wasn't living in fear. For the first time in years, I wasn't fighting to prove my worth. And for the first time in years, I felt something I never thought I would. The first morning I woke up without fear pressing against my ribs felt unreal. For years, my father's presence had been a shadow over my life. His rummaging, his demands, his rage. Even when he wasn't physically there, he haunted me through the fear of what he might do next. But now, the silence wasn't ominous. It was peaceful. And yet I didn't know what to do with it. I sat at the small table in the basement, a cup of coffee in my hands, staring at the blank pages of my sketchbook. Alicia's commission was waiting, but for the first time I wasn't drawing to escape or to survive. I was drawing because I wanted to. The problem was, I had no idea where to start. I wasn't used to stillness. For so long my life had been one crisis after another. Running, hiding, defending myself. Even my art had been shaped by that chaos. Now that the storm had passed, I felt like a soldier after a war, so used to fighting that peace felt foreign. I found myself waking up early, heart pounding, expecting a confrontation that never came. I checked the locks twice before leaving, even though there was no longer a reason to. I kept looking over my shoulder on the way to the grocery store. It was as if my mind hadn't caught up to my new reality yet. One evening, my sibling noticed me fidgeting, unable to focus on my sketches. They hesitated before speaking. "You know you don't have to be on guard anymore, right?" I sighed, rubbing my face. "I know. It's just hard to turn it off." They nodded. "Yeah, I feel it too." We sat in silence for a moment before my sibling continued. "Have you thought about therapy?" I looked up, surprised. "Therapy?" They shifted. "Yeah. I mean, we've been through a lot. Maybe it would help." The idea made my stomach twist. My father had always scoffed at things like that, calling it weakness. But now his voice had no place in my life. I swallowed. Maybe. And for the first time, I didn't dismiss it. Alicia's project sat open on my laptop for days before I finally put pen to paper. I didn't want my work to be tied to pain anymore, but I also didn't want to ignore where I had come from. So I started small. A simple sketch. A single figure standing at the edge of a dark tunnel, looking out into a world of color. It wasn't about escaping. It was about stepping into something new. As I worked, something inside me shifted. For the first time, I wasn't drawing out of fear or desperation. I was drawing because I had something to say. When I sent the first draft to Alicia, she responded almost immediately. "This is beautiful. You're capturing something real. Keep going." And for the first time, I believed her. One of the hardest parts of healing was learning to stop apologizing for existing. After my father's arrest, my sibling and I started visiting new places, cafes, bookstores, small parks we had never allowed ourselves to linger in before. But every time I spent money on myself, even for something small like a coffee, I felt a pang of guilt. For so long, every dollar I earned had been fought for, saved for survival. The idea of spending it on something enjoyable felt wrong. One day, my sibling caught me hesitating over a new set of art supplies at a store. I traced my fingers over the case of high-quality markers, my heart racing like I was about to make a mistake. "You should get them," my sibling said. I shook my head. "I don't need them." They gave me a look. "You don't have to need something to deserve it." I swallowed hard. The words hit deep. I bought the markers, and that night I used them to add soft, glowing color to my sketches. It felt like a quiet rebellion against everything my father had made me believe. One afternoon I got a call from Alicia. She sounded excited. "I have a potential opportunity for you." I sat up. "What kind of opportunity?" "A speaking event," she said. "Not just about your art, but about your story. The organization is hosting a mental health summit, and they want real voices, people who've been through struggles and come out the other side." My stomach twisted. "You mean, like public speaking?" "Yes, but it's not a performance. It's just you, sharing what you've learned, how art helped you heal." I hesitated. The thought of standing in front of strangers, opening up about my past, made my chest tighten. But then I thought about all the people who had helped me. Gita, Alicia, my landlord, even strangers who had shown kindness when I expected none. Maybe this was my chance to do the same for someone else. I took a breath. "Okay," I said. "I'll do it." Standing backstage, my hands trembled. The summit was held in a spacious auditorium, filled with people who had come to listen, to learn, to heal. The other speakers had shared their experiences. Some had overcome addiction, others had survived abusive relationships. Each story was raw, real, powerful. Then it was my turn. I stepped onto the stage, the bright lights momentarily blinding me. The crowd was silent, waiting. I exhaled. My whole life I was told I was worthless, I began, and for a long time I believed it. I paused, scanning the audience. I grew up in a house where control was disguised as love, where every choice I made had to be approved, where my dreams were dismissed as foolish. I saw heads nodding, people understood. But I escaped. And even when I did, I carried that voice in my head, telling me I'd never be enough. I hesitated, then smiled slightly. Turns out, that voice was wrong. A few quiet chuckles rippled through the audience. I took a deep breath. My revenge wasn't about anger. It wasn't about proving my father wrong. It was about proving myself right. A hush fell over the room. I let the words settle before continuing. I built a life without him. I surrounded myself with people who saw my worth. And for the first time, I stopped fighting to survive and started learning to live. I glanced toward the front row, where Alicia sat, eyes shining with pride. Revenge isn't just about taking something back from those who hurt us. Sometimes it's about becoming someone they can never touch again. The applause was loud, but it was the silence that followed that meant the most, because I had said what I needed to say, and I was finally free. The months that followed felt like a new chapter. My sibling thrived in their classes, finally taking control of their own future. I continued working with Alicia's nonprofit, taking on more projects, ones that felt meaningful. And for the first time in my life, I didn't wake up wondering when the next battle would come. I woke up ready to build something new. One day, I passed by Roasted Harmony again. My painting still hung on the wall, and this time I didn't just glance at it. I stepped inside. Geeta beamed when she saw me. "Back for coffee?" I smiled. "Back for something more." I wasn't just surviving anymore. I was living, and that was the best revenge of all. I never thought I'd see the day when I'd wake up and feel light. For years, mornings had been filled with dread, waiting for my father's rage, waiting for the next fight, waiting for the next survival move. But now, I opened my eyes in the basement that had once been a hiding place, and it didn't feel like a prison anymore. It felt like a home. A small, temporary home, sure, but mine. I stretched, listening to the faint hum of the city outside. My sibling had already left for their classes, leaving a note on the counter. "Hope your speech went well. You should be proud of yourself. Also, we're out of coffee. Fix that, please." I smiled. It was a small thing, but normal. We had never had normal before, and I was starting to realize how much I wanted it. Over the next few months, life became something I had never expected, predictable. Not in a boring way, but in a way that felt safe. My sibling continued their studies, slowly building a future they had once thought impossible. Alicia's nonprofit kept me busy with commissions, some for mental health campaigns, others for community art projects. I found myself reconnecting with old hobbies, going for walks without paranoia, visiting bookstores without feeling guilty about spending money. And the biggest change? I started saving for a new place. The basement had been a refuge, but it wasn't forever. My sibling and I both knew we needed something better, a space that wasn't tied to our past, where we could truly start fresh. For the first time, I had enough income to consider it. The thought both excited and terrified me. One afternoon, I got a text from an unknown number. "Hey, it's Mom. Can we talk?" I stared at the screen for a long time. After everything that had happened, the restraining order, the trial, the years of pain, my mother had never reached out. Not once. Not when I moved out. Not when my father was arrested. Not when I spoke publicly about what I had been through. So why now? My first instinct was to ignore it, but something inside me, the part that still ached for a family, for closure, made me type back, "I don't know. What do you want?" Her reply came quickly. "I want to see you. Please." I agreed to meet her at a quiet cafe across the city, not anywhere near the places I frequented, not where she could learn my routine or where I lived. When I arrived, she was already there, sitting by the window, hands wrapped around a cup of tea. She looked older, as if the past few months had aged her. The moment she saw me, her eyes softened. "You look good." I stayed standing. "Why are you here?" She exhaled. "I know I wasn't there for you. I know I didn't stop him, and I can't change that." I said nothing, letting her continue. "But I do want to understand," she whispered. "I've been thinking about what you said in court, about how I let him control everything." She looked down, guilt twisting her features. "And you were right." A lump formed in my throat. I had imagined this moment so many times, my mother admitting the truth, acknowledging what she had done. And yet now that it was happening, it didn't bring me the satisfaction I thought it would. It just made me tired. I sat down across from her, folding my hands. "You let him hurt us," I said quietly. "You let him destroy me. And then, when I finally broke free, you sided with him." Tears filled her eyes. "I didn't know how to stop him." I shook my head. "You didn't try." A silence stretched between us. Then she whispered, "Can you ever forgive me?" I had spent years waiting for an apology, but now that it was here, I realized that forgiveness wasn't something I owed her. It wasn't about giving her peace. It was about giving myself freedom. "I don't know," I admitted, "but I do know that I don't need you to make peace with what happened." Her lip trembled. "I want to be in your life." I studied her, searching for something. Remorse, sincerity, change. Maybe it was there. Maybe it wasn't. Either way, I wasn't ready to let her back in. Not yet. "I need time," I finally said. She nodded, wiping at her eyes. "I understand." And for the first time, I believed her. That night, I sat on the floor of our basement, flipping through apartment listings. My sibling glanced over, raising an eyebrow. "We moving?" I hesitated. I think I want to." They grinned. "About time." For the first time, the idea of leaving the past behind didn't scare me, because I wasn't running anymore. I was moving forward. And that was the best revenge of all. The decision to move wasn't a sudden impulse. It was something that had been growing inside me for a while. At first, I resisted it. This basement had been my first true safe place. It had protected me when my father was hunting me down, when I had nowhere else to go. But now it felt like a cocoon that was too tight. I was ready for more. And this time I wasn't just moving away from something. I was moving towards something better. It took a few weeks to find the right place. Nothing fancy. Just a small one-bedroom apartment in a quiet neighborhood. My sibling wasn't moving with me. They had found their own shared housing with students from their college, excited to finally experience independence. The day we packed up, my sibling looked around the basement with a small, nostalgic smile. It wasn't much, but it was ours. I nodded, running a hand along the chipped wall. Yeah, it was. For the last time, I stood at the door and looked back. At the walls where I had sketched ideas late at night, at the small desk where I had rebuilt my art career, at the worn-out bed where I had cried myself to sleep after my father's threats. This basement had witnessed my lowest moments, but also my greatest victories. This basement had witnessed my lowest moments, but also my greatest victories. And now, it was time to leave it behind. With a deep breath, I turned off the light and shut the door for good. The first night in my new apartment felt surreal. It was quiet, not the heavy silence of fear, but the peaceful silence of safety. No one could barge in. No one could rummage through my things. I could decorate however I wanted. I could leave my art supplies scattered across the floor without worrying about someone calling it a waste of time. I was free. I sat on the floor staring at the blank walls, and for the first time, I let myself dream about the future without restriction. What kind of life did I want? Not just a life without fear, not just a life built on revenge, a life filled with purpose, joy, and meaning. A few weeks after moving in, my mother reached out again. "I know you said you need time, but I wanted to say I'm proud of you." I stared at the message for a long time. There was a time when I would have given anything to hear those words from her. But now, I realized that I didn't need them anymore. I didn't need her approval. I didn't need her validation. I had built something without her. Without him, without their control. I typed a response. "I appreciate that, but I'm still not ready." She didn't argue, just sent a simple, "I understand, and maybe one day I'd be ready to let her back in." But for now, I was at peace knowing I had the choice. A year passed, a year of freedom, growth, and healing. My art career thrived. Alicia's non-profit work led to bigger opportunities, and soon I was collaborating on national awareness campaigns. My sibling graduated with honors, something we once thought was impossible. My father remained in prison, but I rarely thought about him anymore. He no longer had power over me. One day, Alicia invited me to speak again. This time at a larger event, one dedicated to young adults breaking free from toxic family cycles. As I stood on stage looking at a crowd of people who had lived through similar pain, I realized something. I had once thought that revenge meant making my father suffer, but revenge wasn't about him at all. It was about becoming the person he swore I never could be. It was about building a life that was untouchable by his hatred. It was about choosing happiness over bitterness, success over fear, and peace over pain. It was about proving to myself that I was never worthless. As I spoke, I saw people nodding, wiping their eyes, clinging to my words like a lifeline, and I knew that I had won. Not because I had destroyed him, but because I had rebuilt myself. Months later, I walked past Roasted Harmony again, the place where my art had first been displayed. My overshadowed flower painting was gone, sold to someone who had found beauty in it. It had traveled to a home where it was cherished, just like I had. I smiled to myself, stepping inside, ordering a coffee without guilt. For the first time, I wasn't just surviving. I wasn't just proving a point. I was simply living. And that was the greatest revenge of all. The morning light spilled into my apartment, the one I had chosen, decorated, and built into a space that finally felt like home. 5 years. 5 years since I shut the door to that basement. 5 years since I stopped looking over my shoulder. 5 years since I decided that revenge wasn't about destruction, it was about creation. Now my life was mine. I sipped my coffee, scrolling through my phone. My sibling had texted me a photo, a graduation cap in one hand, a job offer letter in the other. Told you we'd make it? I smiled. They had fought just as hard as I had, and now they were carving out their own future. We didn't talk about our father anymore. He had been released from prison after serving his full sentence, but he didn't matter anymore. He had no power here, no control. He was just a man I used to know. And that realization, that was true freedom. That's the Julian revenge story. Hope you like. If this story give you feel, please comment us, like, share and subscribe, and don't forget to hit the bell icon for more stories. Thanks for watching,